The History of the Jesuits. Abbe Vladimir Guettée. Book 4. 1579 to 1640. Chapter 1. 1579 to 1592. While in France the Jesuits were interfering in all the conspiracies in favor of the cruel and hypocritical Philip II, they were accused of the same intrigues in England. The reigning Queen Elizabeth had been declared unfit to rule by the Roman court on account of her illegitimate birth. She was the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn. Pius V, by excommunicating her and declaring her dethroned, gave her an excuse to break off all relations with Rome and to persecute the Catholics. Gregory XIII continued the policy of Pius V and gave troops to some adventurers to carry out both the bull of his predecessor and his own, of the same content. The Pope believed that the rightful sovereign of England was Mary, Queen of Scots, and sent to her the nuncio Vincent Loriot, together with two Jesuits, Edmund Gay, who had been implicated in the crime of Jean Châtel, and Thomas Derbyshire. Gay went to Edinburgh and after 2 months returned to Paris to Loriot, who had sent him on reconnaissance missions. He stayed in London, despite the prohibition for any Jesuit to set foot on English soil under penalty of death. In order to support the Catholics and oppose Elizabeth, 2 English colleges were founded, in Douai and in Rome. The first was soon transferred to Reims. Both were governed by Jesuits. Elizabeth, frightened by rumors of conspiracies against the kings, secretly sent several spies, who were accepted into the English colleges in Rome and Reims as students. They reported to the Queen all the intrigues hatched against her by the papal court and Philip II, whom the Jesuits served as agents. She learned in advance about the departure of the spies sent to her country, and could arrest them the moment they arrived. However, despite all the precautions of Elizabeth, the Jesuits managed to establish a mission in England in 1579 under the leadership of Persons and Campion. They, disguised, made their way to England with their companions, despite the vigilance of the police. Elizabeth issued a very strict edict against those who gave them shelter. Numerous conspiracies against the Queen are attributed to the Jesuits. From 1579 to 1603, the year of her death, there are 6 main ones. The Jesuits and their friends denied their participation in them, and claimed that the evidence against many members of the order, which was discovered during the investigation, was false. They elevated those who were executed to saints. We leave it to the reader to decide how much faith the statements of the Jesuits and their proofs of innocence deserve. It cannot be denied that they were devoted to Philip II, nor that, condemned by the Pope, the English Queen was in their eyes a tyrant who must be gotten rid of at all costs, even at the cost of murder. Some of Mary Stuart's supporters loudly complained about the Jesuits, finding that they were harming the cause by the excessive zeal with which they defended the Scottish Queen before various European courts. Persons and Campion with their comrades traveled around England, visited Catholics, persuaded them not to make any, even imaginary, concessions, and inspired them with feelings hostile to the Queen. Elizabeth found fault with this and began to persecute Catholics terribly. The Jesuits, considered the cause of the new resistance which the government met with on the part of some Catholics, were everywhere oppressed. In April 1581, Campion published a short article entitled 10 Reasons in Defense of the Catholics. This little book redoubled Elizabeth's fury. The author was seized with some of his companions and executed on December 1st, together with 2 other Jesuits, Sherwin and Bryant. Questioned before their execution concerning the bull of the Pope, whose agents they were considered, they gave evidence contrary to the true teaching of their order, but this did not save them from execution. The Spanish ambassador declared them martyrs in a special paper sent to all the monasteries of the order. This fact may serve as proof of a conspiracy in which the Jesuits took part, together with Spain. After Campion's death, Persons hastened to leave England, where many Jesuits still remained, including Thomas Cottam, who was executed along with 2 others in 1582. In 1585, Father Garnet was sent to England as provincial, and 2 years later Persons returned. Both were said to have been commissioned to persuade the English Catholics to assist the expedition which Philip II and Pope Sixtus V had long been planning against Elizabeth. The pretext for this expedition was the liberation of Mary Stuart, whom Elizabeth had imprisoned. This unfortunate princess had been given the vain hope of ascending the throne of England. Elizabeth deprived her of her liberty, and, to put an end to all intrigue, beheaded her. Philip II armed the famous Armada, which was said to consist of 150 large ships. Sixtus V elevated the famous Allen to the rank of cardinal, who was to accompany the fleet as legate, take the bull deposing Elizabeth to England, hand over the English throne to the winner, and put all spiritual affairs in order. Many priests, mainly Jesuits, were on the ships. A storm and the courage of the English sailors destroyed the Armada in 1588. While this fleet was approaching England, Garnet, persons and their brethren were plotting, the evidence of which fell into the hands of Elizabeth. She hanged several Jesuits. In 1592, a certain Patrick Cullen was convicted of plotting to assassinate Elizabeth. His testimony compromised many Jesuits. In 1594 and 1595, some fanatics wanted to kill the Queen at the instigation of the Jesuits, who claimed that they were not involved in these affairs, and that all these accusations are the result of the policy of Elizabeth and her advisers. In 1595, the Jesuits were among the Irish who rebelled against Elizabeth. They soon multiplied in Ireland. Philip sent troops to help the rebels, and the Jesuits always meet with this king, who did not shrink from any crime, if only to achieve universal dominion. In 1601, a more extensive plot was hatched, and the Spaniards again conceived the idea of invading England. Several Jesuits traveled about and prepared the Catholics for this event. Elizabeth publicly exposed these plots in an edict, which ordered the strictest measures to be taken not only against the Jesuits, but also against the Catholics. In vain did Elizabeth subject Catholics in general to such persecution. The Jesuits had their own party, but the secular clergy and many of the laity shared their fanaticism, so little that they submitted a note to the Pope, in which it was said that the Jesuits were the only cause of such strict laws against Catholics, because the Jesuits participated in all the conspiracies and even bribed assassins to kill the Queen, that they were the only instigators of the unrest that agitated the English Church, that before their appearance in the country no Catholic was accused of a crime against majesty, but that with their appearance everything changed, that their ambition was fully revealed, and they sell crowns at public auction. These accusations made by English Catholics are very important, for although there is no irrefutable, clear proof of the guilt of the Jesuits in the court cases, public opinion was not mistaken in attributing to them all sorts of intrigues and plots. Elizabeth died on April 4, 1603. She was succeeded by James I. During his reign the Jesuits continued their plots, the most famous of which is called the Gunpowder Plot. At its head stood Catesby, and his chief associates were Thomas Percy, John Wright, and Guy Fawkes, known for their relations with the Jesuits and especially with Father Garnet. Fawkes went to Philip III of Spain at the beginning of the reign of James I to ask him to come to the aid of the English Catholics, following the example of his predecessor. Of the Catholics, only those who belonged to the Jesuit party participated in the plot. Catesby laid before his accomplices the plan he had devised to get rid of the king, with all his family, and the whole Parliament at one blow, by placing barrels of gunpowder under the great hall of the Assembly. To convince the conspirators that the good of religion required the use of this terrible means, he consulted Father Greenway, otherwise Tesmond or Textmund. The latter did not dare to undertake the decision of this question, and proposed to Garnet, his provincial, the following question of conscience: whether, in defending the Catholics from heretics, it was permissible to kill some innocents along with the guilty? Garnet answered thus: if the Catholics would benefit by it, and if the number of the guilty exceeded the number of the innocent, they should all be killed together. Encouraged by this resolution, Percy, Wright, Winter, and Fawkes swore on the gospel to keep the plot in the greatest secrecy. The Jesuit Gerard received their oath, confessed them, and gave them the sacrament. He claimed that he knew nothing of the plot. After the oath, the conspirators began their preparations. Percy hired a house near Westminster Palace, from which it was convenient to lay a mine under the great hall of the palace, right under the royal throne. There was a cellar that opened directly under this hall. Catesby brought 20 barrels of gunpowder there, and covered them with wood and faggots. The time of the opening of Parliament, fixed for November 1605, was approaching. The conspirators returned to their dwellings. They had been in different places before, and added 14 more barrels of gunpowder to the 20 that had been prepared in the cellar. Everything was ready, says the serious historian de Thou, and the last act of this terrible drama was approaching, when suddenly, by the inscrutable ways of God, one of the conspirators, wishing to save his friend, destroyed himself and all his accomplices. 10 days before the opening of Parliament, Baron Monteagle received a letter warning him not to attend the meeting, if he did not want to perish with the king and the whole Parliament. Some mysterious expressions in the letter suggested a conspiracy. They searched the palace and the surrounding area, and captured Fox in the cellar with barrels of gunpowder. He confessed everything and gave up his comrades, most of whom were captured and sentenced to death. One of the conspirators, Henry Tresham, named Father Garnet at the interrogation. The others did not betray a single Jesuit. Tresham later retracted his words and claimed that he had not seen Garnet for 16 years. This Jesuit was arrested and interrogated about his relations with Tresham, and he confessed that he had seen him often and had long conversations with him during the last 6 months. This contradiction was very important. It showed that the conspirators did not want to betray the Jesuits, who were, however, their accomplices. Father Oldcorn was arrested at the same time as Garnet. Both tried to bribe the guard, but he betrayed them. 2 hidden witnesses overheard their conversation during a meeting arranged for them by the jailer. In addition, compromising letters were seized. Garnet and Oldcorn were forced to confess that they knew about the existence of the conspiracy. In his defense, Garnet used circumlocutions, claiming that he had a legal right to do so. The Catholic historian John Lingard claims to have seen a work by Garnet in which equivocation is extolled. Garnet was condemned to death. Jesuit writers claim that he learned of the plot only in confession, and therefore could not have revealed the secret learned in this way, and therefore only Anglicanism, which does not recognize the secrecy of confession, could have found him guilty. Father Oldcorn died the same way. Fathers Gerard and Tesmond escaped. The Pope thought it necessary to declare that he had nothing to do with the gunpowder plot. Father Coton hastened to assure the English envoy that the Order of Jesus was innocent and that only a small number of individuals were implicated in the affair. Nevertheless, the Jesuits declared Garnet and Oldcorn martyrs. They are so named in a work published by the Belgian Jesuits under the title Imago Primi Soeculi, that is, a picture of the first centuries of the order's existence, and are included in the list of martyrs of the order. These declarations, which may be considered as declarations of the whole order, refute the words of Father Coton. Father Juvency, in his History of the Order, attributes to Garnet the gift of working miracles. In this he serves only as an echo of his order. The English Catholics cannot be considered the creators of the gunpowder plot. In vain did the conspirators who fled from London after the plot was discovered call them to arms. They did not approve of conspiracies, which were almost always started by Catholics, for whom the Jesuits were spiritual fathers. These bad shepherds used, in the main, confession to maintain exaltation in their flock, but according to the rules of their order, they did not compromise themselves, which explains the fact that evidence against them was rarely found, although they themselves were involved in almost all conspiracies. Despite this, no one doubted their guilt. When, during the reign of Charles I, Catholics were accused of a new attempt on the life of the English king, this is what the chief accused, Viscount Stafford, had to say about the gunpowder plot. I have made the most exact and careful investigation of this matter. I have questioned my father, uncle, and many others. I am convinced and firmly believe, on the basis of the information I have received from them, that this treason was a terrible and vile deed of some Jesuits, together with other persons, and I consider it such a vile deed that neither the cunning of the Jesuits, nor the inventions of the human mind in general, will be able or willing to find an excuse for it. In Holland the Jesuits were subjected to the same accusations as in England. Peter Pan, arrested in Holland, confessed that he had come to attempt the life of Maurice of Nassau, Prince of Orange. Philip II hated this house, which had taken away part of Holland from him. It was suspected that William of Nassau had been murdered in 1584 by order of the Spanish king, and the Jesuits were again implicated in this crime. Maurice of Nassau was luckier than his father. He escaped the hands of the assassin, who testified, among other things, as follows. He explained that for several years he had supplied oil to the Jesuit college at Douai. His cousin, a certain Melchior van de Waal, who was in the service of the Jesuits, had come to him one day to order a new consignment of oil, and not finding him at home, had stayed for 2 or 3 days to await his return. During this time he had several conversations with the wife of the supplier, who was very devoted to the Jesuits, who were very eager for the death of Prince Maurice. Returning home, Pan heard this both from his wife and from Melchior van de Waal, who had urged him to undertake this business. The narrator complained of the bad state of affairs and the impossibility of paying off his debts, to which Melchior said that he could improve matters if he agreed to go to Holland and try to kill the prince. These words troubled the merchant, and he did not know what to do, but his wife encouraged him and said that he should not think of killing such a seducer of souls. When the unfortunate husband still hesitated, Van de Waal suggested that he go to Douai and talk with the Jesuit fathers. Soon after, Van de Waal returned to Douai, and the merchant went there with him, but was arrested on the way for debts. When he was released from prison, he came to Douai, where he spent the whole week about the blind man, during which time he visited the Jesuits 3 or 4 times and talked with the provincial and the rector, drank and ate with them, and was paid for the butter he had delivered. During the conversation, the provincial and the rector began to talk about the murder of the Prince of Nassau, which Van de Waal also spoke of. They added that, as the oil merchant was a cooper by trade, he could easily go to Holland and work there for 5 or 6 months in the city of Leiden or the Hague, and in the meantime, consider how best to commit the murder, either with a sharp knife or some other instrument that he could buy and hide in his pocket, until a convenient opportunity presented itself at the prince's court, or in the street, or in some other place. To give this man confidence, the provincial addressed him with an exhortation and sermon that lasted a full half-hour, and assured him that the murder of such a man, such a seducer of so many thousands of souls, was a pious deed, even a great sacrifice to God, rewarded with the bliss of paradise. Having accomplished his deed, the merchant must save himself as quickly as possible. If he fails to do this and loses his life, he can be sure that he will go straight to the kingdom of heaven, and that he will immediately be taken to heaven in soul and body. These and similar words and arguments, on the one hand, unpayable debts and desperate situation on the other, forced the unfortunate man to agree to the proposal of the provincial and the rector, who promised, firstly, to pay 200 livres for the murder of the prince, secondly, to make him a postmaster in the city of Ivry, which gave 100 livres a year, and thirdly, to give his grandson Jean Pan a place as a canon in the city of Tournai. The next morning, the provincial confessed and gave him communion, and after Mass confirmed the promises made. Then Pan, on his part, pledged himself to make every effort to successfully fulfill the commission entrusted to him, and the provincial, dismissing him, said, "Go in peace, for, like an angel, you go under the protection of God." To cover his travel expenses, the Jesuits gave him a bill of exchange for 12 livres payable in Antwerp in the name of the merchant François Thibault. From Deux Pan went to Bus Road, and then by ship to Antwerp. Having received 12 livres here, he sent 11 to his wife for the maintenance of the family, with a letter in which he announced that he was going to Holland on business known to her, his wife. From Antwerp he went by ship to Zeeland, and from there to the city of Leiden, which he entered on Saturday, the 23rd of May. Here he was met by 2 Jesuits, disguised as lansquenets, who constantly urged him to begin the business and encouraged him. As he walked through the city, talking to one and then another, and asking what Prince Maurice looked like, how tall he was, what kind of beard he wore, he attracted attention, and they also began to ask him what all this information was for. To this he replied that he was very eager to see the prince, that he had heard so much about his virtues, but until now had not had the good fortune to see him. Finally, as he did not cease his inquiries, he was suspected of malicious intent, and the mayor put him in prison. Papers were found on him relating to the planned murder. He was brought in for questioning, and without much coercion he confessed to everything. The 2 Jesuits were not found. Pan confessed that he had bought a 4-sided knife to commit the planned crime. He repeated his testimony at several interrogations over 12 days without the slightest change, and assured that it was true, each time with great contrition, humbly, on his knees and with tears asking for forgiveness and pardon, saying that he had agreed to this matter out of his simplicity, etc. That was enough for the judges. Here is one of their thoughts. Since such actions could lead to great and dangerous consequences, namely, to the murder of the most glorious and great sovereign Prince Maurice Count of Nassau, and since such attempts, which entail upheavals and the destruction of the state, cannot remain without severe punishment, which would serve as an example for everyone, so that no one would succumb to the temptations of the bloodthirsty and criminal sect of the Jesuits, who, as everyone knows, are engaged only in treason and other devilish tricks against kings, princes and lords, then, etc., etc. The Leiden city elders sentenced Peter Pan to death, which was carried out on him on June 22, 1598. The Jesuits were as actively involved in the political affairs of Russia and Poland as they were in England and Holland. The King of Poland and the Tsar of Russia were at war. At the request of the latter, the Pope intervened and sent Passavino to reconcile the parties. The latter led all the negotiations, which ended in peace, then went to Russia to prepare the fusion of the Russian Church with the Roman. All his efforts were in vain. Before he could return to Rome, he was again sent to Poland and Germany with political missions. He greatly incited the Poles and Germans against himself, and Aquaviva found it necessary to recall him. In 1587, the famous diplomat was a simple professor at the University of Padua, but he opened the way for the Jesuits to the northern states, and the Jesuits established their colleges there. They were especially numerous in Transylvania, from where they were expelled in 1588. At this time they were involved in all the quarrels that were agitating Germany. They had ardent adherents, but even more numerous enemies. The Jesuits claimed that their enemies were the Protestants, with whom they were at odds for the benefit of the Church, but this is not true. They were hated equally by Catholics and Protestants. Both of them accused them of pursuing the interests of their order rather than the benefit of their church, but the most important of the reproaches made against them was that they interfered in all religious and political questions and sent them away, which is especially evident from the letter of Stanislaus Nuski to the Jesuit Posivin. This Polish nobleman, a disciple of the Jesuits, blamed his former teachers for all the disasters that had befallen the northern states and, especially, Poland. Following the legation of Posavino, the Jesuits acquired great influence in Poland, which they used to overthrow the Grand Duke, Tsar Boris of Moscow, and to install in his place the impostor Dmitri, whom they passed off as the son of Tsar Ivan Vasilyevich. Having received from their protégé a promise to restore the Roman Church in Russia, the Jesuits declared him the legitimate heir to the Russian throne and asked the Pope to speak in his favor. Dmitri, with the help of the Polish king and the governor of Sandomierz, gathered an army and waged a terrible and disastrous war against Moscow. Tsar Fifer and his entire family were killed by order of the impostor, who crowned himself Tsar. During this ceremony, the Jesuit Kermkovsky made such a flattering speech that the impostor presented the order with a huge house in Moscow, built a church for it, and showered it with gifts. At last the eyes of the Russians saw the light. A conspiracy was formed. During a feast on the occasion of the new Tsar's wedding, the conspirators burst into the palace and shot Dmitri with a pistol. His body was shamefully dragged out to the palace square, where it remained for 3 days, given over to the rabble who mocked him. A bloody uprising broke out. The Poles accompanying Dmitri were killed. The Jesuits fled in haste. In 1606 they tried to compensate themselves for the troubles they had endured by seizing the famous convent of St. Bridget in Danzig. They gradually made their way into it under the pretext of confession and the celebration of Mass. When the opportune moment arrived, they themselves settled in the convent, displacing the nuns. But the latter complained to the proper authorities, and the Jesuits were shamefully expelled from the captured place within 3 days. In the same year, they just as unlawfully seized a parish church in Thorn and began to conduct services in it. The bishop supported them, but the Senate triumphed and shamefully drove out the impostors. At the Polish Sejm of 1607, the gentry energetically rebelled against the Jesuits and printed a note in which it was proved, on the basis of well-known facts, that the Jesuits always stand at the head of all sorts of unrest and conspiracies, interfere in the choice of kings in order to dispose of royal power at their own discretion. The unrest in Livonia, Riga, Lithuania, Volyn, and Krakow was caused by none other than the Jesuits. On the one hand, they seized churches and drove out priests from them, regardless of age and infirmity. On the other hand, at their instigation, the arson of a church given to the Lutherans by the king and the Sejm was committed, and this fire almost destroyed the entire city. In Polotsk, in Lithuania, they have taken the houses of the priests. In many places in Little Russia, they have seized the most fertile lands and the property of the richest citizens. From the houses of the most distinguished nobles they carry off all that is best and most precious. In Poland their colleges are palaces and fortified citadels, from which they seem to threaten the cities with war. Such are the colleges of Poznan and Lublin. Is it surprising that in Lublin and in Krakow the Catholic clergy consider it their duty to expose these monstrous people from the pulpit? The Jesuits asserted that this note, memory, and in general all documents hostile to them were the work of Protestants. This false statement does not deprive these accusations of the force that depends on the facts and not on the personality of the authors. These accusations are consistent with those published by the University of Krakow, which the Jesuits also wanted to rule, as well as many others. The members of this university were probably not Protestants. Nevertheless, they also complained about the injustice, ambition, and intrigues of the Jesuits. In view of these and many other well-known facts mentioned in the memoriam of the Polish nobility, it is understandable why Nuski attributed in his letter all the disasters that befell Poland and Russia at the end of the 16th century to the machinations of the Jesuits. He accused them of being the cause of these disasters. Their interference in the political affairs of the North caused confusion and all sorts of misfortunes. According to Nussky, the Jesuit Carrillo, who had the strongest influence on Sigismund, urged him to take the harshest measures and commit the most criminal acts even against those members of his own family who did not like the Jesuits. In Nussky's terrible denunciation, as well as in the memorial of the Polish gentry, there is a mass of facts. From these documents it is clear that the influence of the Jesuits was as pernicious for Poland during the reign of Sigismund as it was for Portugal under the unfortunate Sebastian, and the consequences were equally fatal. In Belgium the Jesuits were very strong. Philip II, who found them to be loyal supporters, showered them with favors. From 1580, they received property rights in Belgium. At first, for political reasons, Philip did not dare to patronize them too openly in these possessions, but over time they were able to grow rich and enjoy all their privileges. Soon, Jesuit colleges with rich contents and large properties appeared in all the cities. In Belgium, disputes arose between the Jesuits and the university scholars on theological grounds. At the head of the university doctors stood Michael de Bay, known by his Latinized name, Baius. This theologian was chancellor of the University of Louvain and guardian of its privileges. Some scholars did not approve of his teaching, and Pope Paul V condemned the doctrine attributed to him. Since Baius renounced this doctrine, Pope Gregory XIII issued a new bull and commissioned the Jesuit Talit to take it to Belgium. This was not the first time that Baius had to deal with the Jesuits. At the Council of Trent, to which he was sent by the University of Louvain, he argued with Lainez and Salmeron on the questions of free will and grace. These questions greatly occupied all theologians at that time. They were raised by Luther. He denied free will, which he called the bondage of will. In his opinion, man is such a slave of evil that he can no longer do anything good, that his good deeds have no value and cannot justify him before God, and that every personal action of man is fundamentally perverted. According to Luther's teaching, only Christ himself acts in his elect, and this divine influence eliminates every personal action to such an extent that these elect necessarily receive salvation. All the rest, the unelected, are inevitably condemned, for the mediator, Christ, does not act in them. This teaching is exaggerated and hopeless. The Jesuits, who considered themselves specially called to refute Luther and his followers, opposed to them another system, equally erroneous but in the opposite sense. They placed such a high value on the free will of man that they attributed to him the ability to do good by the power of his own personal action. From this teaching followed the denial of the degeneration of mankind, which constitutes the meaning of all Christianity. If humanity has not degenerated, if it does not have a fundamental vice, called original sin by theologians, then it does not need a Savior. Christ the God-man is not needed. His teaching on self-denial is meaningless. Instead of it we must put the teaching on benefit and glorify man for his inclinations, which cannot be bad, and with which he has no need to fight. In the first centuries of Christianity, some theologians, with Pelagius at their head, defended this doctrine, but St. Augustine, one of the most profound and penetrating geniuses who ever lived, defeated them by the power of his logic and the precise exposition of Christian dogmas. According to the teaching of St. Augustine, and according to the writings of the apostles, man has fallen and is free, has become the slave of sin, to such an extent that every personal act of his is infected with innate sin, depriving him of all merit before God. But man, uniting with Jesus Christ, receives help from God, which frees his will from slavery to sin and returns to it the freedom of the sons of God and the ability to do good. Thus, God's help or grace is not a hindrance to man, but the beginning of freedom. Man's actions, deified, so to speak, by divine intervention, become not only free for good, but acquire merit before God. Thus, Christian teaching establishes the simultaneous action of man and God, or grace, but in such a way, however, that grace is the main element of freedom and merit. Consequently, the evangelical teaching is equally at variance with both the teaching of Luther and the teaching of Pelagius, which the Jesuits repeated. Lainez and Salmeron, after their disputes with the Lutherans in Germany, brought the teaching of Pelagius in a hidden, rather than modified form. Other Jesuits accepted it. The Spanish Jesuit Molina expounded it under the guise of the true teaching of the order in a book entitled On the Reconciliation of Grace and Free Will. His teaching is called Molinism after him. True Christians saw clearly the intentions of the Jesuits, and Cardinal Baronius, the author of the Spiritual Chronicle, called their teaching destructive to the faith. But the Jesuits succeeded in giving such a beautiful appearance to their doctrine, so cleverly slandered the doctrine of their opponents, and so actively conducted disputes and debates, that they succeeded in obtaining from the Pope various documents which, although not directly directed against the true doctrine, were so vague that they could be interpreted in any way. Such is the general character of the papal bulls, beginning with the bull of Paul V against Baius, and ending with the bull Unigenitus against Father Canel. We shall have occasion to speak of this more than once. The questions of predestination, of the influence of the deity or of grace on human affairs, of justification, are so transcendental that nothing is easier than to confuse them with the aid of scholastic terminology, and to attribute to the opponent an opinion which he never expressed. We have set forth the various doctrines simply, without any scientific pretensions, in order that the reader may easily follow us in the exposition of so many facts in the history of the Jesuits, the motive or pretext of which was the question of dogma. The Jesuit Tollet, who brought the bull of Gregory XIII against Baius, had himself asked for this commission, 1580, in the name of the Spanish king. Having met with strong resistance at the University of Louvain, the Jesuits, in revenge for this, were very anxious that the university should be considered heretical, and tried to create all possible obstacles for it in Rome. Having received the bull of Pius V, some years before, Baius tried to defend himself, but since he was forbidden to do so, he abstained. He was very pious and did not dare to offer the slightest resistance to his superiors. He submitted to the bull of Gregory XIII as well as to that of Pius V, although he was aware that he did not teach the heresies that were attributed to him, and although the bulls were very obscure. This was also admitted by the Jesuit Vasquez, one of the greatest theologians of the order. He did not hesitate to preach the doctrine formally condemned by the bulls against Baius. In his writings he admits that the condemned doctrine is not bad in itself, but it is not approved only because, in defending it, Baius attacked his opponents too harshly. This statement of Vasquez is confirmed by Bellarmine and Tollet, who gave Vasquez a written testimony to this, which he himself narrates. Baius was not so brave. Tollet, his opponent, pays tribute to his humility and his learning. He humbled himself and limited himself to joining, a few years later, the scholars of Louvain who did not approve of and rejected some of the proposals of the Jesuits Lessius and Hamel. These theologians, under the pretext of defending the bull of Pius V, which had not met with any objection, began to hold public talks in which they preached what was called Molinism and defended theses, divided into 34 questions. The theological faculty of the University of Louvain forwarded them to the Jesuits to make sure that these theses came from them. Lessius confessed that they were taken, partly from his works, verbatim, and expressed his views, but that some of them were abbreviated and did not fully convey his thoughts. On this matter, he submitted a report to the theological faculty and asked for a discussion and arbitration. The faculty did not consider it necessary to satisfy his request. The work of Lessius was examined, and 34 propositions were recognized as taken from his books and were forbidden. The University of Douai also forbade these propositions of the Jesuits at the request of the Bishop of Malines. The prohibition was drawn up by Estes. The bishops of Flanders were going to condemn the doctrine of Lessius, but the Jesuits frightened them by submitting their case to the Pope. Their general and all their friends at the Roman court began to fuss. They covered themselves with the name of Baius, of which they made a kind of bogeyman. The nephew of this scholar, Jacob Baius, stood up for his uncle and proved that the Jesuits were abusing this name in order to pose as defenders of the Catholic faith against heresy. Soon, throughout Flanders and throughout Rome, nothing was talked about except the famous dispute between the Jesuits and the universities of Louvain and Douai. The then Pope Sixtus V personally approved of the doctrine of Lessius and instructed Frangipani, his nuncio in Cologne, to put an end to this strife. Frangipani went to Louvain. The scholars and the Jesuits argued in his presence and presented him with contradictory reports. At the same time, preachers and professors took sides with such ardor, now with one, now with the other of the disputants, that the nuncio was forced to order them to be silent. During the last audience given by the nuncio to the representatives of both parties, it was decided that the theologians would no longer raise the questions that had given rise to all these controversies. These disputes showed that the Jesuits were seeking to challenge theological positions that had been generally accepted and disseminated before the advent of the Jesuits. Lainez changed the original teaching rule. According to this rule, the teaching of St. Thomas was to be followed in theological matters. Lainez added a clause to this article in case a greater theologian should appear, to whom St. Thomas would have to give up his place. Such a great theologian turned out to be Molina. Acquaviva, having decided to finally determine the program of instruction in the Jesuit schools, approved the new statutes of Lainez, and published a famous book under the title of Ratio et Institutio Studiorum. According to the invariable custom of the order, this work was recognized as a masterpiece. All the Jesuits were ordered to praise the profound wisdom of the author and his excellent exposition. Persons outside the order have no reason to value so highly a book signed with the name of Acquaviva. It dealt a mortal blow to the mind of the Jesuits, and must be blamed for the fact that among the Jesuits there were no men of genius. Among them there were many mediocre writers. A certain number of theologians from among the members of the order enjoy a deserved reputation, but outside that circle of researches for which patience is more necessary than genius, the Jesuits can boast of only mediocre scholars. Their historians are mere collectors of facts, coldly, colorlessly, and in the extreme of boredom. There are no true poets or philosophers among them. The Jesuits can point only to mathematicians, professors, and minor orators as the most distinguished men among them. Bourdaloue, a Jesuit only in name, is the only truly gifted preacher among them. It may seem surprising that in such a numerous order, which had the pretension to replace all universities, and was engaged in all sorts of sciences, there were so few outstanding men. The reason for this phenomenon lies in a fundamental defect, namely, in the system of teaching imposed on the Jesuits by Acquaviva. This general limited the sphere of development of the mind, and almost mathematically defined the boundaries beyond which the mind did not dare to go. The Jesuit, for whom obedience is the fundamental rule, considers it the duty of conscience not to transgress the boundaries set for him by Acquaviva. Deeply convinced of the genius of his legislator, he does not consider it possible to cross them without being subject to a fall and the most serious dangers, and therefore moves in a strictly delineated circle. His mind is limited by a narrow outlook, outside of which everything seems to him deception and madness. This is the reason for the Jesuit's limitations, his complacency, which makes him treat with regret everything that goes beyond the ordinary, that caste pride that does not allow him to see talent outside the order and its members. The book Ratio Studiorum was composed with the collaboration of 6 Jesuits chosen by Acquaviva. This rule, strictly adhering to the teaching of St. Thomas, differs from it on one important point, namely, concerning the action of grace on the will of man. We have already said that Lainez at the Council of Trent and Lessius in Belgium held an opinion on this point contrary to the teaching of the angel of the school. The same was taught by the Jesuit Mani Mazer in Salamanca. Thus the order apparently already accepted this dogma when Molina published in 1588 his famous book, The Reconciliation of Free Will with Grace, which gave rise to so many controversies. We shall return to these questions of doctrine by relating the important events in Spain and Italy which concern the Jesuit order. Thanks to the powerful patronage of Philip II, the Spanish and Portuguese Jesuits had accumulated enormous wealth, owned vast estates, and enjoyed enormous influence. Some, dissatisfied with Acquaviva, conceived the idea of forming a separate order, in administration only, but with the Jesuit rule and under the same name. At the head of the dissatisfied was Jacob Hernandez. In 1586, he expressed a desire to leave the order. Acquaviva found that the reasons he gave for leaving were not sound, and refused his request. Hernandez appealed to Philip II and to the Spanish Inquisition, to whom he set forth his decision, and explained that in Rome they were refusing to allow him to leave the order for fear that, upon leaving it, he might expose a certain secret known to him about a crime that was subject to trial by the Inquisition, and of which Father Marquinius and several other Jesuits knew. The Inquisition demanded the revelation of the secret, and Hernandez named the Jesuit who had committed violence against one of the confessors. He pointed to the Jesuits who knew about this crime, and claimed that the provincial Marquinius had hidden the criminal somewhere to save him from the Inquisition's trial. Marquinius and the Jesuits named by Hernandez were arrested. Based on the revelations of this monk, the investigation was not limited to this case alone, but even touched upon the statutes of the order, and the Inquisition demanded a copy of the statutes and privileges, as well as the school schedule recently published by Acquaviva. Then Hernandez was joined by several other Jesuits and presented the Inquisition and the king with a mass of information and complaints. Acquaviva was frightened by the dimensions the trial was taking. He rushed to the then Pope Sixtus V, and assured him that by persecuting the Jesuits the Inquisition was encroaching on his own power. This touched the Pope's weak point, who believed that his supreme power was at stake, and ordered his internunciate in Madrid to intervene in defense of the Jesuits. But this did not stop the Inquisition, which ordered the Jesuits to present all documents concerning the order to the court. Father Ripaldo, who resisted, was arrested and all his papers were confiscated. Sixtus V ordered the Inquisition to stop its investigation and to refer the matter to its own consideration. A famous Jesuit, Vasquez, wanted to take advantage of this confusion and free the Spanish Jesuits from the general's jurisdiction, and he devised a project which, thanks to Aquaviva, proved unnecessary. This general, in order to calm the indignation, wanted to call some Jesuits from Spain and send them to other countries, but the Inquisition frustrated his plans by forbidding all Jesuits to leave Spain. When Sixtus V learned of this, he became very angry and ordered Cardinal Quiroga, the Grand Inquisitor, to immediately return all the books belonging to the Jesuit order and to present the whole matter to Rome. He himself added at the end of this order, "If you do not obey immediately, then I, Pope, will deprive you of the title of Grand Inquisitor and tear off your cardinal's hat." Quiroga obeyed. Aquaviva sent Francis Porri to Spain to negotiate with Philip II, and the Inquisition, by order, acquitted the Jesuits, who had not even been tried. Apparently peace was concluded, but the Spanish and Portuguese Jesuits submitted to Aquaviva with difficulty. Sixtus V protected the Jesuits only because he was protecting his own power, but he realized that their order needed reform. Philip II, who was well acquainted with them, thought the same. The king's plans failed. The Pope's plans suffered the same fate. Sixtus V ordered Aquaviva to take into account the laws and objections to the statutes of the order and to amend them. Like a clever diplomat, the Jesuit general set about the matter with the firm intention of doing nothing. In 1588, Sixtus issued 2 bulls concerning the Jesuit order. The first forbade the admission of illegitimate children. The reader will remember that the Bishop of Paris and the Sorbonne had reproached the Jesuits for admitting into their midst illegitimate members of bad repute. By his charter, Sixtus V proved that this reproach was well-founded, although the Jesuits always cried out that it was slander. The second bull gave the general provincial congregation the right to receive novices. The Jesuits made no objection to the first order, but the second caused such resistance on their part that the Pope considered it necessary to change it. A Jesuit, Julian Vincent, had then published the letter of Ignatius Loyola on obedience. He had already presented it to the Spanish Inquisition, which had not approved it. Sixtus V submitted the letter to a commission of theologians, who were very little inclined to approve the Jesuit theory of obedience. In order to avert the blow that threatened the order, the general sent a head Bellarmine, who compiled all that he could extract from the writings of the Fathers of the Church on obedience, and assured that the Jesuits had no other idea of obedience than those venerable writers and the other orders. Of course, other means were used than Bellarmine's erudition, but there can be no doubt that his work is unfounded. Not only the Fathers of the Church and all the religious orders have recognized the necessity of obedience and submission for the maintenance of order in every society, but every reasonable man does not think otherwise. The question is, do the Jesuits understand obedience in the same way as other people? Do they allow conscience and reason sufficient freedom for a person's actions to be moral? Do they not make of the obedient something like a ball rolling on a plain under the blow of the superior? Do they not turn him into an echo of the superior's voice, an unreasonable echo, repeating words without delving into their meaning? We have taken these images of obedience from the Jesuits' picture of the first century of the order. These images and many others, equally unconditional, compared with the words of Ignatius, prove that, according to the theory of the Jesuits, the inferior is so subordinate to the superior that he completely renounces his reason and his will. To say that this was taught by the Church and other monastic orders is to mock the confidence of society, and the Jesuits have so often repeated that their order alone understood obedience well, that we are justified in thinking that they understood the word differently from the Church, despite all their public declarations in difficult times. Sixtus V was not at all mistaken about the defects inherent in the Jesuit order. Not only from Spain, but also from other provinces of the order, the most urgent complaints came to him about the absolutism that was an embryo in the rule of Loyola, developed in the time of Lainez, and brought to perfection by Aquaviva. To show the firm intention of Sixtus V to reform the Jesuit order, we quote the words of their last panegyrist 36. Sixtus V set about reforming the Jesuit order with astonishing energy. The flame had long been smoldering under the ashes, now it finally broke through. The pontiff himself reviewed the rules of the order and was going to make such changes in it that, in the opinion of Acquaviva, they amounted to the destruction of the order. He wanted to change all the statutes. The Pope demanded a change in the regulations on degrees, on the title, on the time of profession, on the punishment of brothers, on obedience, and on the distribution of property among the poor. In other words, Sixtus V shared all the views of the Bishop of Paris and the Sorbonne on the order. Acquaviva entered into a struggle with the Pope and waged it energetically and persistently, according to the above-mentioned panegyrist. The Pope did not yield. Acquaviva brought forward high-ranking persons devoted to the Jesuits, the Emperor, the King of Poland, the Duke of Bavaria and various princes, secular and spiritual. Sixtus V did not give in to any intrigues and even sent Archduke Charles of Austria a letter so unfavorable to the Jesuits that the German Jesuit Forster, in a report to his general, called it a real manifesto against the order. The other Jesuits attacked the Pope just as shamelessly and abused him in their sermons. They turned Rome upside down, looking for a way to hinder the Pope. Sixtus was old and ill. The cardinals were afraid of hurting themselves by supporting him. The Pope understood their tactics. "I see very well," he told them in full consistory, "that you are waiting for my death, but you are mistaken. The matter will soon be done as I wish." To prove his dislike to the Jesuits, he ordered the famous work of Father Bellarmine to be placed in the index under the title, "On the Authority of the Pope." A few days later, he forbade the order to call itself the Order of Jesus, and demanded that Acquaviva draw up a decree prohibiting this. The Jesuit carried out the order, but Sixtus V, having signed the decree, fell even more ill and died on August 27, 1590. His death was attributed to the Jesuits, although Acquaviva ordered the novices to say 9 masses for his recovery. On the 9th day, while the bell was ringing for prayer, Sixtus V died. Since then, when a pope is at his last breath and the Jesuits ring for the deceased, the Roman people say, "The Holy Father is dying," the Jesuits ring for prayer. The Supreme Council of the Jesuits, consisting of the general and the assistants, was divided on the need for reform. 2 assistants demanded a general council to decide the matter, but Acquaviva resisted. After Urban VII, who had been on the papal throne for only a few days, Gregory XIV was elected. He openly took the side of the Jesuits and destroyed everything undertaken against them by Sixtus V. His favor to the order made them forget about the reforms and restored them to their former external prosperity, but inwardly he was undermined by the spirit of dissent and error. As the demands for reform became more frequent, Acquaviva begged Gregory XIV for a bull, by which the Pope, under pain of the most severe punishments, forbade all authorities, spiritual and secular, whether kings, bishops, or cardinals, all without exception, with the exception of the Pope, the General and the General Assembly, to change or interpret the statutes of the Jesuit order. And therefore the 5th General Assembly called all Jesuits who demanded reform troublemakers and rebels, deserving expulsion from the order. Gregory XIV and his successor Innocent IX spent very little time on the throne, which was occupied by Clement VIII, who began the famous Congregations de Auxiliis, at which the Jesuits and Dominicans discussed at length the questions of free will and grace. These congregations began in 1598, lasted 9 years, and ended under Paul V. We have already mentioned that even before the appearance of Molina's work on the reconciliation of grace with free will, the Jesuits Lainez, Lessius, and Montemayor held to the doctrine to which Molina gave his name. The learned Dominicans of Salamanca, on the basis of the teaching of St. Augustine and St. Thomas, disputed the theses of Montemayor. Soon, in all the theological schools of Spain, controversies arose that assumed a very sharp character. The Jesuit Molina gave them new food with his book. The learned Dominican Banez was the first to attack the work of Molina, who again raised the questions that had earned the condemnation of the Inquisition in the Theses of Montemayor in 1581. Molina received permission to publish his work from the Grand Inquisitor of Portugal. The state was subject to Philip II and was governed by the Viceroy and Grand Inquisitor, Archduke Albert of the Borgia family, devoted to the Jesuits. Under his protection, Molina was not afraid of Banet's attacks. The Portuguese Jew Henriquez spoke out against his teaching in 1593, printing a pamphlet entitled On the End of Man. In 1594 and 1597 Henriquez published 2 more new works against Molina, in which he said, "The author speaks without embarrassment against sound teaching, long accepted and approved by theologians, the most respected not only in Spain, but throughout the world. He is not stopped even by the prohibition of the Inquisition, which he knows. Like heretics, he brazenly rises up against the fathers of the Church, filled with the spirit of wisdom, and blasphemes them. He calls the teaching of the Holy Fathers, recognized by theologians as correct and indisputable, dangerous, and assures that it gives rise to many different errors and destroys free will. He says that before the appearance of his book, the true teaching on grace, predestination, and human freedom was unknown, since the fathers of the Church and the councils did not understand these issues." Having mentioned these claims of Molina, Henriquez proves that his teaching is semi-Pelagism and opens the way to all the errors of Pelagius, and in conclusion says that it is necessary to completely withdraw Molina's book from circulation. It cannot be corrected, he notes, because it is all riddled with dangerous and false notions. This book prepares the way for the Antichrist, opposing the merits of Jesus Christ, grace and predestination, to the natural power of free will. If such a teaching is spread by cunning and powerful people, members of some religious order, it will become dangerous for the whole Church and will cause the death of many Catholics. A religious order, cunning and powerful, the Jesuits, accepted Molina's teaching. We will see what the consequences of his teachings were and whether Henriquez was a good prophet. The second analysis of Molina's book, published in 1597, was written by order of Clement VIII. Having received from Quiroga, the great inquisitor of Spain, an important report concerning Molina's teaching, the Pope instructed this prelate to inquire about this matter from the universities, bishops, and learned theologians of Spain. The result of these inquiries were 16 learned and reasoned analyses, in which it was shown that Molina's teaching was heretical and outrageous. The Jesuits took Molina's side. They then uncovered a series of intrigues and troubles which, according to the Jesuit Mariana, involved the order in enormous expenses. From that time on they began to resort to the following trick, exposed by the Jesuit Ripalda. Banitz and his followers, he says, called Molina's teaching Pelagism, and ours, in order to deflect this reproach from ourselves, called the teaching of our rivals Calvinism. Condemned by all, Molina dared to appear in Madrid with a denunciation of his critics to the Inquisition, accusing them of denying free will. Quiroga understood the trick and did not fall into the nets. He declared that before being an informer, Molina must justify himself. Quiroga died before he could pronounce sentence on Molina. Bishop Manriquez of Avida, Quiroga's successor, remained only 4 months at the head of the Inquisition, and was preparing to condemn Molina when he died. His successor, Portocarrero, received in 1596 a charter from the Pope forbidding him to examine the case and ordering him to submit it to his own discretion. Portocarrero obeyed and sent Clement VIII all the documents relating to the trial. Reserving to himself the decision of the disputed questions, the Pope ordered absolute silence on both sides. Lanuza, provincial of the Dominicans of Aragon, appealed to Philip II against the silence, which he considered a concession to error. Lanuza was an eminent theologian. He died Bishop of Albricias in 1625. In his petition he demonstrated that the silence prescribed by the Pope was illegal and impossible, and that the Jesuits observed it as little as their opponents. "We have been teaching the doctrine of St. Thomas about help from above for 300 years, he says, and no one has complained about it. On the contrary, even all the universities and the Church have approved of our teaching. But now some strangers boast that they are giving a new doctrine and dare to shut our mouths. By what right do they want to forbid us to teach as before? Why do they order us to remain silent when our doctrine, the doctrine of the Fathers of the Church, is violated? And what time have they chosen for such a prohibition? Precisely, the time when our opponents are especially vigilantly watching us in order to choose a convenient moment to refute our doctrine. Do not think that the Jesuits are moving slowly and calmly. Although they pretend to remain silent, this is not true. On the contrary, they spread their doctrine by means of notebooks distributed right and left. They persuade teachers to instill this doctrine in their pupils, and they ask the pupils to accept it. It seems to them that they gain a great victory when they convince someone that the teaching of St. Thomas is not sufficiently orthodox. Lanuza points out that the Jesuits claim to be disciples of St. Thomas, and compares them to the soldiers who beat Christ on the cheeks, calling him a king. The Jesuits do the same. They dare to call themselves disciples of St. Thomas after Molina insulted this great scholar and declared that St. Thomas understood nothing about grace. Lanuzza's petition exposes the intrigues of the Jesuits and their misinterpretations. Lanuzza predicts that if their plans are closed, they will end by driving all correct notions out of the Church. This view agrees with Henriquet's. Philip II sent Lanuzza's petition to the Pope, who found it necessary to modify his decree of silence, and at the same time opened conferences, called Congregations de Auxiliis. He appointed examiners in November 1597, and on January 2nd of the following year the solemn sessions of the congregation began. At first, Mandruxi, Bishop of Trent, presided over them. The first sessions were devoted to questions on the operation of grace in itself, on predestination, on original grace, and other secondary ones. The first examination of Molina's book occupied 11 sessions, after which the censors proposed to suppress it as repeating the error of Pelagius. The Jesuits exerted all their powers to prevent the suppression. Clement VIII ordered the censors to examine all the documents on the matter and to express their opinion in writing. This was done, the censors remaining in their former decision. The Jesuits then asked the Pope to allow both sides to defend their view as probable. At the same time, many Jesuits came from Spain, bringing with them numerous documents in defense of their case. Nevertheless, the prohibition took place on March 12, 1599. The Jesuits seized upon this prohibition and, distorting the dogma contained in it, endeavored to represent it as heretical. To this they added an exposition of the doctrine of Molinism, composed with all possible Jesuit cunning, and entitled this work, Refutation of the False Interpretation of the Action of Divine Grace. It was sent to the French college at Pont-a-Mousson, and to the German ones, at Graz, Dillingen, Mainz, Trier, Würzburg, Ingolstadt, and Vienna, and returned to its authors, approved by 500 scholars of these 8 universities. The Jesuits rejoiced and boldly opposed this approval to the censure of the counselors of the congregations. But it soon became apparent that the so-called universities were simply Jesuit colleges, and the scholars were Jesuits who had not added their title to their names. Only a few scholars were not real Jesuits and were only subordinate to the order. This deception caused the Jesuits to be despised in society, and Cardinal Mandruxi, by order of Clement VIII, printed a critical analysis of their refutation, in which they incorrectly presented the teaching of the followers of St. Thomas. The Jesuits then turned to the Empress and the Austrian Archduke, and with the help of these most devoted friends obtained from the Pope permission to conduct the dispute with the Dominicans in the presence of judges and advisors, consultants. The sessions lasted from February 22, 1599, to April 25, 1600. Cardinals Berneri, a Dominican, and Bellarmine, a Jesuit, were present as arbitrators. Various documents were presented by both sides. This dispute is considered the second examination of Molina's teaching. The third lasted from April 27th to September 9th of the same year. The fourth was conducted by censors chosen by the Pope and occupied the whole of 1601. The fifth took place in the presence of Clement VIII himself and the cardinals of the Inquisition. From March 20th, 1602 to January 22nd, 1605, there were 68 congregations. After the death of Clement VIII, his successor Paul V continued these conferences. From September 14th to March 1st, 1606, this pope, together with the cardinals of the Inquisition, held the sixth discussion of Molinism. During a series of sessions, called the Seventh Examination, votes were collected and a bull of condemnation was drawn up. Everything ended at the end of August 1606. It may seem surprising that the same case should be discussed so often, but this surprise disappears when we recall the intrigues and machinations of the Jesuits to avoid the condemnation which threatened them. After each discussion, during which they were left free to defend themselves, they declared that they had not been understood. They proposed conciliatory means, and made various high persons intercede in their favor. Even Henry IV sent Cardinal du Perron to beg the Pope not to decide the question raised. At that time, that king had made peace with Rome, as we shall soon speak of. The Jesuits maintained that the condemnation of Molinism would cause a schism in France, and Anthony Rose, Bishop of Senlis, nephew of the logician William Rose, assured the Pope that the doctrine of the Jesuits was in agreement with that of the Sorbonne. Clement VIII consulted that famous university, which refuted the words of the Bishop of Senlis. The Pope collected information everywhere, thanks to which all the vile tricks of the Jesuits were exposed. They set in motion their hypocrites, who had revelations that made Jesus Christ himself a preacher of Molinism. Strong patronage, fanaticism, money, the most refined policy, pretense, hypocrisy. The Jesuits disdained nothing, if only their teaching was accepted, or at least tolerated. The Spanish Jesuits spent especially much money on this. Seeing that Clement VIII with great zeal adhered to the teaching of St. Augustine and St. Thomas, the Jesuits rebelled against him and declared him an illegitimate pope. On the other hand, Bellarmine wrote a work to prove papal infallibility and demanded an ecumenical council to resolve the dispute between the Jesuits and the Dominicans. He set out his demand in a letter to the Pope, which was printed. After the death of Clement VIII, the Jesuits renewed their intrigues and addressed a letter to Pope Paul V, complaining of the partiality of the consultants and pointing out the difference between the deed and the law, by which they had since made such a noise in France. They said that St. Augustine and St. Thomas, perhaps, held the Catholic dogma, but that it was impossible in conscience to decide that this or that doctrine was precisely that which they recognized. From this they concluded that they had the right to understand St. Augustine and St. Thomas in a different sense from the Dominicans, and that neither the Pope nor the Church had the right to deprive them of this freedom. Subsequently, the most famous of the Jesuits, among others, Fathers Peto and Sermond, held the same opinion, but when it was necessary to condemn this view in order to injure their opponents, they tried to represent it as a monstrous heresy. We shall see further that they maintained this view in their favor in the matter of the Chinese and Malabarian rites at the very time when they called heretics those who held it in France, in order to avoid Jesuit intrigues. Let the reader not lose sight of this circumstance, for it is of great importance both in the history of the Jesuits and in the history of the Church itself. Paul V was preparing to issue a bull condemning Molinism, but was prevented by disputes with Venice over the privileges of the clergy. A Venetian monk of the order of St. Augustine raped an 11-year-old girl. To cover up the crime, he killed her. His immediate superiors limited themselves to sentencing him to hard labor. The Venetian Senate, outraged by such a lenient sentence, tore the monk out of the monastery, brought his case to trial, and sentenced him to be quartered. Following this sentence, another followed, concerning the Dominican monk Anthony, who in mourning attire was seeing off his brother, who was being sent into exile. Anthony himself was exiled for life. About the same time, the Council of Ten imprisoned 2 priests who had committed terrible crimes. 3 years before these events, the Senate had ordered the governors of cities and towns to ensure that neither monks, nor priests, nor colleges or communities, nor even laymen built churches or hospitals within the territory belonging to the Republic. In 1605, the Senate was not on the side of the clergy in a lawsuit concerning several tithes of land between a lay purchaser and the monks who were disputing his right to this land. The Senate extended to all the lands of the Republic the decree issued in 1536, and referring only to the territory of Venice, which forbade laymen to give, bequeath or transfer in perpetuity their property to the clergy. Clement VIII connived at these prohibitions, but Paul V, immediately upon his accession to the throne, secretly complained of them to the Venetian envoy. Soon after, the Pope could not resist and, in a public audience, declared that the last decree which prohibited the clergy from acquiring real estate should be repealed. In Paul V's opinion, the Senate was violating the privileges of the clergy. The envoy objected that no one was encroaching on the person or property of the clergy, but that the Republic was simply taking measures to ensure that the laity, the sole payers of taxes and bearers of various public duties, would not find themselves without property which enabled them to support the state. In addition to this important reason, he cited many facts and statutes to prove that the most pious sovereigns had always issued decrees identical with the Venetian one, and that they did so in accordance with the law. The Pope did not accept this objection and began to threaten. In vain did Cardinal Delfino try to persuade him. Philip II, with the help of his adherents, fanned the flames and incited war in order to make himself necessary. The Senate sent an extraordinary envoy to the Pope to explain, but Paul V would listen to nothing and threatened the Senate with excommunication if the orders given by the Pope were not revoked, and if the 2 priests detained, Saracino and Valdemarino, were not released from prison and handed over to him. The Senate refused, and the Pope excommunicated the Republic of Venice and placed it under interdict. The papal sentence was considered unjust and invalid by the majority of the Venetian clergy and the oldest monastic orders, but the new monastic orders, and especially the Jesuits, submitted to it. The Republic was preparing for war, gathering troops and fitting out ships. At the same time, by its order, many pamphlets and books were published, in which the charters of Paul V were attacked in every possible way, and an attempt was made to lower them in the eyes of the people. Among the theologians who gave their talents to the defense of the fatherland was his brother, Paul Sarpi, better known under the name of Fra Paolo, the author of the History of the Council of Trent, for which Rome hated him. Fra Paolo wrote several works against Paul V and printed the history of his quarrel with Venice. In his theological works, he referred especially to the authority of Gerson and tried to prove, on the basis of the words of such famous theologians as Dominic Soto and Navarre, that there was nothing to fear from an invalid sentence. The papal court opposed Fra Paolo to Bellarmine. The work of this great Jesuit theologian was refuted by the Franciscan monk Marsilio, who reproached him for having begun his work after an order had been issued by a congregation of which Bellarmine was a member, and which, under pain of the severest penalties, forbade the reading of books written in favor of the Venetians. Thus, without meeting with opposition, it was easy to speak. Fra Paolo entered into competition with Bellarmine and shattered to pieces everything that this Jesuit had written in defense of the papal claims. Together with Fra Paolo and Marsilio, Fra Fulgenzio also distinguished himself in the same field. The struggle was not carried on only in Venice and Rome. In Paris, several books were also published in defense of the Venetians, and a new edition of the works of Gerson, to whose authority the combatants constantly referred, was about to be published. But this publication was suspended, and his works were distributed in small numbers, because Henry IV undertook to settle the disagreements between the Pope and Venice. Neville d'Alincourt in Rome and Canale in Venice began negotiations. After this, Cardinal Joyeuse went to Italy, and then, with the Pope's permission, to Venice. Philip II tried to hinder him. The Jesuits, ever faithful servants of the king, carried out his plans. At the beginning of the dissensions, they sent Father Antonius Passivina to Aquaviva to receive from him directions as to how to conduct themselves during the interdict. Aquaviva ordered obedience to the Pope, and the Jesuits declared to the Senate that they were content to remain in their monasteries, but were obliged to close their churches and colleges. This first step aroused suspicion against them, which increased when their attempts to persuade other religious orders to follow their example were discovered. They had to be driven out of the city, and the people would have torn them to pieces, had not the Senate given them a military guard, who accompanied them to the gondolas in which they were to leave the Republic. The people ran after them in crowds, shouting after them, "Andi and Malora, woe to you! Leave at an evil hour." After the expulsion of the Jesuits, the Senate began an investigation against them. It was established, on the basis of the testimony and letters seized from their houses, that they had used their influence as confessors and their numerous connections in Venice to form a party against the Senate and to discover secrets, both public and private. In view of these facts, which the French ambassador to Venice, Camille de Fresne, considered proven, the Council of Ten, the guardians of the Senate's authority, decided that they would never consent to the return of the Jesuits to Venice, no matter what negotiations for reconciliation might be made. Consequently, a protocol was drawn up of all the accusations brought against the Jesuits, in order to have in hand the original documents to present to the Pope, and in general, to anyone who would persuade the government to readmit men whom everyone considered to be instigators of a war that threatened the Republic. In Venice, as in Portugal, France, England, and Holland, the Jesuits were loyal to the hypocritical Philip II. This is a fact that cannot be doubted by those who seek only truth in history. Before leaving Venice, the Jesuits burned a huge number of incriminating documents. In Padua and Brescia, they did not have time to do this. Therefore, according to Cane, they were found various papers that relate more to the earthly than to the heavenly kingdom. I have never read, he adds, that any other monastic order has earned such glory. It is time for princes and good patriots to open their eyes. Having drawn up a protocol of accusations, the Senate issued a decree on the perpetual expulsion of all Jesuits and decided that they could be admitted to the Republic only by unanimous permission of the Senate, and after the reading of all documents in the Council of Ten in the presence of 230 senators, and the removal of all who knowingly sympathized with the demands of the papal court. Any communication with the Jesuits, even in writing, was prohibited under pain of fine, exile, or hard labor. Children educated in Jesuit colleges were ordered to be taken away. Cardinal Joyeuse was dissatisfied with all these orders of the Senate. He loved the Jesuits and had friends among them. Besides, he foresaw that the Pope would never be reconciled with the Venetians unless he obtained the return of the Jesuits, whom he considered the most devoted to the Pope and his throne. Camille de Fresnes, who was well informed about the mood of the Venetian government, frankly told Joyeuse that no negotiations were possible unless the question of the Jesuits was removed. Accordingly, Joyeuse used all his efforts to explain to the Pope that this question must be postponed for a time, on account of the great difficulties connected with it. Having thus removed the question of the Jesuits, they began negotiations. Having come to an agreement with the Venetians, Joyeuse went to Rome. Cardinal Baronius, who had done much to aggravate the dispute, hastened to the Pope and declared that the Pope would act wisely if he accepted the mediation of the French king. Joyeuse saw the Pope and reported to him the result of the negotiations with Venice. But Paul V positively declared that he could not enter into any agreements until the Jesuits were returned. Joyeuse was puzzled and turned to Cardinal du Perron, who was in Rome and enjoyed great influence there. Du Perron went to Paul V and tried to convince him that the interests of one congregation should not interfere with the negotiations with Venice. The return of the Jesuits is a question of time, and he is far from being in a desperate situation. First restore your own power in Venice, and then you will achieve the rest. The French king has arranged for the Jesuits in Constantinople, and he will try even more to return them to Venice. Du Perron used all his diplomatic skill, trying to explain to Paul V that by excessive firmness, even if he was right, he could bring great disasters upon the Church. He cited the example of Leo X, who had contributed so much to the break between Germany and the Pope, and Clement VII, who had achieved such deplorable results in England. Finally, Paul V gave in, but on the condition that if the Venetian Senate could not be persuaded to return the Jesuits, then an article would be included in the peace treaty testifying to the fact that the Pope had not forgotten their interests. The Jesuits were not asleep and tried to hinder the negotiations. The Spanish envoy in Venice wrote to the Pope that if he persisted, he would obtain the return of the order. From that time on, Paul V became less pliable. Du Perron had to use all his skill and eloquence to prevent him from retreating. The Spanish party in Rome, that is, the Jesuit party, tried with all their might to hinder the conclusion of peace. Seeing that everything was in vain and that things were heading towards a peace, Philip II decided to pretend that he was helping this, and he advised the Pope not to insist on the return of the Jesuits. After this, Paul V did not resist. Joyeuse went to Venice with a bull lifting the interdict and with all the necessary powers. In despair at their failure, the Jesuits conceived a plan of revenge against the man they considered their greatest enemy. One evening, 2 assassins fell upon Fra Paolo, inflicted 3 wounds on his face and throat, and fled, leaving a dagger in his body. A 10-oared boat awaited the assassins, who had thus escaped. It was discovered that the attempt had been committed at the instigation of 3 friends of the Jesuits who had left Venice. One of them, named Poma, had previously removed his children from the territory of the Republic and entrusted them to the Jesuit Passavino. The Council of 10 valued the heads of the 3 assassins and their accomplices, and took every possible precaution to protect Fra Paolo, who had recovered from his wounds. This famous writer, so hated by the Jesuits, but so worthy, enjoyed the sympathy of all his countrymen. The Jesuits, the notorious instigators of the vile murder, became even more hateful to everyone. Henry IV, who was favorably disposed towards the Jesuits more out of fear of their executions than out of respect, wrote to Joyeuse on May 4, 1607, "It is certain that for many important reasons you did well not to urge these gentlemen to return the Jesuits, in view of the strong resistance you observed." Chapter 2. 1592 to 1605 AD. We will now detail the history of Henry IV's reconciliation with Rome. The Jesuits were involved in this affair. Since they had compromised themselves during the League, Acquaviva thought it necessary to bring forward the 2 most famous Jesuits in diplomacy, in order to make the past be forgotten, to take indirect revenge on Philip II, who had supported Sixtus V in his intention to reform the order, and finally to obtain the return of the Jesuits to France. Therefore, Passavino and Talat took the side of Henry IV against the Spanish king, who benefited from the disagreements between the Roman and French courts. No sooner had D'Assa and Du Perron, the French envoys, begun negotiations for the reconciliation of Clement VIII with Henry IV, than the question of the Jesuits was immediately brought forward. At first it was rejected on the advice of Henry. But as Clement VIII had lifted the excommunication of the king and dissolved his marriage, contracted with Margaret of Valois, the sister of Charles IX, on the night of St. Bartholomew, the Pope, in reward for these favors, demanded the return of the Jesuits. For this purpose he sent Horatio del Monte, Archbishop of Arles, and Father Maggio to France, but the king paid no attention to the request they made. Confident in the patronage of the Pope, the Jesuits did not move, says a modern writer. They limited themselves to distributing apologies, among which the following are particularly remarkable: the Apology of Father Frantin du Duc and the Apology of Father Richaume, published in Bordeaux. But as much as the Roman court favored them, so much did the French clergy, parliament, and university hate them. The members of the parliament, says the Chevalier Hurault de Cheverny, still incensed against the Jesuits, issued, at the request of the courtiers, a very extraordinary order against the Lord of Tournon, the Seneschal of Auvergne, because he did not want to expel the Jesuits from Tournon. This order strictly forbade anyone to study or send their children to the Jesuit colleges in Tournon, in Mauson, in Lorraine, and in general wherever they might be. This order was dated August 18th, and the king himself had to intervene to protect the Lord of Tournon, a nobleman of high rank. Thanks to this circumstance, the Jesuits remained in Tournon and in many other French cities. We have already mentioned that the Parliament had repeatedly given orders against the Jesuits. The Pope complained strongly of this to Luxembourg, the envoy to Rome, and to Cardinal d'Ossat. The latter then sent the following letter to Villeroy, the Secretary of State. If the king had been a Catholic from his childhood, his actions concerning religion would not so easily arouse suspicion, and would not be so badly interpreted. But since he accepted Catholicism late, everything that reminds him of the past is brought to light, even if there was no bad intention in it. Especially bad are the rumors that they are going to expel from the state for the second time, and indiscriminately, people who are the most learned and skilled in the education of youth, in confession and the performance of the sacraments, in preaching and defending the Catholic faith and the power of the papal throne, and that they want to expel them without any reason on their part. Whatever they, the Jesuits, did or said before, they did and said because the king was not a Catholic or because he had not received forgiveness from the Holy Father. But these reasons have long since been removed by the king's conversion to Catholicism and the Pope's forgiveness. This order is especially obedient to the Pope and depends on his orders. They will not dare to do anything against someone whom the Pope recognizes as king. Besides, they are cautious and adroit, they love safety and advantage, and they know well what it consists of, and therefore they will not play any imprudent or risky trick that less prudent people are capable of. And in fact, Jacques Clement was not a Jesuit. To expel the Jesuits who remain in France now would not rid the king of his enemies, but would create for him an infinite number of new adversaries, both outside and within the state. By this measure, not only would they not cause annoyance and harm to the Spanish king, but, on the contrary, would do him pleasure and benefit, since our sovereign would deprive the most influential Catholics of the good opinion, who can do both much good and much harm. It would be more useful for the king, and more consistent with his generous and merciful manner of acting towards all his other subjects, if he left these people in peace, who escaped the defeat and storm of December 1594, and won them over to his side. Besides, they alone will know how to keep the people in piety and obedience to the sovereign better than any other monastic orders, and they will do this with great zeal in order to atone for the past and deserve the return of their brothers expelled by the Parliament of Paris. Moreover, His Majesty, by not approving the decree of Parliament, will attract to himself the good opinion and love of the Pope, the whole court and all Catholics, both in France and abroad, which will arouse vexation and harm to the Spaniards and all the enemies of the king in France. D'Ossat wrote to Villeroy several times in this direction, but later he changed his mind. Before the decree for their return had been issued, the Jesuits had already settled in Dole and were causing trouble there. Cardinal d'Ossat, who did not like the Jesuits but considered their return just, repented of the advice he had given. Questioned by Villeroy on December 17, 1602, the cardinal replied on January 18 of the following year. As for the speeches of the Jesuits in Dole, I am very much surprised by them and do not know what to think. Even when I wrote to you, trying to bring back the Jesuits, I did not like them, which I did not hide from you, and if I fought for them, it was only because I believed that, in addition to the benefit that they could bring to the Catholic religion, literature, and science, their return would be pleasing to the Pope and would give good fame to the king. Now, having thought over much that I have heard and read about them, I declare that I do not want to interfere in their case any more, and once and for all I agree with whatever His Majesty and His Council please regarding them, and with this I answer your letter of December 17th. Before making his decision, the king wrote to Seguier, his envoy to Venice, demanding from him precise information about the situation of the Jesuits in the Republic, from which they had not yet been expelled, and asking his opinion about their return to France. On December 29, 1599, Séguier sent the king the following answer. I would think that if, for reasons known to you, your majesty should wish to pardon the Jesuits, then this should be done not in the form of a simple return, but in the following form and in the following terms. That your majesty wishes to suspend the action of the decrees issued against the Jesuits for as long and with such restrictions as you please, reserving for yourself the granting of greater privileges to them if the Jesuits deserve it by their loyalty to the throne. Séguier sees a double benefit in this conditional return. Firstly, respect for the sentence of the Parliament is not violated, and secondly, the Jesuits will, in their own interests, treat the king well, for although the king can always expel them from the state, it is easier for him to do so if he is not constrained by charters. Séguier then advises depriving the Jesuits of the right to administer the sacraments. It seems to me, he writes, that your majesty could grant them only one college in Paris, but not professors, since there is an opinion that the free performance of the rites gives the Jesuits the opportunity to penetrate into affairs and influence them through confession. Let them be in charge of only schools transformed like a university, and serve as spiritual fathers with the right of confession and communion only to those persons who actually live in the colleges. This order should be observed in other colleges of the Jesuit order. During the first trial of the Jesuits with the university, Séguier treated them favorably. All the more worthy of attention is his advice to the king, which undoubtedly made such a strong impression on Henry that the Jesuits were unable to approach the court for 2 years. When Henry went to Metz in 1608, Warren, the protector of the Jesuits, obtained permission for them to petition. They used every means possible, says Sully, to obtain the repeal of the decrees of Parliament concerning them, but this time they failed. Meanwhile, a Protestant synod had met in Gap, where it was decided that the Pope was the Antichrist and the Roman Church was the great harlot sitting on 7 hills, as mentioned in the Apocalypse. The Pope complained to Henry about this insulting response from the Protestants, but despite all the king's insistence, his ministers remained of this opinion. As a punishment for this obstinacy, Henry finally decided to give in to the Pope's requests and return the Jesuits, whom the Protestants considered their worst enemies. Sully's memoirs positively state that the return of the Jesuits took place to satisfy the Pope, who complained about the decision of the Gap Synod. The Jesuits and their patron Varron did not lose heart after their interview with the king at Metz. The provincial Ignatius Armand, the fathers Maggio and Alexander, and especially Father Coton began to insinuate themselves and make their way to the court, says Sully, and even to approach the king in a familiar way, so that Henry began to yield to a certain extent to their persuasions, with which they buzzed his ears. These insistences, the need to fulfill the Pope's desire and the desire to punish the ministers, led to Henry asking his council to decide the question of the return of the Jesuits. In December 1603, the constable, Belivre, Sully, Chateauneuf, Pontcaire, Villeroy, de Maze, de Thou, Calignan, Jeanine, Sillery, de Vic and Caumartin met for a meeting. La Varenne reported to them the petitions, proposals, and representations of the whole Jesuit order, with regard to its return to France. This petition greatly embarrassed the council. Belivre, Villeroy, and Sillery were anxious that the Protestant Sully should first express his opinion, in order to bring upon him all the hatred or envy that would excite consent or refusal in this matter. But Sully saw the trap very well, and declared that he would speak when his turn came. De Thou thought that the petition of the Jesuits should be sent to the Parliament. Sully replied that it was necessary first to know what the king thought. The constable agreed with him, and the assembly broke up without deciding anything. The next morning, Sully went to the king and asked to be excused from expressing his opinion on so delicate a matter. "Oh, good," Henry replied. "Since we have time to talk, and you are alone here, tell me frankly what you fear, and then I will tell you what I hope for, and then we will see which side will tip the scales." After some difficulty, due to the fact that the king had already decided the question, Sully stated the reasons on which he based his opposition to the plans of the Jesuits. "It is difficult to admit," he said, "that people accustomed to work in every possible way for the benefit of Spain and the House of Austria would so easily and radically abandon a cause that meets with an insurmountable obstacle in your person and in the person of the French monarchy. The Jesuits are clever, skillful, and cunning. If you give them freedom, I fear that with their private conversations, sermons, and confessions they will sow discord and hatred among your subjects of various faiths. I am even afraid that they will be able to so incline you to their side that they will remove from you and bring closer to you whomever they want. Besides, blind obedience to the Pope and the general deprives them of the freedom to dispose of themselves, and therefore their promises cannot be relied upon. Their main duty is to obey the general, always a Spaniard, and the Pope, who is entirely dependent on the Spanish king, who holds him in a vice in Naples, Milan, and Florence. In the end, the Jesuits can involve you in a civil war with your Protestant subjects, and thus deal a terrible blow to your power, and, thanks to their closeness to you, which they will achieve by cunning and flattery, they will give access to you to people who are capable of killing you. I have received information from Italy about conspiracies long plotted against your Majesty between the Leaguers and foreigners. If you wish, I will show you these letters. Well, replied the king, as to what you have just said, I can reply to it. Father Maggio has confessed to me the preference which the Jesuits have for Spain and the House of Austria, because they always see protection from them. He assures me that they will treat me in the same way if I take them under my protection. You may doubtless dispute this first argument of mine, but I do not think you will find any objection to the second, which is this. I am forced to choose between two things: either to admit the Jesuits, clear them of all the charges brought against them, and test the strength of their oaths and promises, or to reject them completely and take the strictest measures to prevent them from approaching me or my state. In this case, it is certain that they will become extremely desperate and will attempt to take my life, and for me it is better to die than to drag out a miserable existence under the eternal fear of poisoning or murder. It was said that Sully, in relating this conversation, attributed to Henry an opinion of the Jesuits which the king did not hold. As proof that this was precisely his opinion, we quote the following two extracts from Henry IV dispatches to Luxembourg, the French ambassador in Rome. The intention is to involve us again in civil war, for they are more Spaniards than Christians, and in this matter they prove themselves more ferocious and ambitious than merciful. Such hidden enemies who kindle passions within the state are much more dangerous than those who wage open warfare. Here is the second excerpt. To the question about, I answered the legate sincerely that if I had 2 lives, I would willingly sacrifice one to His Holiness in this matter. But since I have only 1 life, I must save it for my subjects and for the service of His Holiness and Christianity. These people, living in my dominions, became intolerable to everyone with their passion and enterprise. They seduced my subjects, carried on various intrigues not so much for the conviction and conversion of infidels, as in order to establish themselves and strengthen themselves in my kingdom and enrich themselves at everyone's expense. I can say that before the exile, neither my affairs prospered, nor was I myself safe. It is impossible that they would be willingly received in France, and that they would be treated favorably by those who value my life and my peace. After listening to Henry's objections and the reasons that prompted him to return the Jesuits, Sully replied, rather than allow you to live in such anxiety and such torment, I myself would agree to the return not only of the Jesuits, but of any other sect, and therefore, seeing that such are the intentions of your Majesty, I decide to intercede for the Jesuits myself no less, even more than Varenus 37, and I hope that you will be convinced of this at the first meeting on this matter. For his part, Henry IV gave Sully his word that he would never listen to either the Pope or the Jesuits if they incited him to war with the Protestants, and even promised that he would make the Jesuits love Sully, despite the fact that he was a Protestant. Henry must have told Father Coton of his minister's good intentions, for the very next day La Varenne came to Sully's house and asked him if he would be pleased if a good Jesuit, Father Coton, a Frenchman by name and inclination, should come to him and kiss his hand. Sully replied that his position obliged him to receive everyone, and that he always showed great respect to the clergy, fearing slander and calumny. Accordingly, the next day after dinner, La Varenne presented him with Father Coton, who, bowing excessively and humbly, said that he had come to pay Sully his obedience and respect, as a good Frenchman, for his virtues and useful and powerful service to the king and the fatherland in general, and in particular for the intercession that Sully was about to render to the order, and for which the Jesuits would be forever grateful to him. To these polite words Sully responded in a decent and courteous manner. The next day, at a council meeting, Sully, without further ado, declared that the state of affairs and the mood of minds demanded the return of the Jesuits. The majority of the members joined his opinion, and in September, The king issued a decree in Rouen returning the Jesuits to the jurisdiction of those parliaments that had not acceded to the sentence of expulsion passed by the Parisian Parliament in 1594. Here are the main conditions under which the Jesuits were again admitted to France. Their superiors in France must be only Frenchmen, and there must not be a single foreigner among them without the permission of the king. A Jesuit will always be present with the king as a preacher, who must be responsible for the behavior of his brothers. They are deprived of the right of property and the right of inheritance until they take their final vows, but they are restored to these rights if they leave the order before taking their final vows. The confiscated property and institutions are returned to the order, but it is deprived of the right to open new ones without special permission. Foreign members are obliged to leave France within 3 months. All existing French Jesuits and all newcomers to the order will give an oath without mental restriction, sans restriction mentale, in the presence of royal officials not to undertake anything against the king and the security of the state. Those who refuse to take this oath are expelled. Those entering the order do not have the right to bequeath their real estate to it. The Jesuits are subject to the courts like other clergy and monks. They must not violate the rights of bishops, associations, universities, and other monastic orders, and are subject in everything to the general laws. They have no right to preach, nor to administer the sacraments, nor to hear confessions from anyone except their own confrères, except with special permission, which the Parliament of Paris grants them only for lions and la flèche. At the request of La Varenne, the Angevin governor, Henry gave the Jesuits his house at La Flèche for a college, and for the sake of his holiness, permitted them to found colleges in Lyons and Dijon, besides the cities and provinces named in the decree. The general of the Order of Aquaviva sent Henry a letter of thanks, in which he made some remarks, and to which Henry replied with the following message. General, I have consented with love to the restoration of your order in my kingdom, moved to do so by the feelings of a most Christian king, who desires the prosperity of the Church and his state. For these reasons, I have graciously accepted the objections you made to my envoy and Cardinal d'Assa regarding some articles of the conditions of the aforementioned restoration, as well as your letter to me of the 21st of last month. My 2 plenipotentiaries will communicate my intentions to you, and I beg you to trust them as I do myself, and also not to doubt that I very much desire the return of your order, and will not rest until I have brought this matter to an end. Therefore, I wish that you rely on me, who knows better than anyone else what must be done for this. I pray God to preserve you, General, and have mercy on you. The ratification of the decree met with no difficulty in the Rouen Parliament, but it was expected that the Parisian would not be so accommodating. Henry sent to Fontainebleau the senior president of the court, Achille de Harlay, a strict and incorruptible judge, a Christian believer, one of those exceptional men for whom virtue and justice are the only laws. Harlay listened respectfully to the king's orders. Father Coton visited him, and Henry himself prepared Harlay for this visit. One of the secretaries of state, Ruse de Beaulieu, wrote to the senior president so that the ratification of the edict would take place in the usual manner, and Henry, on his return to Paris, summoned some of the presidents and the most influential counselors to the Louvre and persuaded them to carry out his wish. On December 18th, the Grand Chamber, La Tournelle, and the Chamber of the Edict resolved to make the most humble objections to the king and to put them in writing. The last point was extraordinary. It angered the king, who threatened the bearer with such an affront that the court might regret. The last point was excluded, but on December 24th, Achille de Harlay appeared at the head of the judges to make these objections. "Haste," said the king. "I believe that I have already heard your objections, and you can say nothing that I have not already thought out." Harlay, unabashed, began his speech. He spoke with such force and so eloquently, remarks Father Daniel, that all the friends of the Jesuits feared that he would shake the king. An objection is a monument that deserves a place in history. Sire, your Parliament, having discussed your charters regarding the return of the priests and students of the Jesuit College in Clermont and some other places, has decided to submit to your Majesty its most humble objections, and has entrusted us with the task of drawing your attention to certain points that we have found very important for the good of the state and your safety, and which have kept us from approving the decree. Before we begin to present them, we most humbly thank your Majesty for the favor shown to us, and for permission to present these objections to you orally, in which we see proof of your indulgence towards us and your kindness, so unlike the severity of the first Roman emperors, who did not allow their subjects to approach them, and demanded that all requests be presented in writing. The establishment in our state of the order of the so-called Jesuits was considered so harmful to the whole kingdom that all the spiritual orders refused to accept them, and the Sorbonne decreed that this order was being introduced not for instruction, but for destruction. Subsequently, in the Council of the Clergy, in September 1561, in the presence of archbishops and bishops and under the chairmanship of Mr. Cardinal de Tournon, this order was admitted to France, but on such conditions and with such restrictions that the Jesuits would probably not have lived long with us if they had fulfilled everything required of them. They were admitted temporarily, and by the decree of 1560, for they were forbidden to call themselves Jesuits or members of the order of the name of Jesus. Notwithstanding this, they did not fail to call themselves by this illegitimate name, and did not submit to either the spiritual or the secular authorities. By returning them, you encourage them and put them in a better position than before. This decision is all the more worthy of your Parliament, since your confidants and officials considered it necessary to curb their self-will, foreseeing the harm that this would do to the whole people, which your subjects point out, lest even greater evil should arise from this. Since they everywhere bear the same name, their rules are everywhere the same. They recognize no other authority than our most holy Father, the Pope, to whom they swear allegiance and obedience in everything, and they consider it an immutable truth that the Pope can excommunicate kings from the Church, and that an excommunicated king is a tyrant and the people have the right to rebel against him. Living in the state, the Jesuits consider themselves not subjects of it and not subject to its laws, and therefore not subject to condemnation for crimes against majesty. Therefore, every clergyman is not subject to secular power and can with impunity raise a criminal hand against sacred persons. They write this and dispute those who hold other convictions. 2 Spanish legal scholars wrote that the clergy were subject to royal authority, to which one of the leading Jesuits objected, citing, among other reasons, the following reasoning. Just as in the Old Testament the Levites were not subject to the authority of the king, so the Jesuits are not subject to either kings or monarchs. Your Majesty, do not approve of these rules, they are too false or irregular, and therefore it is necessary that those who adhere to them and wish to live in your state, publicly and openly renounce them in their colleges. If they do not do this, will you allow them to remain? They seek to shake your royal authority and power. If they succeed, will you believe that they have rules, part of their religion, which are good for Rome and Spain, and quite different for France, and that, moving from place to place, they can either adhere to these rules or abandon them? If they claim that they can do this by virtue of a secret license, what confidence can you have in people who change according to the place, and become sometimes good, sometimes evil? All Jesuits adhere to such rules, wherever they may be, and these rules are spreading so widely in your state that they will finally penetrate even into the strictest monasteries. When the Jesuits were established in France, their strongest opponent was the Sorbonne. Now it treats them favorably, because a great number of young theologians were educated in their colleges. Others of their pupils will advance in the same way, may be admitted to the highest positions in Parliament, and, adhering to the same rules, will not obey you, will lead France to the loss of all her rights, and the Church to the deprivation of all her privileges, and will not consider any crime against Majesty subject to punishment if it is committed by a clergyman. We have had the misfortune to see the hideous fruits of their activity upon your sacred person. Barrier, I tremble, sire, when I pronounce that name, acted at the instigation of Varade, and confessed, and was admitted to communion only after he had sworn to kill you. When his attempt failed, other Jesuits were found who supported the courage of the serpent, who partly accomplished what had been suggested to her. Guignard wrote with his own hand works in which he asserted that the parricide of the late king was a just act, and confirmed the doctrine condemned by the Council of Constance. What more can we expect, remembering these evil and dishonest acts, which can easily be repeated? If we are destined to spend our days in constant fear for your lives, then what peace can we give you? Is it not godless, foreseeing danger and evil, to bring them near you? Would it not be a great misfortune for us if we experience the destruction of our state, from which only your life saves it? Thank God, sir, that between you and the Most Holy Father mutual friendship has been established. But when age or infirmity cuts short his days, and his successor, ill-disposed against us, raises his spiritual sword against you, as his predecessors did against the other kings of France and Navarre, how bitter it will be for your subjects to see among us so many enemies of our state and conspirators against you, as against the late sovereign, since during his reign the instigators and chief leaders of the rebellion, and the perpetrators of the king's death, were the Jesuits. They say that their former sins should not be remembered, nor the sins of other orders and societies that were no less guilty than they. But it should be remembered that, although there were guilty people in other orders and societies, their guilt was not the guilt, in general, of the entire order or society. There were various monastic orders, but their members did not forget their duty of obedience to your majesty. The Jesuits united and rebelled, and not only did not one of them follow you, but they alone proved to be the most devoted friends of your old enemies. The Jesuit Odo was chosen as the head of the 16 conspirators. If you will allow me to remind you of something about foreign affairs, we will mention a deplorable incident in the history of Portugal. When the Spanish king conceived the idea of taking possession of that state, all the monastic orders remained faithful to their king. The Jesuits alone violated their duty, tried to help the Spaniards, and were the cause of the death of 2,000 monks and other clergy. They say in their writings that the guilt of 3 or 4 members cannot be extended to the whole order, but if they had been treated as the order of humble brothers, they would have had no cause to complain. 30 years ago, when a monk of that order plotted the murder of Cardinal Borromeo, Pope Pius V, in accordance with the decision of the Council of Cardinals, suppressed the whole order, in spite of the entreaties of the Spanish king. Our sentence is not so severe. If they say that their order cannot be compared with the order of humble brothers, since the former is much greater, we reply that a comparison is still less possible between a cardinal and a most powerful prince, who stands much higher in comparison with the cardinal than their order does in comparison with a lesser one. The humble brothers were less guilty than the Jesuits, for only one monk of the order of humble brothers was guilty of the murder of a cardinal, but the Jesuits are all guilty of regicide, since they were the instigators of it. We humbly beg your majesty not to revoke the just sentence, approved by you and so necessary to curb the villains plotting against you, and also to remember and not to forget the danger to which we were exposed, namely, to see the death of our common father, whose life we value more than our own, than our peace and our property. The memory of the past should serve as a warning to us, lest through lack of vigilance we fall into the abyss of a second rebellion. We cannot help but beg you, have mercy on the university. The kings, your predecessors, left this ornament to the city of Paris. If the university is deserted, you will be saddened to see a fourth part of the city, inhabited by booksellers and others living on students, reduced to beggary for the sake of a small number of scholars who should read, study, teach, and serve society with others, and not form a separate caste from the monastic order. We know that the university needs to be reformed, but reformation will not destroy it, whereas its destruction is inevitable if you allow the Jesuits to open colleges in different cities, the inhabitants of which, having educational institutions, will stop sending their children to Paris. And this is very important because being educated here, the youth gets used to obeying the king and the authorities, which does not happen with children educated in colleges, and thus, the university once flourishing will finally perish, thanks to the opening of 10 or 12 colleges of an order that will always be a dubious and very dangerous mentor of youth. Here are our most respectful objections and a brief list of the reasons that have kept us from publishing your decree, since we fear a just reproach if we approve it too quickly and too imprudently. We pray to God with all our hearts and with love that He may prolong your days in happiness and prosperity. May He preserve the Queen and the Dauphin for you and your subjects, and may He help us by our fidelity in your service to prove that we know no greater happiness and greater honor than to be considered your humblest, most humble and most faithful subjects and servants. The king, says de Thou, replied to this speech with great gentleness, and in affectionate words thanked the Parliament for their zeal for his person and the state. As to the danger from the return of the Jesuits, he said that it troubled him little, and without irritation refuted the reasons which made the Parliament fear these people. He said that, having maturely considered the matter, he had decided to restore the order expelled from France, and hoped that the Jesuits would be faithful to him out of gratitude for his return. As for the danger from them, the king vouched for the Jesuits. With God's help he had already overcome more than one danger, and he wished that everyone would be reassured regarding this one. He himself was concerned about the safety of his people and thought of everything. An anxious life had taught him much, and he was so experienced that he could teach the most skillful, so that they could rely on him in the matter of protecting both himself personally and the whole state, and that he took care of himself only for the good of his subjects. He ended his speech as he began, and once again thanked the Parliament for its zeal and love. I was present with many other persons during the delivery of these speeches, says de Thou, and I have tried to reproduce them as accurately as possible, in order to show the incorrectness of the Italian version, printed a year later in Tournon. It contains many expressions offensive to the Parliament, of which not one was then uttered by the king, into whose mouth popular rumor put empty words and pitiful antics, in response to certain things allegedly said by Harley, which were not at all. In reality, after Christmas, the Parliament met again to discuss the edict and decided, before implementing the king's wishes, to propose some changes, which were drawn up and sent to Henry. The council considered the proposed changes and reported to the king, who sent Demesne to announce to the Parliament that his proposals were rejected and that the king demanded obedience. Finally, on January 2, 1604, the Parliament decided to approve the edict. The Jesuits were not able to enjoy their victory in peace. Until the very end of Henry's reign, there was a lively polemic between them and their opponents. Henry IV appointed Father Coton as a hostage for the order and kept him with him. Soon, this Jesuit, as clever as he was kind, began to confess the king and became his favorite preacher. Coton was constantly in the king's retinue. The following quatrain was circulated about him. Wherever the king goes, Father Coton follows him, but the good sovereign forgets. What a cunning Coton from Spain! Coton used his influence, first of all, to destroy the pyramid erected on the site of the house of Châtel, on which the decree of expulsion of the Jesuits was carved. Since it was impossible to hope that the Parliament would allow the destruction of this monument, they took advantage of the king's permission and destroyed the pyramid without much discussion. Father Coton did not always use his influence carefully, and by this armed many against himself. One evening, as he was leaving the palace, he was attacked, and soon the magic book of Father Coton, Grimoire du Père Coton, was distributed throughout Paris, becoming a subject of conversation and chatter in merry company. This was the name of the 71 questions written by this Jesuit with the purpose of asking them to a poor girl named Adrienne Dufresne, who was believed to be possessed by a demon. Coton flattered himself that he would be able to cast out the unclean spirit, but first he wanted to question him about certain things that he did not expect to learn in any other way. To this end, he devised and wrote down a series of questions, but accidentally left a list of them in a book of spells that he had borrowed from someone. These questions were written in his own hand. Among other things, he asked Adrienne, or the unclean spirit that had possessed her, what God wished to reveal to him about the reigning king, about his Coton's stay at court, about his private and public admonitions, about his stay in the Jesuit order, in general, about the king's confession, about the war with the Spaniards and heretics, about the means of influencing his listeners. There were many more curious questions about the Jesuits, the church, himself, certain people, and the woman he loved. When this very unedifying list became known, some showered the most piquant ridicule on Father Coton. Others seriously accused him of having turned to the father of lies to learn the truth, and were inclined to believe that the Jesuits were not without reason accused of practicing magic in the interests of their order. The king was displeased with Father Coton and those who had distributed copies of the famous magic book in society. Since the king expected to profit by the skill and activity of his confessor, he did not want the latter to fall in the opinion of society, and therefore Henry always pretended to attach very little importance to the list, which had created such a stir. Nevertheless, this magic book was received by society with joy, because in general everyone hated the Jesuits, who themselves fanned this feeling with some of their writings. Such was the book Amphitheatrum Honoris, rude and mysterious in appearance, but in reality inciting to a renewal of the League's furies. The most malicious satires were composed against the Jesuits and their works. The destruction of the pyramid gave rise to several articles, in which the most terrible accusations were once again leveled against the Jesuits. One author makes the pyramid itself speak, and it declares that it does not complain of its fate, for although it was erected by justice, it was destroyed by mercy and compassion. Another article told the king that in order for the crime of Châtel to be forgotten, it was not enough to destroy the pyramid, but also to fix the tooth of the king broken by the knife of the assassin. The numerous epigrams that appeared at that time did not spare Father Coton. He was not of impeccable morality. It is true that he told a courtier that he had not committed a mortal sin for 22 years, which, however, did not prevent him from writing love letters to Mademoiselle de Clarensac from Nîmes. In one of these letters, which fell into the hands of the enemies of the Jesuits, it is said, "I hope to see you soon and pay off the capital with interest for the time of our separation. I love you so much that even in heaven I will not be completely happy if you are not there." Father Cotin questioned Adrien Dufresne about this person as well. Among the articles against the Jesuits, two deserve special attention: Frank and True Speech by the famous Antoine Arnauld, and the Catechism of the Jesuits by Étienne Pasquier. Antoine Arnauld, who had contributed so much to the expulsion of the Jesuits by his speech in Parliament, tried to dissuade Henry IV from bringing them back. To this end, in 1602, he published his Frank and True Speech. Arnauld knew that Henry did not like the Jesuits, that he was not mistaken about their previous behavior towards him, that he saw with sorrow how, without waiting for the edict of their return, they settled without permission in various cities, despite the promise they had given to respect the royal authority. 38 That the Jesuit Alexander was involved in the conspiracy of Marshal Biron, who advised Philip II to join the Protestants against Henry IV, who knew this too. Arnauld could therefore hope to dissuade the king from the reluctant decision he had taken to bring back the Jesuits, and he addressed him with his frank and true speech. First of all, Arnauld gives the Jesuits credit for their theological works in defense of the Church, but denies them their merits as educators of youth. In fact, he says, they did more harm than good to literature, and here is why. Before their arrival in France, all the children of good families were educated at the University of Paris, where there were constantly from 20 to 30,000 students. This enormous number of students attracted the most learned, the most famous people in Europe. The positions of public lecturers, instituted by Francis I, were highly valued, and the most famous literary men enrolled for them 10 years in advance. In one auditorium alone on the Place Cambrai in Paris, more excellent and learned lectures were then read in a month than subsequently in the whole university in a year, including the Jesuit colleges. But the Jesuits, having settled little by little in all the best cities, cut off the routes by which this mass of students sailed, and thus deprived them of another great benefit, namely, studying in Paris. The youth improved in the French language and in morals, as well as in loyalty to the head of state, which they were deprived of by remaining in the provinces. Arnauld goes on to say that, in spite of the great number of their disciples, the Jesuits cannot point to a single truly distinguished man who has come out of their colleges. They have not even found a lawyer from among their pupils capable of conducting their cases in court. And in the order itself one cannot name a single remarkable man, except theologians, and even they, on account of their ultramontane tendency, are more dangerous than useful to science, as they proved during the League, when their disciples formed a majority at the Sorbonne. Arnauld speaks at length about the ultramontanism of the Jesuits, citing Bellarmine and an article published by the Jesuits against him, entitled Defense of Truth Against the Speech of Antoine Arnauld. He proves that the attempts on the life of Henry IV are a consequence of the ultramontane doctrine, and that they were committed on the advice and instigation of the Jesuits, who will always be dangerous to the state on account of their devotion to the Spanish king. They will always wish to kill Henry, and in the end they will achieve what they wish. A Jesuit always has enough evil will, says Arnauld, and the opportunity to do evil will always be found. If you allow them to flatter you, he adds, as Julius Caesar was once flattered by his enemies, they will not spare you. The king's confidence in his power is in vain. The returned Jesuits will immediately renew their intrigues. They make all sorts of promises, offer guarantees, but they will keep nothing and will continue to strive for their goal, to harm France for the benefit of Spain. This, in brief, is the famous speech of Arnauld. It was too true not to excite the rage of the Jesuits. The private correspondence of Henry IV proves that he agreed with this famous writer in everything, but policy and fear overcame reason. He thought to bind the Jesuits to himself by kindness and gratitude, and he believed, at least in appearance, the apologies of the fathers Fontaine-le-Duc and Richaum in defense of the order. In these articles the best proven facts were denied with incredible impudence, and the most refined hypocrisy gave a plausible appearance to the explanations of certain facts which could not be positively denied. A frank and truthful speech was directed, in the main, against these apologies. In it, Arnauld triumphantly refuted Richaum. The courage and hypocrisy of this interested apologist inspired Étienne Pasquier with the idea of writing his famous Catechism. After his speech in court, Pasquier was known as an enemy of the Jesuits. From a simple lawyer, he became a counselor, and then assistant prosecutor of the Chamber of Control. He was one of the most learned men of his time. He was a lawyer in Parliament for a long time. The most important cases were entrusted to him. His researches on the history of France bear witness to his learning and elegant style. The Jesuits did their utmost to slander him, and it is easy to see why. Fathers Sabanius, Lafon, Richaume, and Félix de Lagros showered insults upon him. Among the works of Pusquier, as of very many other writers of that time, there are some that sin against morality. They now seem to us to be extremely immoral, but they were considered only light, at a time when the most holy men used expressions that no one would now dare to utter. The Jesuits attacked not only such works, but, in general, everything written by Pusquier. The author of the researches remained famous. The names of his enemies are hardly known, and then only to scholars. When Pusquier published his catechism in 1602, the hatred of the Jesuits became boundless. It is understandable if we look at this work. It sets forth their history and exposes their intrigues so wittily and truthfully that this book dealt the Jesuits a terrible, deafening blow. To give an idea of Pusquier's style and his method of presentation, we will cite the chapter entitled on how the generous organization of schools for youth by the Jesuits destroyed the University of Paris. I want to be more merciful to the Jesuits than they are to us. We will not envy the profit they receive from their new pupils, if they prepare at least a few people useful to the state. I beg you, gentlemen, tell me, have your children, given to the Jesuits for education, received any advantages in terms of education or occupation of public positions? Point out to me some presidents or counselors of the court from among the Jesuit pupils who stood higher than others. I do not see any such, but on the contrary, I notice that they either do not exist at all, or, if they are found, then in very small numbers, and even those are gloomy, despondent, and unkind to the public. In other institutions, where young men are educated not in whimsical delirium, not in the playfulness of the mind, but in our old faith, people come out of them capable of any activity, both secular and spiritual. The Jesuits strive only to increase the number of members of their order, and therefore, we say this without falsehood, they select the most capable of their pupils and make Jesuits of them, often very remarkable ones. These are those who were seduced by their elders, those who fell for the bait, and in whom the natural ardor of their gifts has not yet died out. But, in essence, not one of them brings any benefit to society. Truly, the Lord blinded us when we allowed the Jesuits to teach, and moreover, for free, the people, and when we did not see that the gift brought by the Jesuits to the University of Paris was like the wooden horse brought by the Greeks, supposedly as a gift to the goddess Pallas in Troy, and which brought with it the death and destruction of the city. The same thing happened to us. The Jesuits, having sacrificed their college in Paris to our French palace, destroyed our great university, like young vipers who, before they have even been born, kill their mother. How could we believe that people who took a vow of poverty want, and can be so royally generous that they will teach the youth free of charge? Before their appearance, the flourishing university opened its doors to most of the European nations. Proof of this are the ancient 4 auditoriums in the Rue de Foires, and also the trustees of the nations attached to the rector, for there is a department and a rector of the German nation, to which are reckoned the English, Scots, and others. What was heard of this university? It was said that literature had passed from Athens to Rome, and from Rome to Paris. The children of good French families entered the university either from the beginning of their studies, or for the complete improvement of their knowledge, if they had already studied elsewhere. The principal schools had boarding houses attached to them, where the pupils lived for a modest fee. The overseers and teachers received a small reward from their parents, determined by nothing but the generosity of the payer. The teacher and professor never appointed a fee for themselves, and it often happened that for all their labors they were invited by their parents somewhere out of town, and there received a good treat. There was not a drop of greed on the part of the professors, and therefore neither the authorities nor the university employees grew rich. And yet each one tried to outdo the other, striving not for enrichment, but for good fame, for the greatest number of students, since there is no stronger incentive than honor. The superiors tried to get the best professors, and the Parisian university was the most brilliant of all. But as soon as the Jesuits were not permitted, but allowed to open their shop, all this noble competition went up in smoke. The Jesuits presented themselves as defenders of the Catholic faith, and the fathers, who could not see beyond their noses, sent their children to them, the number of whom increased, since the Jesuits did not take anything for their maintenance. Then, seeing that their work was growing, the Jesuits began to charge their students 2 and 3 times more than in other institutions, which the biased fathers did not refuse them. As a result, little by little the other professors and lecturers of the university began to lose the desire to try as before. Thus the Jesuits, by insidiously spreading their activity, ruined the University of Paris, which now, after the parliamentary decree of 1645, is beginning to recover, thanks to God. But what came of all this? The principals and professors, in spite of their noble avarice, remained poor, and the Jesuits, in spite of their capricious generosity, became very rich. Monsieur du Mesnil, the senior prosecutor, spoke of this to Versoris and Pusquier, expounding the case of the Jesuits against the university, hinted at the same thing, saying, Timeo Dineos ei dona ferentes. I know that the Jesuit Midas, in a petition submitted to the king, declares that the Holy Father has entrusted to the Jesuits the education of all the noble and eminent youth of Rome, about 2,000 pupils in all, and 5 seminaries of young Romans, Greeks, Englishmen, Germans, and Hungarians. We do not envy in this either Rome or Italy, least of all the Jesuits themselves. Let them be true Italians, if only they would get out of our France and leave us alone. The death of Pusquier in 1615 did not make the Jesuits lay down their arms. This venerable judge died a true Christian, and the learned men of St. Martha honored him with the highest praise. Nevertheless, Father Garras published 3 libels against him. It was base, but the Jesuit preferred to fight with a dead man than to contend with a witty and cunning writer who could expose and ridicule him. The Jesuits have a very high opinion of the mind and knowledge of Father Garras. In their bibliothèque, it is said of him that he was inexpressibly pleasing for his humility, modesty, meekness, and other virtues. Later, we shall have to examine his theological and other writings. As for his pamphlets, they give a very different idea of him from the bibliothèque of the Jesuit writers. In his research on the researches of Etienne Pusquier, he attacked the most serious book of this famous author. This libel contains all sorts of coarseness. He begins with a letter to the late lawyer Etienne Pusquier in the place where he will end up. Since, writes Garras, I could never know what faith you were, I cannot determine the direction and path by which you left earthly life, and therefore I am forced to write at random and address this letter to the place where you will be. He considers himself obliged to defend against Pusquier the honor of our kings, he declares, to whom I owe my honor and my life. An edifying statement from the lips of a Jesuit. It is clear why it was made. Garras divided his work into 5 books and entitled them thus: The Slanderer, The Impudent, The Ignorant, The Freethinker, The Vain. Under these titles is collected everything that he could possibly find fault with against Pusquier. We will not follow him through these trifles. Pusquier's researches remained one of the most curious works on French history. The author's original style has not lost any of its charm, and Garras' criticism could not harm him in the opinion of people who love science and good exposition. Moreover, Garras' book only testifies to the author's ignorance of French history. His only weapon against his rival is rude abuse. The sons of Pusquier answered Garras with a book entitled Defense of Etienne Pusquier, who was during his lifetime a royal counselor and prosecutor of the Parisian Court of Audit, against the slanders and calumnies of François Garras. At the beginning of this book they placed a message to François Garras, wherever he may be, in which they reproach this Jesuit for composing every year some libel against their father, and they point especially to the research of researches, the strange doctrine, and the apology. They would not have replied if he had limited himself to a barrage of insults against a man whose virtues and honesty place him above such attacks. But as in his slanderous fury he had touched upon Pusquier's religious feelings, placing him among the atheists and even the damned, the sons declared to Garras that they were about to examine his writings, on which they would express their opinion without reserve. They divided their work into 5 books, and entitled them thus: The Jester, The Impostor, The Pedant, The Scoundrel, The Atheist. Under these headings they collected extracts from Garras' writings, and thus more than repaid him for his attacks on their father. In the book entitled The Scoundrel, the sons of Pusquier placed in alphabetical order all the abuse Garras had uttered against their father. Nothing more disgusting could be imagined. Father Garras' pamphlets against Pusquier will forever remain examples of the most brutal impudence and the most shameful malice. Chapter 3. 1610 to 1640. In France the Jesuits made daily progress under the patronage of Henry IV. The king was not mistaken about the objects of the order, but trusted Father Cotin, who convinced him that the Jesuits would be grateful for his favors and as devoted to him as to the Spanish king, who always protected them. 3 novitiates, 1 convent of professors, and many colleges quickly sprang up in various cities of France. Henry sent the Jesuits to the newly discovered Canada and sought admission to the Sultan's dominions. In 1608 he settled them in Béarn against the will of the Parliament, which saw in this measure a source of unrest, since this province was entirely inhabited by Protestants. Success intoxicated the Jesuits. They succeeded in asking Rome to prohibit, first, Antoine Arnaud's speech against them, secondly, the parliamentary sentence against Jean Châtel, and thirdly, even the magnificent historical work of de Thou, entitled General History. Christian orientation, high talent, strict impartiality were insufficient protection for the author, because he did not like the Jesuits. He dared to think that with regard to Protestants it would be better to apply the meekness of the gospel than the fires of the Inquisition. He thought that the power of the Pope, even spiritual, must be in accordance with the law, and that his word is not always infallible, like the word of God, which proclaims only truth and law. In his memoirs, the famous historian relates that Bellarmine found nothing in the general history that should be prohibited. True, this Jesuit cardinal did not always share the opinion of his brothers, and himself fell under prohibition for not placing the power of the Pope high enough over the secular authorities, and for placing too strict restrictions on his spiritual power. The French Jesuits were more ultramontane than Bellarmine, or rather they pretended to be so, which did not prevent Father Cotin from feigning, on occasion, a Gallican. Instead of denouncing the monstrous vices that flourished at court, Cotin and his confreres exaggeratedly attacked Calvinism and turned into a passionate struggle what should have been limited to a Christian dispute. Every day, on both sides, fables, jokes, and pamphlets were published in which lies and impudence were displayed in all their nakedness. All that was talked of was the various meetings at which the various combatants ascribed victory to themselves. Not daring to openly support ultramontanism, the Jesuits tried to spread it secretly through their friends. Thus the abbot of Saint Victor, Harold de Chanvelin, the author of A Feeble Defense of the Jesuits, defended at the Sorbonne some theses in which he maintained that on earth the Pope was superior to Jesus Christ. Deceived by Father Cotin, Henry gave full play to the ultramontane exaggerations, and restrained as much as he could the reaction which was breaking out everywhere in France against the system practiced during the League. The Parliament wished to censure the interdict imposed by Rome on the sentence against Jean Châtel, but the king would not allow it. When the prosecutor Servin made some objections to this, the king replied, "Monsieur Servin, there are madmen in Rome too. They are there as well as in Paris." The caution of Henry IV did not protect him from the dagger of Ravaillac, who killed him on May 14, 1610. Ravaillac did not name his accomplices. Neither the judges who interrogated him, nor the doctors Filsac and Gamache, who called on him to repent, extracted any confession from him. He died in terrible agony, rejoicing in his crime as an act for which God would reward him. The Jesuits were accused of having induced Ravaillac to commit this murder. It is certain that Henry IV had fallen a victim to the League and Spanish faction, that the friend of the Jesuits, the Duke of Epernon, was an accomplice in the crime, that the seat of the conspiracy which had set Ravaillac in action was in Naples, then under Spanish rule, and that the Jesuit Algona was its soul, that the provincial of the Jesuits knew of the conspiracy, because Mademoiselle Escamain had communicated to him a conversation which she had overheard between the Duke of Epernon and the Marchioness of Verneuil, the retired mistress of the king, and that the provincial had pretended not to attach any importance to this information. This girl was imprisoned for having divulged the above, and subsequently died of poison. Dujardin, known as Captain Lagarde, was initiated into the secret of the conspiracy of the Jesuit Algona in Naples and saw Ravaillac. He warned several of the king's confidants, but they paid no attention to his revelations. Subsequently, he told all he knew. An attempt was made on his life, and since it failed, he was put in the Bastille. At the interrogation, Ravaillac named the Jesuit d'Aubigny, with whom he was confronted. D'Aubigny claimed that he had never seen the murderer who insisted on his testimony, and without saying that the Jesuits were his accomplices, he recalled many circumstances of their meeting. D'Aubigny continued to deny. To the question of the chairman Harley about how he understood the secret of confession, the Jesuit answered, "God gives one the gift of tongues, another the gift of prophecy, but to me he gave the gift of forgetting what I heard in confession. Besides," he added, "we are monks and do not know the world. We are concerned only with the affairs of the other world and understand only them." "But I find," replied Chairman Harley, "that you know the world too well and interfere too much in its affairs." It is not surprising that the Jesuits turned against Henry IV. They did not like his policy, which Richelieu had continued, and they wanted him to rely on Spain rather than on England and the Protestant German sovereign princes. At the time Henry was killed, he was preparing for a war, against which the Jesuit Guettée openly rebelled in the presence of the king, and which might prove fatal to the Spanish party. These facts are confirmed by reliable documents. It is also true that during the regency of Marie de Medici, the Jesuits and Épernon were in power, and that the Ravaillac affair was hushed up. If the Jesuits were not implicated in the crimes of Jacques Clement, Berryer, Châtel, and Ravaillac, if they did not participate in the numerous plots against Elizabeth and James, King of England, against the princes of Nassau and many others, it is very strange that in all these cases a Jesuit should have been the trusted friend of the criminal. The question naturally arises as to why these confessors, who so cleverly mastered the minds of penitents, never prevented the attempts of which they had knowledge in advance. Louis XIII was only 9 years old when he came to the throne. His mother, Marie de Medici, had been recognized by the Parliament as regent by the Dukes of Guise and Épernon. The princes of the blood, who might have disputed this title with her, were absent from Paris. When they returned, the government was organized, and they necessarily concealed their discontent. In order to spare the vanity of the interested parties, Marie de Medici opened the doors of the Regency Council to many princes and nobles. Henry's former confidants were members of this council, but in addition to the official one, there was another, a secret council, on which all matters were decided before they were brought before the official council. The most influential members of the secret council were the Italian Concini, known under the name of Marshal d'Ancre, Galigai, his wife Leonora, Villeroy, and Father Coton. All of them held quite different political convictions from Henry and Sully. Henry IV strove to humiliate the Spanish-Austrian house, whose ambitious designs had so long agitated the whole world. To this end, he united with England and Germany, and at the moment of his death was negotiating an alliance with the Duke of Savoy, whom he had succeeded in distracting from the Spaniards. The Privy Council abandoned all these projects and began to draw closer to Spain. The Jesuits had inspired and supported this policy. In spite of the visible evidences of sadness at the death of Henry, they were, in reality, delighted at the event which restored to them and their friends the management of the affairs of state. The name of the Medici pleased them. Concini was devoted to them. Villeroy loved them. Épernon loudly declared that he was ready to serve them with his sword. Their advocate, Duret, was a member of the Privy Council. And so, on the very morrow after the death of Henry IV, they resumed the construction of a huge house in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, which had been suspended for some time. The activity of the Jesuits was astonishing. Soon the most sinister rumors began to circulate. It was openly said that they were guilty of the death of Henry IV, and all the efforts of Father Coton to hush up these rumors served only to strengthen them. On learning of the king's murder, Father Coton ran to the Louvre and exclaimed in the presence of the corpse, "Oh, who is the villain who has killed this good sovereign, this holy king, this great king? Is it not a Huguenot?" "No," they answered him, "it is a Roman Catholic." "Ah, what a pity," he said, "if that is so." And immediately, says Pierre de l'Estoile, he crossed himself 3 times with the large sign of the cross. One of those present who heard the monk's words said quite loudly, "Huguenots do not do such things." Coton, like many others, having visited Ravaillac in prison, said to him, "Take care that you do not lead virtuous people into trouble." This word, notes Pierre de l'Estoile, was not in vain. On leaving, Father Coton promised Ravaillac to commemorate him daily at the liturgy. As a result of the careless words of Father Coton and the generally unfavorable opinion of the Jesuits, serious suspicions arose in society. Some preachers had the courage to speak from the pulpit about these suspicions. On Sunday, May 23rd, says Pierre de l'Estoile, a Portuguese priest, a Dominican monk, and several other Parisian priests, among others the priest of St. Bartholomew's, preached against the Jesuits and, with hints that were quite understandable, accused them of the murder of the king, referring to their own books and writings, namely to the works of Mariana and Becanus. A reading of these writings shows that one of the most important humanitarian activities of the Jesuits is to send early to heaven the souls of kings and princes who do not protect them as they would like, or who are not good Catholics in the Marian way. The Jacobite Anselm Coche and the Abbot Du Bois began to condemn the teaching of the Jesuits from the pulpit and accused them of murdering the king. They especially attacked the books of Mariana and Becanus. In order to divert public opinion from the rumors that were being spread, the Jesuits, with great solemnity, transferred Henry's heart first to their church in the Rue Saint-Anthony, then to their college at La Flèche. On the occasion of these celebrations, one of the Jesuits delivered a speech which may serve as a model of hypocrisy. Readers will thank us for the following extract from this panegyric, delivered in the presence of Louis XIII. "Alas!" exclaims the orator, "alas! Where shall we find pens, tongues, and wits enough to write for all time, to vividly depict the great love and beneficence he has shown to our order, to his most humble, most devoted, and most obedient servant? He has planted us where we were not. He has planted us a second time. He has strengthened us where we have always been. Eternal God! Oh, what proof of his love has he given in leaving us his heart, the most precious diamond in the world, the treasure of nature, the gentle receptacle of all the gifts of heaven, a heart more capable than all this great world, more precious than the vault of heaven, the heart of our hearts, the life of our lives, the source of our happiness after God, the dear pledge of God's love for France. Heaven! Earth! What a gift have we received! Oh, what could he do more? Sire, for this one heart I bring you 100,000 of them. I beseech your Majesty to look into this beautiful mirror of the image of God, and you will see that there is no Jesuit who does not have this heart imprinted on his own heart. Ah, barbarian! Ah, the most inhuman, the most cruel of all Tartars will be that Jesuit who does not devote his heart and the most tender part of his heart to the service of this great king and the sweet memory of him who, giving us his heart, gave us more than all earthly rulers. This is when we should wish that our breasts were crystal, so that through the glass this precious relic in the very depths of our hearts could be seen. They say that if an almond accidentally opens and drops its kernel, and if a word or a saying is carved on this kernel, and then, putting it back into the shell, planted and covered with manure, it will soon sprout, put up a stalk, become covered with leaves, blossom, and easily bear fruit. If you open the shell, then in the very middle of each almond will be found carved what was inscribed on the first kernel. This great monarch inscribed in his heart a paternal love for our little order. He ordered that this heart should be given to us after his death, and we planted it in the very depths of our hearts. Alas! Instead of rotten papers, manure, fat, we found only a multitude of libels, slanders, lies, which covered us these last months. All this warmed our hearts even more, which sprouted, became covered with branches, leaves, flowers of the mind, language, and love. Henry bequeathed his heart to the Jesuits at the instance of Father Cotin. This did not endear him to them. Public opinion was not mistaken in his feelings towards the Jesuits. He thought it necessary to spare them, even to patronize them, in order to prevent them from conspiring against him in France and in Rome. But he did not trust them. Shortly before his death, while talking with Marie de Medici about the means she should use to govern the state wisely in the event of Henry's death, the king advised her to treat the Jesuits well, but not to allow them to increase in numbers, to do so unnoticed by them, and especially not to admit them to the border regions. In his memoirs, Richelieu says that Henry retained from his previous education a great distrust of the Jesuits. Marie de Medici and her privy council did not think it necessary to follow the advice of the late king, but in the Great Council some dignitaries were not so favorably disposed towards the Jesuits. In a full session on May 25th, Loménie dared to tell Father Cotin that he and his Jesuits had killed the king. 2 days later, Father Coefto, Archbishop of Aix, and other serious persons declared to the Parliament that Ravaillac, whom they had questioned, had answered in accordance with the teaching of the Jesuits Mariana and Bican, who wrote that tyrants may be killed. As a result of this declaration, the Parliament ordered the theological faculty to meet in session to discuss the question of confirming the parliamentary decree of December 13, 1413, approved by the Council of Constance and stating, "No one is allowed, for any reason whatsoever, to encroach on the sacred persons of kings and other sovereign persons, which decree must be signed by all members of the theological faculty." Not content with this order, the Parliament met on June 8 and formally banned Mariana's famous book, De Rege et Regis Institution. At first, this work was printed in a small folio. In it, the author called Jacques Clement the eternal glory of France, Eternum Galliae Decus. Soon after, this book was published in a new edition in 8 degree, in which these 3 words were omitted. Bell says of this book, which may be considered an abridged exposition of ultramontanism, the following: "Nothing more outrageous and more likely to subject thrones to frequent revolutions and the lives of rulers to the knife of the assassin cannot be devised than this book of Mariana. He has subjected the Jesuits, especially in France, to thousands of daily reproaches and insults, which will never end, which historians will passionately rewrite, and which seem all the more probable because the book was published with good reviews. It was indeed approved by General Aquaviva and the auditor of the province of Toledo, on the basis of reports from learned and serious members of the order. The Parliament condemned this book and sentenced it to be burned, says de Estoile, as impious, heretical, speaking ill of the power of kings and harmful to the state. One councillor, a friend of the Jesuits, strongly objected to the decision of the majority and said that if the Book of Mariana were to be burned, then the books of Luther and Calvin should be treated in the same way. One spiritual councillor answered him, laughing, "The books of Luther and Calvin have long been burned. Books cannot be burned twice. Let us burn the books of the Jesuits once and not speak of them any more." At the same meeting it was proposed to forbid the Jesuits to preach in any place other than their meetings and special congregations, but the friends of the order made such a noise that the matter was limited to the prohibition of the work of Mariana. The sentence concerning this book was carried out that same day before the main entrance of the Church of Notre Dame. The Jesuits succeeded in having it omitted to mention that the book was written by a member of their order. Henri Gondi, Bishop of Paris, did not agree with the sentence of the Parliament, on the pretext that it was a spiritual matter, and took the side of the Jesuits. The Duke of Epernon defended them in a soldierly manner, and the regent called for the senior officials of the Parliament and reprimanded them. Achille Harley, with his former energy, accused the Jesuits and forced their defenders to listen to bitter truths. President de Thou and the prosecutor's servant supported him. The serious speeches of these people, known for their piety and honesty, made a strong impression. A heated controversy arose about the Jesuits. Their old advocate, Duret, dared to call the Benedictine Du Bois an apostate because he had preached against the Jesuits. Father Comolite, who, in view of his past, should have kept silent, entered the arena with a letter to Du Bois. The latter repulsed his attack, but the Jesuit did not calm down and wrote a letter in Latin to Bellarmine and an article entitled The 12 Articles of the Political Creed of the French Jesuits. On the 13th of June, Father Gautier, preaching in the Church of the Order in the Rue Saint Anthony, declared that all the Jesuits were ready to subscribe to the sentence against the Book of Mariana, but he added that it was not right to burn so fine a work, worthy of Origen himself, for the sake of one blameworthy leaflet, which could easily be destroyed. He then turned to Du Bois and others who had attacked the order. "Their ignorance," he said, "is not worthy of an answer." Father Cotin had an excellent means of putting an end to the unfavorable rumors that were circulating everywhere. Accompanied by 2 Jesuits, he went to the prosecutor and asked him, in the name of the whole order, for permission to print an apology in defense of the Jesuits against the obvious slanders that had been and were being daily raised against them. At the same time, he demanded that the judicial authorities strictly forbid anyone and everyone to contradict, refute, or, in general, respond in any way to his article. This request, continues Pierre de Estoile, was immediately refused as indecent and impudent. Father Cotin was at court when the principal Protestant nobles arrived to take the oath to the king. His presence did not prevent the deputy from Dauphiné from attributing the murder of Henry to the Jesuits. Finally, Cotin decided to answer all the accusations that were being heaped upon the order from all sides, and on July 5 he published an article entitled, An Explanatory Letter to the Queen Mother, Regent of the French State, on the Teaching of the Jesuits, according to the decrees of the Council of Constance. This letter, says Pierre de Estoile, is written cunningly, meekly, and excessively sweetly, but it is flat and soft as cotton wool. 41 It gave rise to a new book entitled Anti-Cotin, of which we shall speak shortly. To stop the rumors that were unpleasant for the Jesuits, the Count of Soissons came up with another, more powerful means. One day, when quite a number of nobles had gathered at his house, he said, "I know that in Paris and at court everyone is saying that the Jesuits are guilty of the death of the king. The first one who dares to say so, I will plunge a dagger into the chest." Many Jesuits also began to behave in a defiant manner. Father Gontier, one of the most important preachers of the order, called for nothing less than a war against the Huguenots. All non-adherents of the Jesuits were called heretics. Friends of the order spoke loudly of a new St. Bartholomew's Day massacre being prepared. They wanted to use their influence with Marie de Medici to obtain permission to teach at their College of Clermont. The regent granted them permission on August 20, 1610, but the university immediately protested this permission before the Parliament. The famous lawsuit between the university and the Jesuits was reopened. The Jesuits' lawyer was Montholin, who did not hate them, says de Estoile, and the university's lawyer was La Martelliere, who did not like them. At the beginning of November, our historian relates, the gentlemen Jesuits, quibus incitem et fatale turber, are trying with all their might to secure the organization of their college and a happy outcome to their trial, which they would be glad to delay for 18 years. And the rector, in the name of the university, is very much hurrying the trial, which promises to be favorable to him and unfavorable to the Jesuits. The senior president and all the best and most worthy people from the court are on the side of the university, and the Queen is on the side of the Jesuits. When the time came for the trial, the Jesuits managed to postpone the case for a week, and when the Parliament was ready to begin it, the Queen Regent, by her authority, forbade the case to be heard and thus destroyed the judgment. As a result, the Parliament adjourned the matter until November of the following year, and at the same session placed a ban on the work of the Jesuit Bellarmine, entitled A Treatise on the Authority of the Pope in Secular Affairs. The Jesuits had many enemies among the university professors and judges, but they counted on the power of the regent and their friends in the Privy Council, and hoped with their help to obtain permission to teach the youth. To this end, they launched all sorts of intrigues, but their enemies were far-sighted. The Jesuits managed to attract the chancellor, who was trying to get them admitted to the university. The syndic of the theological faculty, Richer, addressed the Parliament and asked the president to proceed with the process, which had been suspended by order of the regent, which happened in December. La Martelliere made a brilliant speech. Since the death of Henry IV, he said, the Jesuits have thought only of how to take advantage of the general misfortune of France and re-establish their power, which is the object of their passionate desires. In order to obtain this power, the Jesuits are trying to take into their own hands the education of the youth, and unfortunately there are people among us so imprudent that they assist them in this, despite the fact that we should know the Jesuits well. If we took the trouble to know these people, we would soon be convinced that we will never have peace and quiet while these enemies live among us. Neither kings, nor our children, nor ourselves will be safe. When the Jesuits appeared here in this place where I am now speaking, the most gloomy predictions were made regarding the plan they had undertaken to violate all the laws of God and man. These disasters were predicted to us by highly venerable persons, whose memory we constantly honor. These predictions have been justified in fact. For 30 years the Jesuits had been sowing discord everywhere. With the help of the League they had kindled a terrible fire which seemed never to be extinguished. They are now seeking to increase the number of their strongholds. They are erecting, at great expense, the building of their new novitiate in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, at a time when the university is mourning the death of its king and praying for him. They dare to admit pupils to their College of Clermont, although the permission they have obtained by cunning and intrigue has not been ratified by Parliament. They are seeking to destroy the university, which has always jealously guarded the privileges of the Gallican Church and rebelled against attacks on the royal power. If the Jesuits succeeded in destroying the Sorbonne, that stronghold of the French Church, they would no longer fear that their books and their teaching would be prohibited. They would like to reduce us to the position of Germany, where all the schools are in the hands of the Jesuits. In Moldavia and Wallachia they have driven out all the monks and enriched themselves with their property. Only 6 years have passed since their return to France, and already the Jesuits have enormous wealth. They have the secret of attracting priories and abbeys to their colleges. What makes them especially odious is the doctrine to which they adhere. The famous decree of the Sorbonne of 1554 contains a prediction of the evils of which we are witnesses. The Jesuits have not succeeded in getting the popes to condemn this decree, and the popes would never have permitted this order, so contrary to the ancient canonical rules, if it were not for the fourth vow, by which the Jesuits bind themselves to blindly carry out the will of the pontiff. Their doctrine is harmful and disgusting. According to it, the Pope enjoys unlimited power not only in the Church, but also over secular affairs, and kings who do not submit to the papal authority are tyrants whom God himself commands to be killed. How many evils have this doctrine produced? Is it not this false notion of the unlimited power of the Pope that drives away from the Church many nations who would have no hostility towards the Catholic faith, if it were not for this error, which is given out, especially by the Jesuits, as the truth? Ultramontanism has driven away from the Church many countries that do not wish to acknowledge the power of the Pope, preached especially by the Jesuits. They guard this dogma so zealously that they try to harm the best Catholics who reject it, and treat them as enemies of the Church. They revile and humiliate all the spiritual orders that do not share their views, and do not shrink from even a lie, if only to harm them. Who does not know the famous speech supposedly made by Henry IV on their return? They printed it in Italian, Latin, and German to deceive foreigners, and Father Passivin inserted it into his library, so that this deception would be passed on to posterity. They are as dangerous in their intrigues as in their teachings. They consider all means good, as long as they reach the goal, and they have invented a whole system of ambiguities, which allows them to answer any questions as they please and to make any promises they please, without considering themselves obliged to fulfill them. Therefore, let the Jesuits adhere to their own rules, let them abandon their encroachments on bishops and priests, let them be forever forbidden to teach and educate the youth, let them adhere to the teachings of the French Church, and not to the new theology that they have invented for their own purposes. Such is the conclusion of La Martelier's speech. In it, this advocate displayed rare learning and a very solid knowledge of theology. He strongly supported all his propositions with precise extracts from Jesuit writers. His speech had the greatest success. It was placed on a par with the Philippics of Demosthenes and the speeches of Cicero against Catiline. The prosecutor's servant supported La Martelier. When both spoke, says a Jesuit historian, the public, which filled the courtroom, applauded and often loudly demanded a second expulsion of the Jesuits. Montholin defended the Jesuits. Their adherents loudly asserted that he had triumphantly refuted all the slanders raised against them by the advocate of the university. But there is no doubt that his speech, printed, like that of La Martelier, had no success, while the fame of the latter's speech did not diminish after its publication. Montholin refuted the evidence of La Martelier, but could not defeat his opponent, and on December 22 the court pronounced a sentence, according to which the parties were obliged to submit explanations to the council, and until then the Jesuits were forbidden to teach the youth. As a result, they sent away the students admitted to the College of Clermont. In his final speech, the prosecutor proposed to the Parliament, in addition to the university's claim, to force the Jesuits to sign the following 4 points. 1. The council is above the Pope. 2. The Pope has no secular power over kings and cannot deprive them of the kingdom by excommunicating them from the Church. 3. Confessors are obliged to inform judges about conspiracies against the king or the state. 4. Clergy are subordinate to the secular sovereign or the state court. Cardinal du Perron found the third clause heretical and destructive to religion, and brought it to the attention of the king in this sense. Servin was summoned to court. He explained that this clause did not oblige the names of persons, and therefore the secrecy of confession was not violated. After much wrangling, the Jesuits declared on February 22, 1612, in the chancery of the Parliament, that they would be guided by the teaching of the Sorbonne, even in regard to the protection of the king's person, the support of royal power, and the privileges of the Gallican Church observed in France. Among those who signed these articles were Fathers Frontin du Duc and James Sermond. This obligation, taken without the permission of the Pope and the General, did not oblige the Jesuits to anything, according to their concepts, and therefore they continued to serve Ultramontanism as before, pretending outwardly to be Gallicans. Richer acquainted La Martelier with the old registers of the theological faculty, and assisted him in composing his defense. The senior president of the Parliament proposed that he write a clear exposition of the Jesuit rules in Latin and French. Warned of this, the Jesuits and their friends did their utmost to ward off the blow and attacked Richer and his book on spiritual and political power. With the assistance of Filzac and Duval, and thanks to the influence of the nuncio and Cardinal du Perron, they formed a strong party for themselves in the university itself. They planned not only to deprive Richer of the title of syndic, but also to have his book banned. Du Perron called together all the bishops who were in Paris and proposed that they ban this work. Renaud Padier, Bishop of Beauvais, wanted the author to be heard first. Du Perron opposed this, and all those present, with the exception of the Archbishop of Tours and the Bishop of Beauvais, consented to the interdict, which was sent to the nuncio, who forwarded it to Rome. The Parliament came forward in defense of Richer against all these intrigues, but Du Perron and the Jesuits paid no attention to this, since they had bought the silence of the Council of State by counting out, as they say, 2,000 crowns in gold to the Chancellor Brulard de Sillery. The interdict soon returned from Rome. In March 1612 it was already in Paris, and the regent, on the advice of the chancellor, left the bishops free to do as they pleased. Cardinal du Perron summoned all the provincials to Paris, in order to proclaim with the greatest possible solemnity the interdict passed at Rome. Richet's book was forbidden, as containing many propositions, expositions, and maxims that were incorrect, erroneous, scandalous, schismatic, and heretical. At the same time, the council declared that in imposing this interdict it had no intention of affecting the rights of the king or the French crown, nor the privileges of the Gallican Church. Bossuet rightly observes that no particular proposition was mentioned, and that such an interdict, giving full scope to forgeries, could throw no light on the truth. Du Perron speaks more clearly in a letter to Casaubon. He confesses that Richet was banned rather for his political than his religious convictions. But Du Perron was a skilled theologian and understood that a provincial council could not be a competent judge of political thought. So he banned Richet's book altogether, in order to please the Roman court and the Jesuits. On March 16, the Bishop of Paris ordered this prohibition to be read from the pulpit in the parish churches. On May 24, the Provincial Council of Uzes also prohibited Richet's work. Archbishop Hurault de El Hospital was in Paris when this took place. The nuncio, dissatisfied with the clause on the Gallican Church, which had been added by order of the Chancellor, suggested that the Archbishop return to Uzes as soon as possible to prohibit Richet's work without any reservations or additions. The Archbishop obeyed. The Jesuits and other mendicant monks, who formed the army of the Ultramontanes, made a great noise on the occasion of the suppression of Richet's book. The most offensive libels soon appeared against the venerable syndic, who left them unanswered. Even Father James Sermond himself was forced by orders from his superiors to abandon his serious works and become a pamphleteer. Sermond, Pitot, and Frontin-du-Duc were then the most learned Jesuits in France. They knew spiritual history and did not fall into such exaggerations as their brothers, but the spirit of class and blind obedience sometimes forced them against their will to descend from the high place to which their undoubted erudition had placed them. Duval, Richet's personal enemy, made more noise than the others. This Sorbonne professor wished, in favor of the Ultramontane party, the destruction of the university of which he was a member. In his intolerance, he invented the name of Richerists, which the Ultramontanes have since abused so much to represent the Gallicans as a heretical sect. They called by this name all those who openly recognized the decrees of the councils of Constance and Bales as the true teaching of the primitive church. Richet, informed by his secret friends of all the intrigues hatched by Duval, the Bishop of Paris, the nuncio, Du Perron, and the Jesuits, with the object of depriving him of the title of syndic, thought it necessary to complain to the Parliament of all that had been done against him. But the President, having encouraged him to begin this business, deserted him, terrified by the power of his enemies, and Richet was left without any protection, a victim of intrigues. He was even reproached for the sympathy of the King of England, James I, who read his book and thought that it would unite the Protestants to the Catholic Church. When the king learned that Du Perron had forbidden this work, he broke off the correspondence he had been carrying on with this cardinal, and Du Perron stooped to slander, trying to blacken in the eyes of James I, a man whose views he might not share, but who was respected by all for his learning, virtue, and noble conduct. We will not enter into the details of all the means employed by Richet's enemies to form a false majority in the theological faculty in order to deprive this worthy man of the title of syndic. The majority of the members, and especially the learned Launois, voted against him. Royal charters were necessary to deprive him of his office, which had hitherto been for life. After much hesitation, Filzac had the ambition to accept the place which was being illegally transferred to him. This learned man did not like the Jesuits, but the Ultramontanes did not dare to propose either Duval or any other of their friends, since the university scholars disliked the Jesuits so much that the latter would not have succeeded in obtaining a majority, in spite of all their intrigues. The election of Filzac, proposed by the Ultramontanes, was as much a defeat as a victory for them. Moreover, by giving Richet a successor to please the court, the university expressed its gratitude to him in all it could, up to and including the publication of his book Spiritual and Political Power. He remained the head of the College of Le Moyne, despite the intrigues of enemies, and was appointed canon in the Cathedral of Notre Dame de Paris, to which place the university had the right of appointment. The tyranny of Peter Gondi smashed to dust all the undertakings of the university in this direction. Simon Vigor, a member of the Great Council, was so courageous that he took up Richet's defense against his powerful enemies. Duval tried to object, but Vigor spoke with a knowledge of the matter that would have done honor to the most learned theologian. At the same time, the theological faculty gave new proof of its sympathy with Richet by suppressing a work by the Jesuit Suarez. This book was called On the Defense of the Faith Against the English. The author defended an opinion diametrically opposed to Richer's views regarding the authority of the Pope and the King. Public opinion was keenly interested in the attacks of the Jesuits on the Gallican Church and their defense of tyrannicide. At the Diet of 1613, the Third Estate wished to condemn the Jesuits for their views and to avenge the Gallican Church, but the members of the clergy, under the presidency of Du Perron, who acted at the instigation of the court, would not look upon the conduct of the Third Estate as anything other than an encroachment on spiritual jurisdiction. While these disputes were going on in the Diet, the theological faculty was examining a book by the Jesuit Penchant, entitled On the Anglican Controversy Concerning the Papal and Royal Authority. The object of this work was to defend Bellarmine's propositions. It was printed at Mainz in 1612, and presented to the theological faculty of Paris on December 1st of that year and on January 2nd, 1613, as containing several harmful ideas. At the very moment when the faculty was beginning to examine this book, Filzac announced to those assembled that the cardinal had conveyed to him an order from the regent, forbidding the faculty to censor Penchant's work. Fayet and 3 other doctors were sent as deputies to the regent to explain the danger of leaving this book uncensored. The chancellor received the 4 scholars, praised the zeal of the university, and gave permission to examine the work of the Jesuit theologian. But when the matter was reported to the faculty, Filzac read the papal decree of January 3, 1613, prohibiting Penchant's book and placing it in the 2nd class of the index until it was corrected, because it contained incorrect, impudent, unfounded, seductive and outrageous statements. After reading this decree, Filzac declared that he was against the faculty censoring this work, and asserted that the chancellor forbade the discussion of this matter. Neither the chancellor nor the court, which directed him, adhered to any definite course of action in such cases. They changed their opinions according to circumstances, traditionally supporting the Gallican doctrine, and at the same time, yielding to the influence of certain persons who were too friendly to the Jesuits to allow the Sorbonne to censor a work written by a Jesuit. Penchant's errors are glaring. He goes beyond the pale in his ultramontanism. His book is as disgusting as Mariana's. If one does not know what the Privy Council was like that governed Marie de Medici, one cannot understand, on the one hand, the careful attitude towards this Jesuit theologian, and on the other, the rebuff given to the Third Estate, whose opinion was so in agreement with the teaching of the French Church. The spiritual chamber of the Sejm gave the Jesuits even greater proof of their sympathy. During the sessions of the Sejm, heated polemics were held about the Jesuits. Various lampoons were composed on both sides. Cardinal Du Perron openly took the side of the Jesuits, praised them, and obtained the following statement from the spiritual chamber. The great works and considerable services of the Fathers of the Order of Jesus, which they daily perform for the benefit of the Catholic Church, and especially of your kingdom, compel us to ask your Majesty most humbly, in view of their learning and piety, to allow them to teach in their College of Clermont, and to carry out their usual duties in their other Parisian houses, as they did before, and also to cease all resistance and all litigation with the University on this matter, which are under the consideration of your Parliament, and to refer these matters to your judgment and your council, and also to forbid other courts to deal with them. Please, your Majesty, leaving them in the places where they now are, to allow them to settle in them in future, and to receive them under your protection, as the late king did, so that they may forever render you due honor, obedience, and devotion, and serve all your subjects according to the duty of their vow. The ecclesiastical chamber, in presenting this petition to the Queen, which was led by the Jesuits, acted with their knowledge. The same ended in 1614. The following year, the members of the clerical chamber, together with other deputies, entered into the General Council of the French clergy, which, like the chamber of the Sejm, patronized the Jesuits. Among the Jesuits there were always men worthy of praise, zealous, pious, occupying the first places in all useful fields, but they were not professors of the 4 vows. They were not initiated into the secrets of the administration of the order and its ambitious plans. The order needed scholars, apostles, martyrs, who served as screens for the lust for gold, trade, ambition, and pride of the Jesuits. In their history, the Jesuits bring to the stage only those of their midst who can cover up their secret affairs. To be impartial, one must paint a complete picture. On occasion, we will pay tribute to individuals distinguished for holiness, zeal, learning, but they did not constitute the order. Jesuit historians tried to convince us of the opposite, but countless facts refute them. While some high clergy wished to see the order where it did not exist, the most cruel libels were composed against it. Let us mention one of them, which became especially famous and known under the title Anticoton. The work was first published in 1610. It was composed in response to Father Coton's explanatory letter, which we have already mentioned, and in which the teachings of the order were praised. In the first chapter, the author of the Anticoton establishes that the Jesuits are the champions of tyrannicide, and that for them every king who does not protect them is a tyrant. In support of this position, he quotes Ribaneira's book on the virtues of a Christian prince, Scribanius's Amphitheatrum Honoris, several works by Bellarmine, Gretzer's book The Heretic Political Bat, and Mariana's Royal Book. He adds that Mariana's work was approved by the general of the order, Aquaviva, and Stefano Hojeda, auditor of the province of Toledo, after an examination by the most serious and learned members of the order. Consequently, it can be said that Mariana's teaching was the teaching of the entire order. The author of Anticoton also names Emmanuel Sa, John the Blessed, who called himself Eudemon John, and many other Jesuit writers or adherents of the order. In the second chapter, he proves by facts that the Jesuits knew how to apply their rules in practice. In the third, he tries to prove that the Jesuits were guilty of the murder of Henry IV, and assures that such was the opinion of the majority of his contemporaries. In the fourth chapter, he examines in detail Coton's explanatory letter, and shows that it does not have the character of frankness and sincerity. Finally, in the fifth chapter, he asks whether Coton's stay at court is useful for the good of the Church, and whether the Jesuits should be tolerated in France. The answer is negative. Facts are adduced against the good character of Father Coton, confirmed by the testimony of witnesses who are still alive and deserving of belief. As soon as the Anticoton was published, it was translated into various languages, and editions were repeated in a marvelous manner. The Jesuits and their followers fell upon the book and showered it with a mass of libels. We will only mention the pamphlets of Fathers Richaum, Gretzer, Eudemon John, Bonald, Tallet, and Garas. Father Coton wrote an apologetic reply in his defense, which Cardinal du Perron found devoid of all significance, and which was refuted by Casaubon. All these supposed replies and refutations called forth new replies and refutations, and the Anticoton became for a long time, as it were, the center of a heated and passionate struggle. The work of the Anticoton has been attributed to various authors, especially to the Calvinist minister du Moulin, Peter Coinet, a friend of Pusquier, and the lawyer César de Plaques. The dedication to the Queen is signed with 3 initials, RDS. The Jesuits interpreted these 3 letters differently, and to characterize their polemical methods, we will give a few examples of their interpretations. Alluding to these 3 capital letters of the author, they called him Partisan de Calvin, Pasteur de Charenton, Pace de Chenilles, Pou de Chose, Pauvre de Cerveau, Pauvre de Conscience, Prince de Calumny, Pépinière de Calomnies, Pernicieur diable calomniateur, Plume de Corbeau, Punaise de Calvin, Perdu de Conscience, etc., etc., that is to say, an adherent of Calvin, the shepherd of Charenton. Charenton is a madhouse, food of caterpillars, a worthless thing, a beggar in mind, a beggar in conscience, the prince of slander, a hotbed of slander, the malicious devil slanderer, the raven's feather, Calvin's bug, he who has lost his conscience, etc. The Jesuits pretended to despise the Anticoton, but the numerous objections and abuses they received were sufficient proof that they attached great importance to this work. While the controversy was going on, Richelieu became the minister of Louis XIII, powerfully ruled all affairs, and renewed the anti-Spanish policy of Henry IV and Sully. The plans of Marie de Medici, Épernon, and the Jesuits were collapsing. After a brutal struggle with the Protestants, Richelieu realized that it was necessary to reconcile with them for the success of foreign policy. The Protestants, at their meeting at Millau, resolved to send deputies to the court to conclude peace. The envoys arrived at Saint-Germain on the 21st of November. Mainaud, in the name of all the French Calvinists, made a very respectful speech. The king replied that he was willing to make peace with his Protestant subjects from Languedoc, but not from La Rochelle. The deputies submitted a memorandum on the necessity of including La Rochelle and Admiral de Soubise in the peace treaty. Considering it impossible for the Protestants to sign the treaty without this condition, Richelieu persuaded Louis XIII to agree to it, but in his heart he decided that peace would last only until the moment when the government would be in a position to destroy all the Calvinists in France. I want to completely crush the Calvinist party, he said to the nuncio Spada. But before achieving this goal, I will have to disturb the whole world again. Indeed, some Catholics disapproved of the cardinals joining the foreign Calvinists, and had to rebel again against the peace concluded with the French Protestants. When the peace treaty was signed on February 5, 1620, Cardinal Richelieu and La Rochefoucauld left the council chamber, so as not to show by their presence that they approved of the conclusion of peace with heretics. Despite this precaution, the treaty brought down upon Richelieu the strongest reproaches from the Jesuits, the Spanish emissaries, and all those envious of his success. Insulting libels were written against him, in which he was called Cardinal of La Rochelle, the Patriarch of the Atheists, the Calvinist Pontiff. Of these lampoons, two attracted the special attention of Richelieu. One, entitled Admonitio ad Vigem, was attributed to the Jesuit Eudaimonajon. The other, Mysteria Politica, was composed by the Jesuit Keller. These lampoons were printed in Italy, but, says Richelieu, in order to conceal their origin, they were first distributed in Flanders, and a rumor was spread that their author was Boucher, but the latter denied this in a letter to his friends. Richelieu reported these two libels to the Parliament, which on October 30, 1625, sentenced them to be burned at the hand of the executioner. On November 26, Georges Froget, syndic of the theological faculty, filed a petition for the prohibition of these same libels. The faculty appointed deputies to examine these works and, having heard the report at the session of December 1, prohibited them, since they contain slander and insults, and incite subjects to rebellion, which is contrary to the duty of obedience and respect for sovereigns. Besides, they contain much that is contrary to true and sound doctrine, and they themselves are disgusting and abominable. The clergy, who had gathered at that time in Paris for a conference, were greatly agitated by these libels. The Bishop of Chartres was entrusted with a report on this matter. On December 13, he presented to the Assembly a well-reasoned analysis in which he denounced the libellers, defended the king, his minister Richelieu and his policy, and attacked the Jesuits, the supposed authors of the libels. After hearing the report of the Bishop of Chartres, the assembly immediately broke up. Some of the ecclesiastical dignitaries, who had officially praised the Jesuits at the previous meeting, decided to protest against the censorship of the Bishop of Chartres. They held private sessions and published several manifestos, which caused controversy and refutations from the opposing camp. Some said that the report had not been considered by the assembly. Others found in it much that could not be accepted. On January 12, Cardinal La Valette, Archbishop of Toulouse, with the consent of the Bishop of Chartres himself, proposed a shorter censorship, which, while retaining all the former grounds for condemning libels, did not touch on any private questions that might cause unrest. This proposal was accepted, and the Bishop of Chartres edited the abridged censorship. Having learned of the decision of the Assembly of January 12, the Parliament issued an order on the 21st of the same month forbidding anyone and everyone to distribute any resolutions of the Spiritual Assembly other than the resolution of December 13, under penalty of punishment for disturbing the public peace. On February 18, the Parliament confirmed its order of January 21 and forbade, under penalty of death, the clergy to hold meetings and printing houses to print any censorship other than that which had been made on December 13. Cardinals La Rochefoucauld, de La Valette, and all the ecclesiastical dignitaries who were in Paris met to discuss measures against these orders. They decided to ask the Chancellor to present this matter to the Council and to revoke both parliamentary decrees, if necessary, to appeal to the King himself. On February 26 and 27, the Cardinals of La Rochefoucauld and de La Valette, 8 archbishops, 32 bishops and 5 deputies of the second rank met in the episcopal palace of La Rochefoucauld at the Church of Saint Genevieve and signed an act in which they declared that the censorship drawn up by the Bishop of Chartres had no legal force, since it had not been discussed by the Assembly. On March 2, the same persons, having assembled again, signed a petition addressed to the King for the cassation of both decrees. The next day, the Parliament issued a third decree, in which it declared the meetings of archbishops, bishops and other clergy to be of no importance and illegal, since they were held contrary to its decrees. It cast and destroyed all the decrees of these meetings, again forbade the aforementioned bishops to hold meetings anywhere, and ordered all archbishops and bishops to return to their dioceses within a fortnight, under pain of confiscation of their incomes. On March 7, the Parliament announced its third order through the bailiffs to Archbishop Diauque, who had gathered 6 archbishops, 20 bishops, and other clergy. With general consent, Archbishop Diauque dictated the following answer to the bailiffs. The members of the Parisian Parliament have no power over the French clergy, whose representatives we are, subject only to the king. The orders of the Parliament are an intolerable assault on the worship of God and on the authority of His Majesty, which leads to the overthrow of the Church and the state. The clergy have the right and are obliged, according to all divine and human laws, to meet to discuss matters concerning religion and the Church when circumstances require it. They have now met both to decide on the question of the procession to take place tomorrow, on the occasion of the beginning of the Jubilee, and to discuss the measures that must be taken to ask the king to revoke the decrees that violate the authority of the Church and His Majesty, as well as to prohibit the Parliament from issuing such orders in the future, to the detriment of the salvation of souls and the veneration of the Catholic faith. The members of the Parliament reacted very differently to this question. However, on the third day after its receipt, by a majority, 17 members against 15, it was decided to issue a fourth decree, in which the said question was declared null and void, offensive and slanderous, tending to overthrow the fundamental laws of the state, and as such was handed over to the executioner to be scourged and burned. De Trappe, Archbishop Diauque, and Maiorem, Bishop of Angers, were immediately summoned to the Parliament to explain their behavior. In addition, all clergy were charged with the duty of obeying the king, recognizing the Parliament as the supreme authority, which, under the supremacy of the king, judges all his subjects without exception. Those who failed to comply with this order were declared guilty of lèse-majesty and were subject to prosecution to the fullest extent of the laws. On March 10th, a cavalier of the Queen Mother was sent in the name of the king to the Parliament with the announcement that the king would arrive in Paris before midday, and that he ordered the execution of the decree of the previous day to be postponed until his arrival. The Parliament replied that it was guided in everything by the desire for the good and to please His Majesty. Meanwhile, the king ordered the ecclesiastics to meet as soon as possible on the morning of the 10th, to draw up the complaint they intended to present to him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon they came to court, and the Bishop of Auxerre handed the complaint to the king, who did not approve of the last decree of the Parliament and reproached the bishop for meeting without permission. He promised to grant them a public audience to hear their objections. Then, on the 26th of March, the court referred the matter to the king's discretion. In spite of all this, 2 days later, the Parliament announced that it demanded that the Archbishop of Auch and the Bishop of Angers appear before the court, threatening, in case of disobedience, to confiscate the income of these persons. The clergy hastened to assemble and asked the king for the promised public audience, which was promised to them on May 30th, but since on that day the Parliament agreed to the transfer of the case communicated to it, the audience promised to the clergy did not take place. We have already said that the criticism of the Bishop of Chartres was attacked from two sides. Some said that it had not been examined at the meeting, which had caused the disturbances we know about, while others found much in it that could not be accepted. For his part, the Bishop of Chartres attacked the abridged review that he had compiled under the influence of Cardinal La Valette, and tried to defend the first version. First of all, he proved from the minutes of the meeting that his work had been read and unanimously approved. Bishop Maiorem of Angers, one of the most ardent opponents of the Bishop of Chartres, began to dispute the extract from the minutes issued by the secretary of the meeting. He accused the Bishop of Chartres of having cunningly obtained the review included in the extract and of having committed a forgery. The private assemblies, which met at the Church of St. Genevieve, confirmed the accusation made by Maiorem, and did not recognize the extract from the minutes given to the Bishop of Chartres, who, in turn, did not recognize the right of the private assembly to declare invalid the extract from the minutes of the General Assembly. When the ecclesiastical dignitaries had departed, an article appeared, signed by Cardinal La Rochefoucauld, under the title Reasons for the Disapproval of Our Bishops, etc. It not only condemned the critical analysis made by the Bishop of Chartres, but also declared that it contained so many errors and impertinences that the dignity of the clergy did not allow it to appear in print with the approval of the Assembly of the Clergy. Since the Jesuits are also affected by this critical analysis, the Cardinal devotes the 19th section of his article to their justification. In 1628, Richer broke the silence to which he had condemned himself since the attacks directed against him, and published a refutation of La Rochefoucauld's article, entitling his work, Notes on a Book entitled Causes of Disapproval. He follows his opponent step by step and answers all his statements. It is easy to understand the cause of all this excitement about a more or less long and thorough criticism. The Jesuits were offended. They were not pleased to see their doctrine and two of their monks so clearly explained. Many ecclesiastical dignitaries, and especially Cardinal La Valette, son of the Duke of Epernon, were devoted to them. Hence arose such a passionate refutation, the motive of which was hidden, but the consequences so obvious. But if the friends of the Jesuits were strong, their enemies were numerous. The main reason for their increase was, according to Richelieu, that everyone was tired of them interfering in everything. In the same year that the libels of the Admonitio and Mysteria were thus persecuted, public opinion in Paris was indignant at the work of the Jesuit Santarelli, who repeated the same doctrine for which the books of Buchan and Mariana had been suppressed. For Santarelli and his followers, the Pope was everything in the world. In him alone was concentrated the supreme power. The representatives of the secular power were only his deputies, whom he could remove at will. According to the Jesuits, the army of this sole, supreme, and universal power was their order, all members of which took a solemn vow of blind obedience to the Pope. This is why they ascribed to themselves an exclusive position in the Church. Santarelli's book was printed at Rome under the eyes of the Pope and with the approval of the Jesuit general. When it reached Paris, Filzac, Richer's antagonist, and Servin, the invincible opponent of the Jesuits, examined it and found in it the ultramontane doctrine in all its integrity. Filzac, who had been a friend of the Jesuits for some time, returned to his former opinion of them and forced his successor as syndic, Georges Froget, to report Santarelli's book to the faculty, whereupon Dean Raguenet received orders to convene a meeting for March 16, 1626. Already on March 6, Servin reported Santarelli's book to the Parliament. On that day, the king was present at a solemn session of the Parliament. At the very moment when Servin was preparing to expose the work of the Jesuits, he fell, struck by a stroke of apoplexy. In his place, another less ardent, but equally pious judge, renowned throughout France for his learning, Omer Talon, spoke and delivered an indictment against the Jesuit order, which was distributed throughout the country. The Parliament condemned Santarelli's work, which was burned by the executioner on the Place de Grève. After the sentence on this book, they immediately began to discuss the question of whether to forbid the Jesuits to preach and hear confessions, and whether to close their Clermont College. Some councillors demanded their new expulsion from France. The president, Lemoynier, went secretly to the house of the professors to warn the Jesuits, for he feared that this measure would be adopted the following day. The Jesuits rushed hastily to the court, but, hurt by their libels, Richelieu no longer treated them with the same favor. They were told that the king was absent, and that they could come on his return. The same misfortune befell the prosecutor, Matthew Molay, a friend of the Jesuits. Meanwhile, having discussed the matter, the Parliament did not consider it opportune to expel the Jesuits, and limited itself to calling to its court Father Cotin, the provincial, and the other superiors of the Parisian houses of the order, Fathers Fillet, Brossolde, and Armand. The bailiffs brought them into the council chamber, where Verdun, the senior president, interrogated them, and then asked them to sign the following 4 propositions. The king owes his state only to God and his sword. The Pope has no coercive or directive power over the rulers. The king personally cannot be excommunicated from the Church. The Pope has no right to release subjects from their oath of allegiance to the sovereign, nor to impose a ban on the state for any reason. Father Cotin replied, "We will willingly sign these proposals if the Sorbonne and the French clergy, now assembled here, will sign them. We cannot prescribe laws either to our spiritual superiors or to the venerable institutions that stand above us in the Church." The Parliament did not believe this humility, and began to deliberate about whether to immediately arrest Fathers Cotin and Ignatius Armand. The matter was put to a vote, says the Jesuit historian, but the senior chairman postponed the decision until the following Monday. The friends of the Jesuits took such advantage of this delay that on Monday the king summoned Father Cotin to the Louvre. Cotin, who died 3 days later, was unable to appear through illness. Father Ignatius Armand came in his place. Richelieu informed him that the storm raised against the Jesuits would subside if they would sign a written promise to acquiesce in the censorship of the Sorbonne and the French clergy on the doctrine of Santarelli, and to side with the French Church against ultramontanism. The Jesuits signed without demur, and hastened to the nuncio with the explanation that, if necessary, they could evade the fulfillment of the promise they had signed. Their apologies were rather ill received. On the very day that the Jesuits signed this paper, the syndic Georges Froget said at a meeting of the faculty. At first I thought it useful to prohibit Santarelli's book, but after mature reflection, and having consulted with intelligent people, I came to the conclusion that it is dangerous to do so. This cannot be done without causing discord between the Pope and the King, without insulting them. Therefore, I think that one should not speak of this book, especially since it has already been prohibited by Parliament. The faculty has not received any order from the King, or from Parliament, or from other high-ranking persons, and it is not its custom to engage in important matters without the request of its superiors. If the faculty wishes to read, analyze, and even prohibit this work, then I ask that it do so in general terms, without noting any particulars. This was done with regard to the admonitio ad regem, and therefore the prohibition of this libel was well received by everyone, and even by the Pope. Filzac objected to this proposal of the syndic. It is necessary, he said, to read carefully and maturely discuss Santarelli's work, and for this purpose it is necessary to appoint a learned commission, which is obliged to present a report to the faculty by April 1st. The analysis of this book is not difficult, since the author has briefly set out his entire teaching in the 30th and 31st chapters. We can limit ourselves to examining these 2 chapters and note in them the provisions subject to prohibition. Meanwhile, in Rome, there was great anxiety that the University of Paris was going to censor Santarelli's book. The general of the Jesuits, Vitelleschi, was all the more worried because he had loudly approved of this work. In order to ward off the blow that threatened him, he ordered 2 copies of this book to be remade, and in this form he sent them to the Parisian Jesuits, to be given to friends of the order, and to spread rumors that the process initiated against one of their brothers was based on nothing but slander and deceit. He counted all the more on the success of this trick, since there were very few copies of Santarelli's book in France, and that it was almost impossible for anyone to collect several of them. Vitelleschi thought to serve the Pope and revealed his trick to him. Urban VIII was indignant and heaped upon him the strongest reproaches, firstly, for having officially approved a book which had embroiled the Pope with the powers, and secondly, for having allowed himself to commit such a deception. The Pope declared that he would order his nuncio in France to detain and destroy both forged copies, which was done. In the same order, Urban VIII instructed Spada to reprimand the Jesuits who had signed the famous promise, and to try to ensure that the Sorbonne did not censor Santarelli's work. But all the nuncio's efforts were in vain. Filsac's proposal was accepted, and Doctors Jean Dautruy, Stephen Dupuy, Louis Rum, and Peter Chapla were appointed to a commission to examine the book. Rumi fell ill and Chapla went to Palestine, so Dautruy and Dupuy took charge of the examination. They read their report on April 1st, and came to the conclusion that the ultramontane doctrine contained in the above-mentioned chapters must be suppressed. Froget again begged the scholars to confine themselves to a general criticism, without pointing out individual points, so as not to offend the Pope. According to the custom observed at the university on important occasions, Filsac asked for the floor for the speakers. Dautruy spoke first and stated frankly, "The doctrine set forth in chapters 30 and 31 of Santarelli's book seems to me monstrous. It is unknown to all the ancient fathers of the Church and to the spiritual scholars. It will lead to unrest in the state and will disrupt all order. It was invented only recently, to the great temptation of believers, and must be prohibited. I would like the faculty to address the Pope with the most humble request to remove this stone of temptation from the Church, and, by virtue of its authority, to forbid writers who defend this teaching from touching on this question in their works under pain of prohibition and condemnation." After Jean Dautruy, another speaker, Stephen Dupuy, read the following formula of censorship. "The doctrine expounded in Santarelli's book is new, incorrect, false, erroneous, contrary to the word of God. It makes the office of high priest odious. It diminishes the supreme power of kings, granted to them by God, and hinders the conversion of pagan and heretical rulers. It disturbs public peace, destroys kingdoms, parliaments, and republics. It turns subjects away from obedience to the sovereign, and leads them to conspiracies, rebellions, and attempts on the lives of kings and princes. This criticism of ultramontanism is distinguished by the greatest precision." Filsac warmly supported Dupuy, and the majority expressed themselves in the same sense. It was decided that Santarelli's doctrine should be suppressed, according to the formula proposed by Dupuy, and Doctors Filsac, Isambert, Boss, Gautier, Frogier, Dautruis, and Duchin were charged with editing the critical analysis, which would be signed at the meeting of April 4th. The members of the commission met on the 2nd. Isambard and Frogier, wishing to spare the Jesuits, proposed to change the order of the definitions and to strike out the word erroneous, but they were told that this would mean deviating from the plans of the faculty. As a result, the following edition of the Critical Analysis was obtained. If anyone doubts that the end of the world, of which the Apostle speaks, is approaching, let him remember what is happening in our times, and compare it with what was before. Then he will be convinced that the enemy of the human race has done everything that can not only offend, but completely destroy all, both spiritual and secular order. There were atheists who, daring to blaspheme God, turned their pens and their swords against the Church of our Lord Jesus Christ. Some madmen, supposing that it was not without reason that the secular powers were armed with the sword, began to undermine them in another way, and tried to destroy them by means of vile books, achieving their goal by secret tricks. St. Jude teaches us to recognize such people by their contempt for the higher powers and by their blasphemy against the king. It would be good if they limited themselves to contempt and slander alone, but no, some excellent writers, under the pretext of establishing a certain secular authority in the Church, teach and assert that those persons in whose hands is the management of spiritual affairs have the power to deprive sovereigns of their thrones even for empty and completely strange reasons, and in their place to appoint for a year, or even for a certain number of days, the highest judicial dignitaries at their own discretion. In consequence of all this, the theological faculty of the University of Paris, perceiving the intention by such means to undermine all secular society, and especially the French monarchy, which is under the rule of our most Christian, most merciful and most just king, following the example of their predecessors in expressing their devotion to His Majesty and the whole state, and wishing to satisfy all right-thinking people, chose, among other things, a recently published book entitled Antonii Santarelli Jesuiti de Herese, Schismate, Apostasia, etc., and at its extraordinary meeting on the 16th of March of this year, commissioned certain scholars, specially appointed, to read and analyze this work, and since it speaks of some things not related to the present matter, it was decided to consider only 2 chapters, namely, the 30th and 31st of the Treatise de Heresy. On April 1st, 1626, after celebrating the Mass of the Holy Spirit, the faculty met in the hall of the Sorbonne College and heard the report of the commission, which explained that the 2 chapters indicated to it contain the following provisions. The Pope has the right to impose financial penalties on kings and princes, to deprive them of the throne and state for heresy, and to release subjects from the oath of fidelity and obedience to the sovereign. Such has been the custom in the Church from time immemorial, and not only for heresy, but also for other reasons, namely for sins if necessary, that is, if the sovereign is negligent, incompetent, and useless. In addition, the Pope exercises authority over all spiritual and secular affairs, over rulers who sin against the laws of God and man, especially if they fall into heresy. The reporters explained that the author of the book asserts that the apostles were de facto, but not de jure, subjects of the secular princes, and that the latter immediately became subjects of the Pope as soon as his authority was established. He distorts the text of St. Paul, omitting one negative, and by quoting many authors, makes them say what they never thought. In conclusion, the Commission was of the opinion that the above, as well as many other things which it had noted, should justly be corrected and suppressed. The Dean referred the matter to the discussion of the faculty, which, after hearing the opinions of all the members and collecting their votes, expressed censure and condemnation of this doctrine, and found it new, incorrect, erroneous, and contrary to the Word of God, that it rendered the papal authority odious and opened the way to schism, that it diminished the supreme power of kings, which depended only on God, and hindered the conversion of pagan and heretical rulers to the true faith, that it disturbed the public peace, destroys kingdoms, states, and republics, in a word, turns subjects away from obedience to the sovereign and incites them to rebellions, uprisings, and attempts on the lives of rulers. Compiled at the Sorbonne on the day and year above mentioned, and revised on April 4, 1626. This analysis excited the Ultramontanes, the friends of the Jesuits. At their head stood Duval, the most learned of them, for which reason they were called Duvalists. The members of this party did everything they could to achieve the destruction of the 2 definitions, erroneous and contrary to the Word of God, with which Ultramontanism was branded in general. Others wanted the word relatively added, so that the definitions would not apply to the whole doctrine in general, but so that the strongest expressions could be attributed to the most dangerous positions. The majority approved the analysis without any changes. All the learned, says Richelieu, agreed with the critical analysis, but not with the expressions in which it was clothed. Despite their failure, the Ultramontanes did not lose hope of remaking it, as we will discuss later. Meanwhile, the Jesuits suffered a new humiliation in the examination of the abridged theology of Father Garras, the usual author of most of the libels that were published under fictitious names against the enemies of the Jesuits. When the scholars who had been charged with the examination of the abridged theology of Father Garras presented their report, the faculty unanimously decided that the book should be suppressed. The Ultramontanes did not dare to plead forgery in court, since the verdict of the faculty was too firmly based on extracts from the work under examination. They asked permission to postpone their objection for 2 months in order to prepare for the defense of their case. At the end of this period, the faculty met to impose a ban on the book, but the Ultramontanes took care to ensure that many learned monks of the mendicant orders were present at the meeting. According to the law, each monastery had the right to send no more than 2 representatives to the meetings of the faculty, but for some time all learned monks considered themselves entitled to attend all meetings and cast a vote. Since there were many adherents of Ultramontanism among the monks, for the most part on hostile terms with their bishops on the occasion of their dismissal from office, the Jesuits let them know when they needed to secure a majority of votes at meetings. They were also assembled in the same way on the day when the faculty was to examine Father Garras's abridged theology. They did not dare to speak in defense of this bad book, but asked for another 2 months' delay, which was granted to them by a majority vote. On this occasion, the secular scholars petitioned the Parliament that henceforth each monastery should send no more than 2 representatives to the meetings of the faculty, as was required. Filzac wrote a letter to Cardinal Richelieu and exposed to him the evil designs of Dr. Duval, who had conspired with Nuncio Spada and the Jesuits to ruin the Sorbonne, but all was in vain. The mendicant monks brought a complaint against the university to the Royal Council, which transferred the case to another court. Nevertheless, the Parliament ruled in accordance with the petition of the faculty. Ignoring this sentence, in August 1627 the monks appeared at the meeting in a larger number than the specified number. The Parliament sent 2 advisors there, who drew up a report on the violation of the decree. At the September meeting, Father Garras' abridged theology was condemned as containing many propositions heretical, erroneous, outrageous, impudent. Many excerpts from the Holy Scriptures and the Holy Fathers are cited out of place, changed, their meaning distorted. In addition, the book contains countless buffoonery, which is inappropriate for Christians and theologians to either write or read. Father Garras was once very famous for his buffoonery. Judging by what remains of his writings, his place was more on the stage of a buffoon than in a monastic order. However, the Jesuits admired him and considered him their best writer. The condemnation of Father Garras's abridged theology was examined and approved at the meeting on September 16th. Jean du Verger de Guérin, abbot of Saint Cyra, took up the fight against the Jesuits by writing a refutation of Garras's book. He called his book Abridgment of the Forgeries of the Jesuit Garras. This work, very learned, strictly orthodox, revealed in the author a dangerous enemy of the Jesuits, who understood this and tried with all their might to harm him, as we shall see further. Meanwhile, the mendicant monks appealed to the king's court against the minutes of the Parliament and the subsequent second sentence. The king transferred the case to his own court, forbade Parliament to interfere in the matter, and decided that the monks could attend the meetings of the faculty according to custom, as they had always done. This decision did not put an end to the dispute, because the secular members of the faculty argued that the custom, supported by the sentences of the sessions, did not agree with the claims of the monks, which the king wanted to satisfy. Since, in fact, all the noise was raised because of Santarelli's book, or rather because of Ultramontanism, the king thought to calm minds by forbidding the faculty to discuss and dispute, in the affirmative or negative sense, any propositions concerning the supreme power of His Majesty and other kings and rulers without the special permission of His Majesty, confirmed by his letters, under penalty of punishment as rebels and disturbers of public peace. The faculty received this sentence with respect, says Richelieu, but postponed its confirmation, deciding to wait until the Court of Parliament received notification of it. The Jesuits, who were in the ascendancy at court, wished, with the aid of the king, to hinder the operation of the laws and to silence their opponents, in order to attain their object more surely. They maintained that, by order of the king, the Sorbonne had no right to practice Ultramontanism. They considered themselves entitled to spread this doctrine. They therefore revived the case of Santarelli, and won over some bishops to their side. By order of Rome, the Nuncio Spada did everything in his power to compel the faculty to repeal its censorship. The Jesuits were very vocal against the expression heresy, which sullied a doctrine which, according to them, was in agreement with that of the Fathers of the Church. It would have been difficult for them to name a single one of these saints who was on the side of the Ultramontanes. They themselves constantly used the word heresy to define the views of their opponents, but they wished to use this expression exclusively. Some scholars, at the Nuncio's instigation, claimed that the faculty was not free to critically examine Santarelli's book and asked permission to meet to discuss this subject and to examine this vile book for what it was worth. They presented this hypocritical petition to Richelieu, who found himself in a very difficult position. The Pope had sent him, the King, the Queen Mother, the Keeper of the Seals, and some prelates letters in which he censured the criticism of the Sorbonne. But, on the other hand, the Parliament and the Sorbonne defended the teaching of the French Church. Richelieu did not immediately answer the Duvallists, under the pretext of the king's absence. He considered the matter very important, finding that a great conflagration could arise from these sparks. When the king returned, Richelieu advised him to put out the matter, giving some satisfaction to the Roman court. The king took advantage of the first opportunity to achieve this double aim. The pretext was the thesis proposed at the beginning of 1628 by the Jacobite Testfer, who maintained that the papal decretals were part of the Holy Scriptures, since they were infallible interpretations of it, and that the Roman See was nothing other than the Church. This ultramontane turmoil did not please the faculty, which declared that this thesis could not be read at its sessions. The entire university expressed itself in the same sense, and ordered Testfer to withdraw his thesis. Otherwise he would be demoted and deprived of all rights, honors, privileges, liberties and ranks of the university, without the right to re-enter the university. Some bishops who were at court complained to the king that the university was dealing with a theological question which was not within its jurisdiction, whereupon the king, by decree of December 19th, revoked the university's decree and again forbade the question of the nature of power to be touched upon. He also sent Caspian, Bishop of Nantes, to the university with a letter to the theological faculty, which was ordered to draw up rules for the printing of theses, to include in the minutes a prohibition against dawdling over such controversial questions, and to take note of everything that the Bishop of Nantes was instructed to report in the name of the king. After reading the royal letter, Caspian announced to the assembly that he had been instructed to ascertain the opinion of all members of the faculty concerning the expressions in which the criticism of Santarelli's book was composed. Many members protested, but to no avail. The matter was put to discussion. Opinions were very different. Some openly spoke for or against the analysis, others demanded some changes. The Bishop of Nantes included the latter among the opponents of the analysis, and in this sense drew up a protocol, from which it was evident that of the 68 members only 18 approved of the criticism. The others approved of it in essence, but did not agree with its wording. This protocol was presented to the king. The Parliament defended the criticism made by the faculty and cancelled the decisions of the Assembly, which had taken place under the chairmanship of the Bishop of Nantes. But the king transferred the matter to his own court and forbade the faculty and Parliament to deal with it. He also ordered that the cardinals, the ecclesiastics and others appointed by him for this purpose should decide in what terms the criticism of the vile and harmful doctrine contained in the book of Santarelli should be made, for presentation to His Majesty, who will indicate what to do next. The king did not appoint the promised members of the court, and thus ceased for the time being the dispute in which, according to Richelieu, both sides treated each other with such great hostility that very bad consequences could be expected. However, the Society severely condemned the conduct of those members who had spoken out more or less openly in favor of Santarelli. They considered it necessary to apologize to the king. Duval, their leader, addressed him a letter in their name, in which he said, "Sire, the doctors of the theological faculty of your university, 35 in number, because of the unworthy accusation of lack of loyal feelings that has been wrongly brought against them, have decided to bring to your Majesty the assurance of their innocence, and to present the most convincing proofs of it. And since we are accused of considering your power only borrowed, making you, in a way, subject to the Pope, and do not want to recognize your direct power over all your subjects, then, we declare before God and His holy angels, and we swear by everything sacred to us, that your Majesty received your power only from God, that you do not depend on anyone in the world, not excluding the Pope, and in all the secular affairs of your state, no one has the right to ask you why you act this way, since you have the full right and honor to command us, and we have the honor of obeying you." After this slavishly respectful introduction, Duval asserts that both he and his friends objected only to some of the too severe expressions of the analysis, and at the end, in obscure words, he expresses Bellarmine's teaching on the indirect power of the Pope over kings. It should be noted that in all theological disputes, if the Jesuits got the upper hand, it was only by force. Their favorite arguments were royal power and the influence of high-ranking persons. If they could not obtain the decision they wanted, they asked for orders that silenced their opponents. They considered themselves above all laws and only outwardly observed the rules prescribed to them. The results obtained by the Jesuits are not surprising when we remember what their position was at court. Louis XIII had no character and was susceptible to outside influence. His confessors ruled him at their whim, and the confessors were Jesuits. When Father Cotin retired from court in 1617, Father Arnold was appointed in his place. 10 years later, he was succeeded by Father Seguiran, after whom the office of confessor passed to Father Suffren. Father Cotin, after living for some time at Rome, returned as provincial of France. We will not enter into the details of all the intrigues in which these Jesuits were mixed up, but we cannot pass over in silence the very significant fact that, at the time when Richelieu was persuading Louis XIII to follow the policy of Henry IV, an attempt was made on the life of the king. The culprit was a priest named Martel, of Estrahan, near Dieppe. He confessed that he had acted at the instigation of 2 Jesuits. This is what the investigation conducted by the Rouen Parliament found out. The priest Martel, suspected and convicted of many serious crimes, having arrived at the fair in Rouen, presented himself to the senior president and declared that he intended to go to the king and inform him in confidence that a certain scoundrel, a Spaniard, originally from Flanders, had confessed to him that he was going to attempt the king's life with several comrades on the new bridge. This impostor hoped that by means of this declaration and the revelation of secrets to the sovereign himself, he would gain access to him and the opportunity to kill him. The senior president, touched by the good intentions of this priest, immediately sent him in his carriage to Paris to the chancellor, who, having heard his testimony, entrusted him to the captain of the guards. This officer, wishing to find the soldiers implicated in the contemplated regicide, and hoping to meet them in the streets, walked about Paris for several days with Martel, so that the priest might point them out. In order to give more weight to his denunciation, Martel forged letters, pretending to be from a soldier who had confessed to the contemplated murder. In them the soldier, it seemed, reproached him for violating the secrecy of confession and for exposing the confessor to great danger. These letters, brought to Paris by Martel's servant, named Garapin, were entrusted to a hired person, to be delivered to Martel wherever he might be. The servant Garapin, in order to deceive his messenger the more surely, called himself a soldier of the guard. The messenger was detained with these letters and asked where they came from. He replied that a young man had given them to him on the bridge of Notre Dame, together with 15 sous for his trouble. He added that he would easily recognize this young man if he saw him, which happened shortly after. In consequence of this, Garapin and his master were thrown into prison and examined by 2 of the king's counselors. Martel at first adhered to his first statement and asserted that he had learned of the crime in confession, but soon confessed that the fact he had stated was fictitious and the letters forged. In consequence of this discrepancy in the statements, Martel, Garapin, and their messenger were conducted to the Parliament of Rouen, with orders to investigate the matter. On their arrival at Rouen, it was immediately rumored that the despised Martel had long been suspected of being guilty of various crimes. Accordingly, inquiries were made into his past life, and he and his servant were confronted with many witnesses. The senior president, 2 royal officers, and 4 councillors of the Parliament examined them carefully. It was found out from the case that Martel, who confessed to it, had committed the following crimes: extortion, sodomy, attempted murder, the murder of Christopher Auvray, his neighbor, and the burning of his house. After committing the last crime, Martel went to Dieppe with Ambrose Guillot, a Jesuit, and Garapin, his servant, fled by night and hid in Rouen, where Martel joined him after a while. While in this city, Martel decided to come to the president with the denunciation known to us. When Martel confessed these things, the president asked him for what purpose this whole intrigue with the servant had been carried on. Then Martel confessed that he had intended to kill the king, and that he had acted on the advice and instigation of 2 Jesuits, Ambrose Guiau, and Pierre Chapuis. As a result of this statement, he was searched and a knife was found on him, the same one with which Ravaillac had killed Henry IV. The servant Galleran testified that he knew nothing of his master's regicidal plan, that the matter was known to others, since Martel and Ambrose Guiau often consulted with each other, and that recently, before Martel's departure for Paris, the Jesuit Guiau had brought 2 Spanish soldiers who had stayed with him for several days at Martel's. When questioned about this, Martel confessed and added that he had spoken ill of the king and the government in order to test the Spaniards, and that he had taken them to the Jesuit refectory at Dieppe. To these serious proofs against Martel and the Jesuits was added a new, very important one. Letters dated May of the same year were seized from a relative of Martel, in which Martel conveyed his regards to Ambrose Guiau and ordered him to tell him, "Let him pray to God and the Mother of God for the speedy and successful completion of the business undertaken by both of them." He added that the king was not in Paris, but that he would return. Personally, he, Martel, had not moved from Paris for 2 weeks, and that he must remain there until the time comes. These letters also contain other indications, from which it is evident that Martel and the Jesuit Guiau had conceived a terrible deed and often discussed it. In this same correspondence, several conversations are cited between Martel and another Jesuit, who said that the triangular cap was brought by the Virgin Mary herself to the Parisian Jesuits. The commissioners hastened to arrest the 2 Jesuits, Guiau and Chapuis, who lived in Dieppe. They were interrogated on January 30th and 31st, 1625, and the investigation of their case continued, but it was not connected with the case of Martel and the 2 Jesuits. Martel and his servant Galleran were condemned to death before they could be confronted with Guiau and Chapuis. The Jesuits used every means to hush up the affair and snatch their confreres from the hands of justice. The Rouen Parliament would not have been slow in discovering this plot and passing sentence on the real criminals, if they had not been Jesuits, but suddenly they received an order from the Royal Council, dated February 18, 1625, to close the case and send, because of its importance, all the documents relating to the accusation brought against Fathers Ambrose Guiau and Chapuis, and in the meantime, on February 8th, the king sent a letter to the senior president, ordering that the same Jesuits be quickly tried. Thus, according to the manuscripts of Dupuy, who presents irrefutable proof of the truth of his words, the laws of the state were violated in order, in the main, to snatch Ambrose Guiau, obviously guilty, from the hands of justice and to save him from the punishment he so deserved. Father Cotin, to whom the State Council had given the guarantee of this Jesuit, seemed so convinced of his brother's participation in the conspiracy and of the fact that he deserved to be hanged or broken on the wheel, like Father Guignard, that he gave orders on February 12th that in some monasteries of the order they should pray for a certain matter, as was said, very great, dangerous, and urgent. Some writers have asserted, without giving any evidence, that Martel declared Ambrose Guiau innocent on the scaffold. Such bold assertions are not uncommon in the writings of the Jesuits and their friends. Louis XIII wished to see in the conspiracy of Martel and Guiau only an isolated fact. Under the influence of his confessor, he laid the first stone of the church of the convent of the professors on the Rue Saint-Anthony on March 7, 1627. The magistrate of the city of Paris, following the example of the king, and wishing to serve him, assumed the expenses of renewing the building of the College of Clermont. Relying on this double support, the Jesuits considered themselves included in the university and began to organize their institutions throughout France. Dominated at court through confessors, they created for themselves a strong party of courtiers, faithful imitators of their sovereign, of influential and easy ladies, who found in the Jesuits indulgent confessors, of all the secular and spiritual intriguers who were striving to make a career and knew that this could not be achieved otherwise than through the Father Confessor. We will soon see how this party rebelled all of France and caused her irreparable disasters. On January 31, 1615, Claudius Aquaviva died. He had been general for 34 years and can be considered, as it were, the second founder of the order. The Jesuits themselves admit that they owe their education to him. He continued the work of Lainez. Ignatius Loyola founded the order, but Lainez and Aquaviva created in it what can be called the Jesuit spirit. Under Aquaviva's leadership, the order developed greatly. At the time of Aquaviva's death, the order consisted of 13,000 members of various degrees and owned 550 houses in 33 provinces. Aquaviva appointed Ferdinand Alberuz, assistant of the German, as vicar general. Alberus appointed a meeting of the professors for November 5, 1615. 65 members came. This number does not correspond much to the figure of 13,000, which expressed the total number of members of the order, but we have already said that the professors, that is, the true initiated Jesuits, were very few in the order. The Spaniards, who had a claim to the supply of generals, intrigued against the election of Muzio Vitelleschi, on whose side there was a majority. However, the intrigues did not prevent his election, which took place on November 15th. Muzio was a Roman. He was the first of the generals who was not a Spanish subject. Only 39 votes were cast in his favor. As it appears, there was no harmony in the order itself. The congregation did not disperse until January 24, 1616. It had issued 101 decrees. Of these, the 13th forbade every Jesuit to engage in the affairs of his own family, and the 84th forbade trade in any form. The Jesuits realized that it was necessary, at least officially, to eliminate the disorder that had brought so much censure upon them. They managed to be merchants in spite of all the rules, as we shall see later. While Aquaviva was general, the Jesuits were allowed to openly worship their founder, Ignatius Loyola. This is an important fact that must be noted. After the death of Ignatius, the Jesuits in their Roman monastery celebrated his memory every year on the 31st of July. On this day, eulogies were delivered in his honor. In 1599, Bellarmine wished to deliver such a speech. Cardinal Baronius, a Dominican, was present. Bellarmine tried to prove that the one he praised was worthy of canonization. Then Baronius, wishing to outdo Bellarmine, reproached the Jesuits for not placing a portrait of Ignatius at his tomb. The portrait was immediately brought. The cardinal himself hung it up and bowed to it on the ground. Immediately, all those present fell on their knees, shedding tears of joy and reverence. Until then, there had been no attempt to canonize Ignatius. Francis Borgia and Aquaviva published his biography, compiled by Rabadinira, where it was said that he did not perform miracles. But, as we already know, Rabadinira found it possible to publish his work in a second edition, which contained many miracles. In addition, the Jesuits compiled a description of Ignatius' virtues, his communications with God, and the most important rules established by the founder of their order. Things were in this state when Paul V interceded for the Jesuits before the Republic of Venice. Forced to abandon this defense in order to end the disagreements, the Pope rewarded the Jesuits with many favors. He not only revoked the bull condemning Molinism, but also allowed Ignatius to be named blessed and to have a Mass celebrated in his honor every year on July 31st, the day of his death. This canonization took place on December 3, 1609. On this occasion the Jesuits held a solemn feast in all their monasteries and delivered panegyrics in honor of their patron. In Spain, the spiritual children of Ignatius commissioned 2 Dominicans and an Augustinian to compose a eulogy for the new blessed. These monks carried out the commission entrusted to them as men devoted to the order. The French Jesuit François Sallier translated 3 speeches they delivered from Spanish into French and printed them in 1611. Sallier considered these speeches very excellent, but not everyone shared this opinion. There were people who found them ridiculous on account of the tales, apocryphal miracles, frivolous antics, cold allusions, forced allegories, ridiculous hyperboles, empty play on words and colorless comparisons with which this nonsense is strewn. It even contained propositions contrary to the teaching of the Church. Among other things, the following were reported to the Sorbonne. Ignatius, by the power of his name written on a piece of paper, performed more miracles than Moses, and as many as the apostles. Ignatius led such a holy and exalted life, even in the eyes of God, that no one except such popes as Saint Peter, such queens as the Mother of God, and such kings as God the Father and his Holy Son, had the happiness of seeing him. Truly, the founders of the monastic orders were sent for the good of the Church, but in recent times God spoke through his son Ignatius, whom he made heir of all things in the world, who lacked only this glory, and through whom the ages were created. Martyr Ignatius treated the Holy Father, the Pope, with special love, as the legitimate successor of Jesus Christ and his vicar on earth. Filzac, who was at that time syndic of the theological faculty, submitted these extracts to the Sorbonne for discussion on October 1, 1611. André Duval, devoted to the Jesuits for reasons which, according to Bossuet, cannot be openly spoken of, wished to prevent the critical examination of these extracts and made a speech asking for a favorable and merciful interpretation. The faculty, knowing the motives, paid no attention to his words and condemned the first three propositions as seductive, erroneous, blasphemous, impious, vile, abominable, false, and manifestly heretical. As for the fourth, it is found heretical in that it calls the Pope the successor of Christ, and incorrect in that it calls him the vicar of the Savior. This conclusion was correct, for it is enough to look at the context of the provisions to be convinced that Ignatius' panegyrists really made a second Christ out of their hero, and placed him above everything that was great in religion. Father Solier wanted to justify himself, and printed an explanatory letter concerning the condemned propositions. He attributed to the Holy Scriptures and the liturgical services the same expressions as those used by the panegyrists of Ignatius. According to the usual method of the Jesuits, he accused the Sorbonne of heresy and of conspiring with the Protestants against the order. When the Jesuits were accused of heresy, they always shouted much louder than their accusers. This was their usual trick. The criticism of the Sorbonne did not prevent the canonization of Ignatius. However, a difficulty immediately presented itself, insurmountable for everyone, but not for the Jesuits. Ignatius did not perform miracles during his life, and Father Rabadinira, in the first edition of his work, from 1572, admits that God revealed the glory of the founder of the order only in the rapid spread of the order, and only the Jesuits consider this a miracle. From 1572 to 1587, the sanctity of Ignatius was not manifested by any miracle, since in the second edition of Rabadinira's work, printed in 1587, like the first, there is no mention of miracles. Thus, for 30 years after his death, Ignatius did not perform a single miracle. But in 1612, when the canonization of Loyola was being actively sought, Rabadinira printed an abridged edition of his first work, and included in it many miracles reported to him by Jesuits who were more clairvoyant than himself. Thus this abridged edition was much more complete, in regard to miracles, than the first. From all the places where there were Jesuit monasteries, stories came flying in, one more marvelous than the other. India, Japan, China, Mexico, Brazil, Abyssinia, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Poland, Hungary, Flanders, all contributed their mite, so that very soon the Jesuits had at their disposal more miracles than would have been required for the canonization of several saints according to all the rules. In confirmation of the miracles, the Jesuits cited the testimony of the Emperor, the French king, the Duke of Bavaria, and other princes and princesses devoted to them. Gregory XV completed the work begun by Paul V and canonized Ignatius and Francis Xavier on March 12, 1622, but the bull was not issued until the following year by Pope Urban VIII. In 1621, the famous Bellarmine died in Rome. The Jesuits considered him their pride and one of their greatest theologians. Bellarmine had knowledge and skill, but unfortunately he used them in defense of a doctrine that was the Church's misfortune. He systematized the doctrine of ultramontanism and supported it with the most ingenious sophisms. Ultramontane ideas, always promoted by the papal court since the Middle Ages, were known before Bellarmine, but this Jesuit theologian was able to group them, compare them, and present them as the most orthodox doctrine. The Roman court encouraged him, and Bellarmine, as Bossuet said, replaced for him the entire Catholic tradition. The Jesuits tried to make a saint out of Bellarmine. The cause for his canonization was brought, but Cardinal Casamate stopped it. It was revived several times, but always without success, in spite of all the efforts of the Italian Jesuits. Bellarmine took care to compose his own panegyric. In it he speaks of his virtues with that feigned modesty which is greater than pride, and assures that he has preserved his innocence inviolate. In spite of this declaration, no one believed that he had carried his virtue to a heroic degree. The Jesuits were so confident of the success of their enterprise that they already considered the ultramontane doctrine under the protection of a saint whom they had previously called immaculate. The French Jesuits did not share the enthusiasm of their Italian brothers for the great ultramontane scholar. They realized that their position, already very difficult in France, would become dangerous if ultramontanism were canonized in the person of one of their confreres, condemned by the Parliament. At their instigation, Cardinal Tanson wrote 2 very energetic letters to Benedict XIV and spoke out against canonization. The Italian Jesuits were forced to abandon the project of obtaining an immaculate theologian, whom they would have so proudly contrasted with St. Thomas, the angelic theologian of whom their opponents, the Dominicans, boasted. Pope Urban VIII, who issued the bull canonizing the first 2 Jesuit saints, gave the order other proofs of his devotion. After the death of Sixtus V, the Jesuits acquired enormous influence in Rome. They were more feared than loved, but they succeeded in winning over the most influential families and dominated the various states through the reigning houses. Almost everywhere they succeeded in getting close to kings and the most noble persons as confessors. Through these influential persons they obtained lucrative positions for cardinals, various favors for their relatives. The grateful cardinals could refuse nothing to their benefactors, especially if they interceded for the Jesuits, who were the intermediaries in obtaining various favors for the cardinals themselves. The Jesuits used these means from the very foundation of their order, but from the 17th century onwards they raised this method of action to a system and made it the basis of their policy. Thus they became such undisputed masters in Italy that the little princes of that country appealed to them for protection against the disturbances which threatened their rule. Although their influence was not so obvious in other countries, it was equally great. The Jesuits availed themselves of it to increase the number of their establishments, both in the Old and in the New World. At this blessed period the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the order was celebrated. In 1636 Vitelleschi sent out a circular to all the provincials, ordering the celebration of this anniversary in all the establishments of the order. Every effort was made, and for 4 years all the literary talents of the order were occupied with all their might in preparing a worthy eulogy of the glory and virtues of the Jesuits. The centenary was celebrated in 1640. Thus, for 4 years, laudatory poems and orations were composed in honor of the order. Most of them are forgotten, but the Flemish Jesuits have contrived to preserve them for posterity by collecting them in a book entitled Imago Primi Seculi, Picture of the First Century, printed in folio by the famous Plantin printing house, with numerous engravings representing exemplary representatives of virtue, hopes, and glory of the order. The book consists of stories, speeches, and poems in various languages. All these compositions are distinguished not so much by talent as by the enthusiastic and pompous tone, pedantry, and incredible pride revealed in every line. Of course, they have no historical significance, but they faithfully reflect the mood, the spirit of the entire order. Therefore, history must pause for a moment over this tedious compilation, from which we will make a few extracts. Chapter 4. The Jesuits as portrayed by Mariana. There are shameful faults in the order which ought not to be revealed. It is so badly governed that abuses cannot be remedied. The best Jesuits groan under these abuses. Justice is despised. The good are oppressed. The wicked are favored. The order is filled with spies. Millions spent on the Molina affair. Delicate treatment of young novices. The Jesuits are incapable of good teaching. They engage in industrial and agricultural enterprises. The laws are interpreted at the whim of their elders. Insignificant persons are placed at the head of the order. According to the archives of the general, there is not a single honest man in the order. Virtue is not rewarded. The wicked are spared in the order. The good are persecuted and killed. Abuse in all branches of government. Jesuits interfere in secular affairs. Professors do not observe beggary. Enormous sums sent to the general's treasury. Serious and impartial opinions about the Jesuits in the first century. Popes, bishops, theologians, scientists, famous people, monks, Jesuits, judges, corporations, who shared in the first century the opinion about the Jesuits expressed in the prophecy of Saint Hildegard. And meanwhile, at that time the Jansenists were not yet invented. From the earliest days of the Jesuit order, the most contradictory opinions have been expressed about its members. It is the duty of an impartial historian to collect them and present them to the reader's judgment. First of all, let us cite the laudatory opinions of the Jesuits about themselves, for which we will make several extracts from the famous work entitled Imago Primi Seculi. Here, first, is a description of the magnificent title page of this book. The order, Societas, is represented as a young girl, to whom angels are conferring 3 crowns: virginity, learning, and martyrdom. To her right, an angel sounds a trumpet. Ignatius is 100 years old. To her left, another angel sounds a trumpet. May he fill the whole world. The emblematic Virgin has the name of Jesus inscribed on her breast, and she says, "Give us no glory, Lord, give us no glory." In her right hand she holds a pen, and in her left a cross in flames. At her right, at her feet, time. At her left, also at her feet, a mitre and a cardinal's hat. Along the edges of the sheet there are 6 emblems, corresponding to the 6 books of the work. The first 5 depict the order in general, and prove its similarity to the Church. The first represents the name of Jesus in the form of a sun and a crescent moon, above which is the inscription, The order is born of Jesus, Societas a Jesu nata, and below is another. He receives everything from the Son, omnia solis habet. The second emblem consists of a radiant globe with the inscription below. The order is spread throughout the world, Societas toto orb diffusa, and below. It shines throughout the universe, toto micet orb. The third emblem represents the moon in the night sky with the inscription at the top. The order benefits all, Societas mundo benefaciens, and at the bottom, it preserves all in the night, media fovit omnia noct. The fourth emblem represents the moon in eclipse, due to the position of the earth between the sun and it, with the inscription. The order suffers misfortunes from the world, Societas a mundo male patiens, and below, the order is eclipsed by the earth, objecta tellor tenetur. The fifth emblem is the sun, the moon and the shadow of the earth, with the inscription at the top. The order gains more glory from persecution, Societas a persecutionibus illustrior, and at the bottom, it becomes more beautiful from the shadow, ipsa formosior umbra. These 5 emblems are common to the Church and to the Jesuit order. The 6th is specific to Flanders. It is the lion of the zodiac, et hanc Leo Belgicus ambit. At the foot of one of the columns supporting the frontispiece is a palm tree, to signify that the order will flourish like the palm tree, and on the other side is a phoenix, to signify that it will flourish like the phoenix, according to the interpretation of Tertullian, who thus translated the Greek expression of the Septinus, ut phoenix florbit. This is a mistake, for the Greek word signifies both phoenix and palm tree. The Hebrew word signifies only palm tree, which is admitted by all translators, but the Jesuits saw in it the phoenix bird. They refer to Ulysses Aldrovandus, who asserts in his work on birds that there are several kinds of phoenixes. The Jesuits quote this writer in a footnote and apply to the order the motto, Avis jam non unica, hinting that the order is a congregation of many phoenixes. At the bottom of the title page are 2 angels supporting a mirror, one with the words, without blemish, sine lab, which can be applied to the Church, which is said to be without blemish, the other with the inscription, sine ochre. The first motto means chastity, and the second, poverty. Behind the title page is a brief table of contents of the work, at the end of which is an engraving depicting the infant Jesus forging a ring on an anvil, which he hands over to the order as a sign of his marital union with it. This ring is, as it were, a sign of the eternal existence of the order, annulum eternitatis in perennis fodera connubii deturas. The Flemish Jesuits in their first book call the order a secondary institution of the Church. In Rome there were St. Peter and St. Ignatius, and among the nations there were St. Paul and St. Xavier. The 12 apostles are the 10 Jesuits. The 72 disciples are the 70 Jesuits who existed at the time of the first bull of Paul III, lib 2 cap. 2. Just as the Holy Spirit, said the Jesuits, descended upon the assembly of the apostles, so he descended upon St. Ignatius after his conversion to God, with the same noise and earthquake, lib v cap. 5. I can, if I am not mistaken, I can without impudence attribute to the order of Jesus the prophecy of the King Prophet about Zion, that is, about the Church of Jesus Christ. City of the Lord, glorious deeds are announced about you, for the Most Holy One has laid your foundation and established you against disasters. Ibid. There can be no doubt that the order is in every way like the Church. If we remember what benefit persecution brings to it, we can say of it what St. Hilary said of the Church, that it is especially victorious when there are many enemies, proves its innocence especially clearly when it is reproached for evil deeds, and remains master when everyone abandons it. Lib v cap. 1. St. Jerome said of the Church that she grew by persecution and was crowned by martyrdom. The same may be said of the order, and this verse of Horace may be applied to it. Where is that part of the earth which has not been watered with our blood? Quae caret ora cruor nostra? Lib v cap. 4. Recalling the great benefits and favors shown to our order by the popes, one might think that the prophecy of Isaiah, the fulfillment of which we joyfully see in the Church, in a certain sense applies also to the Jesuit order. Kings will be your nurses, and queens your nurses. You will suck the milk of the nations and be nourished at the royal breast. The Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your glory. The days of my people will be as the days of a tree, and the works of his hands will endure forever. Let me be permitted to think that in this prophecy Isaiah speaks not only of the people of God and of the Church, but that he has in mind St. Ignatius and his family, the brothers of the order and their excellent works. Lib v orit. 1. Jesus treats the Jesuits as he treats the Church. He fights for them as for the rest of Christians. Lib. I cap. 4. In proof of this truth, the Jesuits cite the words of Saint Jerome on Psalm 76. Let us give thanks to Jesus our captain, for he is our captain who fights for us and gives us the victory. I will try to show, adds the author, that Jesus has revealed to the world the glory of his name by founding and spreading an order which serves as a great monument to the glory of Christ. Jesus Christ told his disciples that they would be hated by all for his name's sake, that is, for the name Christians, since they were all idolaters and pagans. So the Jesuits think that they are hated and persecuted only because they are called Jesuits, although all Europe believes in Christ and worships him. And as Christ is in the Church, so according to the Jesuits, he is also in the order, which is, as it were, an abbreviation of the whole Church in the Church itself. Lib 4 cap. 1. Our fathers, they say, turned to God in the storm, moved by the same fear as the apostles, who turned to Jesus, who was asleep in the boat, but Jesus is also in the boat of the Jesuits. As the presence of Caesar and his treasures on the ship ensured the safety of the sailor, so the very name of Jesus, which we bear, ensures us, while being at the same time the cause of our misfortunes. He will command the winds and the sea, and there will be a great calm. The Flemish Jesuits in their work try, so to speak, to identify their order with Jesus Christ. The whole thick volume is written only to make a comparison between them and Jesus. This comparison concerns 5 points that make up the content of the 5 books of their work. Here is a summary of these books, compiled by the Jesuits themselves. Jesus Christ humbled himself. Ignatius, a man of noble birth, humbled himself to the point that he lived on alms. As a result of this, our small order arose. Jesus Christ grew in wisdom and favor with God and men. This is the prototype of the order, which also grows with the years in learning and virtue. Jesus began to act and teach. This is the prototype of the active order. How do you approach Jesus Christ, O glorious order, if not through such great writings? For Christ suffered a shameful death. This is the image of the persecuted order. Jesus entered into his glory through the agony of the cross. This is the image of the venerable order. The Jesuits compare their heroes with Alexander, Hercules, Pompey, Caesar. However ridiculous this scholarly style may be, it is still permissible. It is not uncommon to meet with men, and even writers, who lack prudence and common sense. But since the Jesuits constantly compare their order with the Church, and themselves with the apostles and with Jesus Christ, whom they look upon as their equal, it is worth noting how great is the pride which prompts them to speak so strangely. It has even made them declare that Jesus Christ was the founder of their order. This, they say, is the order of Jesus himself, the Son of God, an order of which he is the true creator, and which is named after him. Jesus Christ is its first founder. The Blessed Virgin is the second, and Saint Ignatius is only the third. Lib. I cap. 6. Saint Ignatius was so modest that he considered himself unworthy to give his disciples the name Ignatians, like other founders of monastic orders. He imitated the apostles, whose humility St. Augustine praises, and tells us that they did not want to call the first Christians either Paulians or Paterians, but called them by the name of their teacher. However, if we think about it sensibly, we can say that the order was named after its founder, for Ignatius, in the matter of founding the order, attributed everything to God and not to himself, and having declared that Jesus Christ was the true and main creator of the order, he acted very cleverly, arranging it so that the order was named after its founder, and the name of Ignatius, which he wished to hide, was not even mentioned. St. Thomas, in his writings, asks why Christians have received the name of Christ and not of Jesus, and why they are called Christians and not Jesuits. In answer, he explains that this is because Christians are partakers of the holy grace expressed by the name of Christ and received in the sacraments, and therefore may be called Christians and anointed of God, whereas they have no right to be called by the holy name of Jesus, which means Savior, being saved. He is the only Savior. Therefore, the name is not a nickname, but the real name of Jesus Christ, given to him by God through an angel, for he was to save his people, freeing them from the sins that held man in bondage. Therefore, everyone must bend the knee before this name, which is worshipped by heaven, earth, and hell. We have already said that the Sorbonne, Eustace du Bellay and Sixtus V, on the authority of St. Thomas, did not approve of the name of the Jesuits, who, in spite of this, claim to have received it from above. They only forget to prove this circumstance. Lib. Iorit. 41. The authors of Imago Primi Seculi are as enthusiastic about the members of the order as they are about the order itself. Here are some of the praises they modestly bestow upon themselves and their fellows. The order is the fiery chariot of Israel, for which Elisha once wept, and which is now restored to us for the joy of the whole world. If you seek regiments and warriors who daily gain new victories, you will find in this chariot, I beg you to take my words in the best sense, a chosen army of angels which, under the guise of animals, shows what the commander expects from it. Lib 3 Orit. 1. Just as the angels, enlightened by the heavenly light, illuminate and perfect, so the Jesuits, imitating the purity of the angels and entirely devoted to their source, that is God, draw from it such ardent and rapid manifestations of virtue, and such bright and luminous rays, that in this fiery furnace of the highest and most chaste love that devours them, the impurity of pleasures disappears, and they themselves are enlightened and perfected, until they are able to transmit their light and their heat to others, being as illuminated by the splendor of their virtue as they are heavenly inflamed by the fire of charity. Lib 3 Orit. 1. The Jesuits are angels, like Saint Michael in combating heretics, like Saint Gabriel in converting infidels, like Saint Raphael in consoling souls and converting sinners by preaching and confession. All of them are as ready and zealous to confess and teach the poor and children, as they are to spiritually guide nobles and princes, and all of them are no less learned and wise than the king's confessors, so that the order can be described in the words of Seneca in the 33rd letter. Inequality exists where sublime things stand out, but no one admires a single tree if all the others in the forest are of the same height. And indeed, wherever you look, you would see nothing that was not outstanding, if it were not among other equally outstanding objects. Lib 3 Orit. 1. Will you admire the enterprise of one of our fathers? They are all courageous men, magnanimous lions, whom no danger will surprise and who disdain risky enterprises. Fear and terror are unknown to these lions. These heroes with unwavering strength of spirit endure for the sake of God and faith all kinds of storms and thunders from heaven, amid flames and lightning. Like the apostles, whose life and labors they try to imitate, they divide the whole earth among themselves and share victories and spoils in common. The Spirit of God animates these new Samsons. They are eagles, who with miraculous speed swoop down on the most distant prey. Lib 3. All the members of our order are born, as it were, with a helmet on, like some children, because they are destined to expose their heads to swords, to the blows of fate, and to all attacks of enemies. What chosen men, O eternal God! What generals! What the flower of chivalry! What pillars! What geniuses, patrons and defenders of the Church! I dare say that each of them is capable of accomplishing the greatest deeds, and is worth an entire army alone. I do not lie, for in spite of the fury of the enemy, with the help of God and with the approval of all virtuous people, one Jesuit sometimes defeats such a multitude of enemies that one can swear that a large army would not be able to do what he does alone. Judge then what the whole order is capable of doing with its united forces. What destruction, what a massacre of sins and errors can this order produce, which I do not know how to call, human or angelic? What help will it give to the Church in case of an attack by enemies? But what do I say give? He had already rendered her assistance, according to the prediction of the king prophet in the 67th Psalm. The interpreters Arius Montanus, Pagnius and Genebrard translate instead of your beasts. Your order, your congregation, your chosen ones, your flock will inherit the earth. They convey the prediction thus: you have prepared your army from the regiments of angels, so that it may benefit the poor of the Lord. I think that the divinely inspired prophet in his visions clearly foresaw the order of Jesus, uttering this prophecy. The first and greatest miracle in the order is the order itself. There is no greater miracle in the world than the world itself, and the same can be said of the Jesuit order, which is, as it were, a small universe. The enormous body of the order revolves and rolls at the will of one man. It is easy to move, but difficult to disturb. So many people, flourishing in years, elevated in spirit and outstanding in the power of gifts, have been led for so long along the path of virtue and learning for the good of their neighbor, and not once has anything stopped their movement. He who, seeing this and on reflection, does not consider this the first and greatest miracle, let him not expect to see other miracles in the order. But I believe that, just as in the universe there is no greater or different miracle than the universe itself, so in the order there is no greater or different miracle than the order itself. Lib v. Cap. 5. The order is the word of judgment which the Greeks called of, that is, oracle. Looking at its square form, I see in it, as it were, an image of the order, which is spread throughout all four parts of the world. And when I look at its 3 rows of 4 precious stones 43, I imagine various writings of many Jesuits which, although supernatural, are nevertheless confirmed by the true dogma. And when I notice that this decoration was worn on the chest of the Jewish high priest, then it seems to me that I see our order on the chest of the most holy high priest. Without a doubt, the Church will not be offended by what I say, because she loves the order not only more than she should, but even more than the order itself deserves. The other monastic orders will not be surprised at this, for they have always been, and are now in the Church, what the tablets, the manna, and the rod, these 3 symbols of the Old Testament, these 3 instruments of so many miracles, were in the tabernacle of the covenant, lib v cap. 5. In 1602, one bishop declared that he was more proud of the title of our brother than of his own rank, and that he considered this decoration more precious than the staff and the holy mitre, lib il cap. 7. Recently in the Kingdom of Naples, a bishop who loved his mitre more than our order during his life said, dying, O holy order, which I have not yet known well, and which I was not worthy to know, you stand above pastoral staffs, mitres, cardinal purple, sceptres, kingdoms and royal crowns, lib v cap. 10. A fine lesson for bishops, archbishops and cardinals, if they love their churches and their office more than the Jesuit order, that is to say, if they are more bishops, archbishops and Jesuits than the Jesuits. When they stand trial, Jesus Christ will not ask whether they loved their flock, whether they tended and cared for their sheep, whether they worked for the good of the Church, but will ask whether they loved the Jesuits, whether they helped this little order of little and dear to God Benjamins, as the good monks say. If we wanted to quote all the praises that the Flemish Jesuits lavished on themselves, we would have to rewrite the entire book. Let us add only a few short extracts. One of the privileges of the Jesuits is that Jesus himself meets them and conducts them into paradise. Blessed is the soul which, after leaving the prison of the body, unfailingly enters the immortal bosom of our Lord Jesus Christ. These words, spoken by me as freely as if they were a prediction, are not mine, but they are a prediction. We know from the account of the Jesuit Father Chrysaor in 1616, that in the vision of Saint Teresa, the blessed soul, ascending with others to heaven, said to this saint, We are led by a brother of the order of Jesus. We rejoice that we have such a leader, by whose righteousness and prayers we have been delivered from purgatory. Do not be surprised that the Almighty comes to meet us. This is no news. The brothers of the order of Jesus enjoy this advantage, that Jesus himself meets them after death. Lib v cap. 8. These are precious privileges, but here are even greater ones. Francis Borgia, bursting into tears of joy, said to his companion Mark, No, brother Mark, these are the exact words of Borgia, that God loves the order extremely, and that he has granted it the same advantage as once upon the order of Saint Benedict, namely, during the first 300 years, no one who remains in the order will go to hell until death. A holy monk of another order, before dying, called Father Matres, a Jesuit, confessor to the Viceroy of Barcelona, and said to him as follows, O my father, how happy you are that you belong to an order whose members, after death, go straight to the kingdom of heaven. The Lord revealed this to me, and ordered me to announce it publicly. When this Jesuit, confused by joy and humility, asked whether the members of the order to which the dying man belonged would not also be saved, he answered with a groan that many would be saved, but not all, but the Jesuits in general, and each one in particular, who remained in the order until their death, would be saved. Ibid. How great, how divine was the wisdom of Ignatius, who so secured his order from the ravages of time, and gave it such reliable supports that the world was convinced that there are things indestructible in the world. Righteousness and religion can be so strong that they do not succumb to the flow of centuries, and that which brings old age and death to everything in the world gives the order eternal youth, not subject to the action of time, nor destruction nor death. While showering themselves with all sorts of praises and attributing to themselves all sorts of gifts, the Jesuits do not think that they sin against humility for the strange reason that, in exalting themselves, they exalt Jesus Christ himself. Let's listen to them. We must not think or fear that we write this work out of a desire to glorify ourselves. Our order is the work of God, not of man. We glorify the work of God. Does he not command us to glorify him in his works, and to exalt him with all our powers? This method of self-praise, invented by the Jesuits, without violating humility, is not one of the strangest inventions of pride. Not everyone thought so highly of the Jesuits. In their first century, they began to be recognized in a less than flattering image, known as the prophecy of Saint Hildegard, found in the ecclesiastical annals of Zovia. Whether or not this prophecy is true, or whether it comes from Saint Hildegard, it is of historical interest that it was applied to the Jesuits. We believe that readers will thank us for introducing them to this document. There will be men who will grow fat and feed on the sins of men. They will count themselves among the beggars. They will act without any shame. They will begin to invent new means of doing evil, so that this harmful order will be cursed by the wise and faithful to Jesus Christ. The devil will sow in their hearts 4 chief vices: flattery, which they will use to obtain generous donations; envy, because of which they will not be able to bear benefits shown to others and not to them; hypocrisy, which will force them to pretend to please others; and slander, to which they will resort in order to put themselves in a favorable light, denigrating others. They will constantly teach the princes of the church without piety, and without being able to show a true example of martyrdom, in order to deserve the praise of men and seduce simple people. They will take away from true pastors the right to perform the sacraments, and from the poor, the unfortunate, and the sick alms. For this they will go among the people, enter into close relations with women, and teach them to deceive their husbands, and secretly transfer their goods to these seducers. They will willingly accept property acquired by bad means, promising to pray for the giver. Robbers, swindlers, extortionists, usurers, adulterers, heretics, schismatics, apostates, deserting soldiers, perjurious merchants, widows' children, rulers living contrary to the law of God, and in general, all whom the devil pushes to an effeminate and dissolute life. All of them will be useful to these people. But little by little the people will begin to grow cold, and in time, recognizing that these are seducers, they will stop giving them alms. Then they will begin to prowl around the houses like hungry and mad dogs with downcast eyes, with necks stretched out like vultures, looking for bread for food. But the people will cry out to them, "Woe to you, children of despair! The world has seduced you. The devil has taken possession of your hearts and lips. Your minds have wandered in empty imaginations. Your eyes have delighted in the vanity of the world. Your feet have been light and swift in pursuit of all kinds of disasters. Remember that you have done no good. You pretended to be poor being rich, simple being powerful. You were flattering bigots, hypocritical saints, proud beggars, impudent petitioners, frivolous and fickle scholars, proud humble men, pious men who looked without pity on the needs of their neighbors, sweet slanderers, peaceful oppressors, lovers of society, vain ambitious men, merchants of indulgences, sowers of discord, effeminate martyrs, hired confessors, men who did everything for their own convenience, lovers of good living, and incessantly buying houses, and always busying yourself with the building of new ones, so that at last, not being able to rise higher, you fell down like Simon Magus, whose bones God broke, and whom he struck with a deadly wound through the prayer of the apostles. Thus your order will be destroyed for your temptations and lawlessness. Go away from us, teachers of sin and lawlessness, fathers of temptation, children of lawlessness. We do not want to follow in your footsteps anymore, nor listen to your teachings. Many writers have tried to prove by facts that this prophecy can only be applied to the Jesuits. One of these interpreters was the pious Lanuza, Bishop of Balbastro, of whom we have already spoken in connection with his objections to the teaching of Molina. This disgusting portrait of the Jesuit order will not seem exaggerated if we recall numerous facts from their history. Many famous Jesuits, popes, bishops, judges, and priests, distinguished for their piety and learning, condemned them with the same severity in the first century of their existence. We will cite their opinions, beginning with the opinion of Mariana in his book on the defects of the government of the order. The testimony of this Jesuit is all the more worthy of belief because he is considered by the Jesuits to be famous for his intelligence, learning, and religious virtues, an example of which he served until the age of 87 when he died. Deeply grieved by the shortcomings of the order dear to him, Mariana delivered a memorandum concerning the irregularities he had noticed in the administration of the order. Speaking of this memorandum, Father Cordera remarks, "I know that our Spanish Jesuits thought that this little book was incorrectly attributed to Mariana by some enemy of our order. I would very much like it to be so, but I cannot believe it. I know that our General Muzio Vitelleschi knew about this little work before its publication in Bordeaux. I know that he wrote very serious letters on this matter with orders to find copies of this book in circulation and burn them. Finally, I also know that during the publication of this book in France, none of us complained about its incorrect attribution to Father Mariana." Mariana's work was printed at Bordeaux in 1625. At first the French Jesuits did not protest, as Father Cordera testifies. But in 1667 they decided that they could dispute the authenticity of this book with impunity. It was quoted by Letellier, Archbishop of Reims. Then the Jesuits sent him a note, in which they declared that not only was the memorable note forged, but that the Jesuits of that time had declared it to be forged in court. One has only to compare the Jesuit historian and the authors of the note to prove the falsity of their words and the authenticity of Mariana's memoirs. Father Cordera and those Jesuits who were conscientious enough to admit this authenticity tried to convince us that the publishers had added to this book certain features unfavorable to the order, out of hatred for it. In the first place, this statement is completely unfounded. Then, if we remove all the features that are unpleasant to the Jesuits, it will become incomprehensible why General Vitelleschi was so hasty in writing to Spain about burning any copies of this book that might be found there. Besides, everything is so connected with one another in this work of Mariana, and he returns so often to what he has said before, that it is impossible to omit a single sentence without breaking the connection of thoughts. Some Jesuits, and among others Feller, loudly said that no one could show the original of Mariana's book. But, in the first place, the Jesuits of that time did not demand that this original be shown to them, as Cordera says, and then it is easy to understand why the original of Mariana could not be produced, even if it were demanded. For this it is enough to become acquainted with the history of this manuscript. It was confiscated from Mariana's house, together with his other papers, when Philip II imprisoned the Jesuit for his treatise on the exchange of coins. The Bishop of Osma, Francis Souza, was commissioned to examine these papers and destroy those that were suspicious. Having found a book on the defects of the government of the Order of Jesus, Bishop Souza read it with curiosity, showed it to some of his friends, and allowed them to make copies of it. But the original was returned to him. It is understandable why it could not be produced if demanded. The Jesuits did not dare to raise a question about it when the book was being printed. One of the copies of Mariana's manuscript fell into the hands of the Dominican monk Nicholas Ricardius. Others were distributed in France, Germany, and Italy. A bookseller in Bordeaux printed the book not only in Spanish, that is, in the language of the original, but also in Latin, French, and Italian. As soon as it was received in Rome, the Jesuit Fieraveni, confessor of Urban VIII, read it and exclaimed, "Alas! Alas! We Jesuits are lost, for what is written in this book is too true." The Jesuit general spared no effort to obtain the suppression of Mariana's work, which followed in 1635. From the extracts which we shall now present to the reader, the reason for the hatred with which the most pious and far-sighted people have treated the Jesuit order from its inception to our own time will become clear. This hatred has often been explained by prejudices, envy, and heretical views. The Jesuits have always generously attributed these motives to their opponents. Mariana's book reveals a completely different reason for this hatred and accusations brought against the famous order. In her preface, Mariana says this: "My intention is to set down in writing, with God's help, the form of government observed in our order, the numerous errors and abuses that occur, the means of helping this and stopping these disorders. I understand well the difficulty of my task and the danger I am exposed to. I know that not everyone will approve of my intention. I am sure that there are people who clearly understand that not all that glitters is gold, and that in our government there are things and points that can be corrected, and from which all the disasters and inconveniences flow. I will try to describe them so clearly that every serious and judicious person will recognize the correctness of my description." The writer of these lines is one of the oldest members of the order, who has lived his whole life without hesitation, which seems a miracle in our troubled and noisy times, and standing at the end of my life, I would not wish to stain it with an act offensive to God and harmful to my order. Moreover, I have long discussed and weighed this matter, and even some years ago I consulted about it with the most noble members of the order. On occasion, I spoke about it in assemblies and congregations. If at present the fruit is not as desired, perhaps later on there will be people who will be pleased to know what were the causes that gave rise to the calamities, and also what was the opinion of a man through whose hands so many things have passed, who has seen so many countries, and read so many different books concerning the manner and form of our present government. After this introduction, Mariana begins her exposition and divides her book into 20 chapters. Since our order followed a good path, approved by the Church and pleasing to God, as the miraculous fruits plucked from this plant prove, it was new and unusual, and subject to many evil influences. Some of us, not wanting to seem monks, completely renounced religious customs and rites, even the words used in other religions, and which they could humbly use without harm to their order. I do not intend to reveal the occulta dedicorus in these lines, since I would obviously be upset and ashamed of my mother's sins. But, on the other hand, it would have been even worse not to have shown my ulcers to the doctor in time, so that he could heal them before they became inflamed and incurable. It is easy to fall into sin and error, but difficult to get rid of them, especially when one head rules everything, as in our order. If he who has such complete and absolute power as our general chooses the path which he considers the most direct and safe, it is very difficult to convince him that he is mistaken. This happens because everyone considers his own view to be the most correct. Besides, many, one might say the majority, join his opinion, some because they share his view, others out of servility, many because they do not have the courage to contradict and resist the will of their superiors, either because they want to live in peace, or because they fear the ridicule or anger of him who has such power and strength. I do not even speak of the caution of officials who fear for their positions, or of those who seek them, who would fight with such a large and united army. Even if it were St. Pavel, he will be considered an eccentric, a troublemaker, a disturber of the peace. As a result of all this, I am convinced that only a miracle could stop us on the path of disasters, until the water floods us up to our necks. It is a well-known thing that there are few people in the world who are guided by caution. This rule is especially confirmed in dormitories, because their power falls not into the hands of the wisest, but into the hands of the boldest and most cunning. Noticing that in his time there was a deep discontent in the very depths of the order, with which the most pious were infected, Mariana seeks the causes of this disease. Judge for yourselves what is the reason for this. Is it the injustice in the distribution of offices, which go not to the most worthy but to the bravest, even though they have 1,000 faults and no good qualities? Is it the absence of punishments for the bad and dissolute, about which much could be said? Is it the persecution and ill-treatment of some virtuous people? I say some, not many. Is it the absence of rewards for the good? Is it not the circumstance that government is based on? Criticism and reprimands, and this is a poison that poisons the whole body and causes a general outpouring of bile in it. And in fact, no one can trust his brother, who at any time can turn out to be a spy and informer in order to curry favor with his superiors and, especially, with the general. Judge for yourself whether the cause of our illness is not that a general with 3 or 4 provincials places themselves excessively above the rest, taking all power into their own hands and leaving nothing for the lot of others, even though they may be the most serious and learned people in the whole church. The disturbances and dissensions which have arisen in our order in recent years are yet another sign of the bad way in which our order is governed. Mariana declares that he does not wish to speak of secret quarrels and things that might make him blush. He does not even speak of the disorders and disturbances he witnessed in Spain, which revealed the tyranny of certain magistrates. We will only quote the following remarkable passage concerning the quarrel between the Jesuits and the Dominicans over Molina's book. Why are there so many quarrels between us and the Dominican fathers, whom we should recognize as elders? True, they could treat us with less severity, caused, it must be admitted, by ourselves, but everything could be settled. I do not want to go into details and will only say that regarding Father Molina's book on grace and free will, the Dominicans were greatly agitated, appealed to the Inquisition and then to Rome, where this matter is still continuing, and is being conducted with great persistence and passion. 44. Even if we win, which is still in doubt, it will still cost us many thousands and many years of trouble. I remember that one person who understood something of these things advised ours not to get too entangled in this matter, fearing what happened. This led to nothing, for the general himself was involved in this matter, since he allowed this book to be printed. Unfortunately, both the assistant in Rome and the provincial through whose hands everything passed were both men of no education, and were placed in their places by equally ignorant men. What came out of all this was what was bound to come out, and what always comes out when bold and uneducated authorities intervene in the matter. Mariana then condemns the effeminate education given to novices, and maintains that the structure of the Jesuit monasteries is contrary to the spirit of the order and the statutes, that the solitude and prayerful meditation prescribed to novices could be successfully replaced by a life of activity and devotion to works of charity. As for the studies, he says the following: I think and am convinced that one of the main causes of evil in our order is the teaching of the humanities that the order has taken upon itself. If everyone knew what evil comes from this, I have no doubt that our schools would be taken away by a court order, as has already been said. Since there are so many colleges, there are not enough of us for everything. To help with the misfortune, we created seminaries with a gymnasium course in the order. I do not know whether this will be of any use, since the students in them study very lightly, dreaming, for the most part, of places as preachers and, as a result, studying scholastic theology. More serious subjects are taught better, although the number of students here is insignificant, compared with the number of capable people entering the order. Having spoken of the coadjutor brothers, Mariana goes on to the income of the order. What he says about the administration and the agricultural enterprises of the Jesuits is very curious, and deserves the attention of those who deny the justice of the reproaches made against the order for its industrial direction. In Chapter 10, Mariana, leaving these details aside, goes back to the very source of the disorder in the order, which he explains by the very nature of its monarchical government. The monarchy, he says, brings us down to the ground. It is a fierce boar, destroying everything in its path. By the expression monarchy, Mariana means absolutism, since he stands for a moderate monarchy, governed by good laws and the advice of capable men. Having indicated the cause of the evil, he enumerates its consequences. If there are laws, no one observes them, and everyone interprets them as he pleases. These laws are not for everyone. There is no punishment for someone who transgresses, acting at his own discretion, and changes what he found established. I have never seen anyone punished for this. Various offices are given not to worthy people, as they should be, but to people of little worth. They say that this is done in order to have them always at hand, and to be sure that all orders, whatever they may be, will be carried out. No one is so much feared as eminent people, and everything possible is done to humiliate them. Someone said, "Haec vox tyranni est, quidquid excelsum est regno sedat." 45. It is worthy of tears that no question of reform can be raised without incurring threats. Chapter 12 is devoted to justice, which was greatly violated in the order. In Chapter 13, Mariana strongly protests against the syndications, secret reports, or simply denunciations made to the general by the Jesuits against each other. All these syndications were kept in the archives of the order in Rome. I dare say, says Mariana, that if our Roman archive were examined, there would not be a single honest man among us, especially among those who live far away and are unknown to our general. If we are not asses, we must certainly insist on the destruction of this archive. It is the cause of confusion for many virtuous people, whose reputation is spoiled. There is no defense against a sycophant or an informer. It is just and reasonable to banish denunciation, if possible, from our order. Reward and punishment are the soul of every community. First, I will say that I do not know of a single society on earth in which virtue is less rewarded than in ours. For an educated man there is no reward. Even an ignoramus is preferred to him, under the pretext that the learned do not know how to manage affairs. That is why very few educated and learned people come out of our order. As for punishments, this is what Mariana says about them. If a brave man appears among us, he can do whatever he pleases with impunity. I am not talking about very serious offenses, the number of which is quite significant. They are hidden, they are concealed, supposedly due to lack of sufficient evidence or to avoid noise and gossip. It seems that the only goal of our authorities is to conceal crimes, to bury them in the ground, as if there could be a fire without smoke. The authorities are strict and impose penalties only on the unfortunate poor, who have neither strength nor support. There are plenty of examples. The authorities can commit great crimes, and no one will touch them with a finger. A provincial or a rector can do something forbidden, oppress his subordinates, violate the rules and regulations, build, destroy without reason, squander property, distribute it among his relatives. He will not be punished in any other way than removal from office, and that after several years of lawless management, and even that, most often, not for punishment, but to improve his position. Is it possible to name even one boss who was punished for such actions? I, for my part, do not know of such a person. I believe that people who behave like children deserve to be loved like children, but let them be strict with those who do not behave like children. For this it is necessary, first of all, that the leaders should not be incapable people, but worthy, energetic, and respectable people. It is worthy of tears that for trifles the good are oppressed, persecuted, and even killed, but the wicked are forgiven because the latter are feared, while the former will obviously not resist and will not say anything. One could cite deplorable examples of such undeserved punishments. In the last words of her book, Mariana reveals the abuses that were committed in the assemblies, both general and provincial, in the election of superiors, in the daily drafting of new laws, and in all external affairs, with which the Jesuits were too much occupied. In conclusion, Mariana mentions many other abuses, about which he could say much, such as the poverty so little observed by the professions, the enormous expenses of the fathers, the enormous gifts sent by them to Rome. He assures that in composing his work, he was moved only by the desire to see his order at the height of its high calling. This is the only reason that made him indicate the necessary reforms. I pray the Lord, he says, to intercede in this matter, otherwise I think it is difficult to help him. Anyone who reads this book should be convinced that, even if I was mistaken, my intentions were good and my love for the order is greater than one can imagine. This alone makes me disdain the attacks of people who do not share my opinion. These extracts speak for themselves. We can refrain from any reasoning. We have already acquainted the reader with the opinions expressed about the Jesuits during the first 100 years of their existence, by Popes Paul IV, Pius V, and Sixtus V, by the learned and pious Melchior Cano, Bishop of Canaria, by the Archbishop of Toledo, who forbade them to perform sacraments, by Saint Charles Borromeo, by Eustace du Bellay, Bishop of Paris, by the University and Theological Faculty of Paris, by the English Catholics, by Lainez, Bishop of Balbastro, by Arnauld de Pontac, Bishop of Baza, by the Jesuits Adorno, Vasquez, and Henriquez, by Hervé, Doctor of the Sorbonne, by serious men, such as du Mesnil, de Thou, Arnauld, La Martellière, Marion, du Belloy, Achille de Harlay, Seriendal, to the majority of the French parliaments, composed of men whose religious sentiments were disputed only by the Jesuits. To these opinions we shall add other testimonies, all the more serious because they are quite impartial, coming from persons known for their virtues. The Jesuits often asserted that only the Jansenists judged them unfavorably. Let us note that they invented Jansenism in the middle of the 17th century, and the unfavorable opinions we cite belong to an earlier time. Here is a review by George Bronswell, Bishop of Dublin, from 1558. Recently, he says, a new brotherhood has arisen, the so-called Jesuits. They will seduce many. Living, for the most part, like scribes and Pharisees, they will strive to destroy the truth. And they will almost succeed, for such people assume different forms. With the pagans they are pagans, with the atheists, atheists, with the Jews, Jews, with the Reformed, Reformed, on purpose to find out your intentions, your plans, your hearts and feelings, and thereby incline you to be like the madman who says in his heart, "There is no God." These people will spread throughout the whole earth, will be admitted to the council of princes, who will not become wiser from this. They will charm them to the point that they will reveal their hearts to them and their most hidden secrets, without noticing it, and this will be for them because they forsake the law of God and His gospel. But in the end the Lord, in justification of His law, will quickly reduce this brotherhood even by the hands of those who have most helped the Jesuits and made use of them, so that at last they will become hated by all nations. They will find themselves in a worse position than the Jews. They will have no fixed place on earth, and then the Jew will have more honor than the Jesuit. When in 1564 the Jesuits attempted to seize the Roman seminary, the clergy of that city addressed an objection to Pius IV, from which we present the following extract. To entrust the education of young clergy to foreigners will not serve either the honor or the benefit of the Roman Church. In Rome there are enough very worthy people who are better able than the Jesuits to educate young clergy and raise them in piety. The education given by these monks to their students is not serious. They tear the best people out of the seminary and transfer them to their order. They are busy only with how to increase the income of their colleges, at the expense of the clergy. If His Holiness does not curb their greed, they will soon take over all the Roman parishes. In 1571, the learned Belgian priest Arius Montanus, having learned that Philip II was sending a governor to the Netherlands suspected of being loyal to the Jesuits, wrote a letter to the king in which he said, "There are few people in all Spain who know for certain what the intentions of the Jesuits are, where they are aiming, with what skill and by what means they achieve their goal. I do not doubt that they are ready to move heaven and earth, if only to achieve their goal. I also know that they have spies everywhere who inform them of everything that happens, both concerning the Jesuits themselves and other people. These monks destroy people who have no support, and are unkind if they learn that someone has interfered in their affairs in a direction that is not what they want." The same scholar also speaks of the Jesuits in his Prolegomena to the Antwerp Royal Bible. They present themselves as the only true scientists, as the only ones living according to the truth, as the only followers and companions of Jesus Christ, and they boast of this publicly. The Jesuits conduct their affairs in deep secrecy, which they do not reveal to anyone, but which is not difficult to penetrate for upright people who always act ingenuously and sincerely, and which will be revealed to everyone by the power of Him who will bring to light the secrets of the heart and illuminate the deepest darkness. Catherine of Austria, Queen of Spain, loved the Jesuits, but as she had witnessed all their intrigues, she complained of them in the following terms in a confidential letter to Francis Borgia, dated June 8, 1571. Reverend Father in Christ, in my previous letter of March 19th, a copy of which I enclose, I began to acquaint you with my present state and the state of affairs in our country. I pointed out to you the ruin of the good name of your order and the spiritual well-being of souls. The whole world knows that the calamities which have befallen this country are caused by some of your monks, who maliciously advised the king, my grandson, to kidnap and expel me from his dominions. I communicated this evil news to you with the feelings which I have always had for your order. I have never ceased to prove my love for it by continually showing it various favors and benefits. I would not be averse to treating the Jesuits with the same favor now, if some of them would come to their senses at the sight of the danger into which they have involved the king, the state and me, as well as the honor of the order, so sacred in its purpose. The chief author of all these calamities is Luis Gonzalez de Camara. I appointed him tutor to the king, my grandson, the only hope of the state and of me, my only consolation after all the toils I have endured and the evils I have suffered. But this Jesuit, abusing the position he owed to me, either by his ability and imagination, or by the imprudence of his zeal, behaved towards the king in such a way that our sovereign turned out to be quite different from what could have been expected from him, who was by nature good, chaste, and virtuous. The monk threw him into such a dissolute life that he turned away the hearts of his subjects from him, and extinguished in him the affection for me to which I have a right. This is too clearly demonstrated by his behavior, which towards me is far from those feelings which, according to the law of God, children should have for their parents. Gonzalez imagined that the king's power would increase the less my own was respected. He assured the king that he would be respected the more, the less he himself showed respect to me. Accordingly, my grandson treats me with great contempt, pays no attention to my remarks and advice. He treats me without any love, and shows great disgust towards all my confidants who are kind to me. He does many things which the whole kingdom can bear witness to, if you will not listen to the speeches of a small number of those who approve of the inventions of Luis Gonzalez, and want to conceal the evil done by his advice, or at least by his connivance, at least in regard to the good qualities given to the king by God. No one will think that I have spoken unjustly, for, while you may be told of the good qualities and intelligence of the king, no one will deny that he obeys Luis Gonzalez in everything, as his teacher and confessor, and more than if the latter were his superior. Nor will anyone deny that the king does not fulfill his royal duties, nor his duty towards me, himself, and his dignity. No one can be blamed for this except this Jesuit, for whatever he may say, he has never expressed regret at seeing me ill-treated by the king. He is equally indifferent to the discontent which he excites throughout the state, and to the king's conduct, from which it is evident that his advice or connivance is the sole cause of all that the king does against reason, against me, against his subjects, and against himself. For by leading such a life, with the approval of his confessor, he ruins his health and risks not living long. But he has allowed everything, so that Luis Gonzalez and his brother, Martin Gonzalez, who has received the most important office in the state, are absolute masters over the kingdom and the king, which excites great discontent in the country, and gives rise to various disorders. As a result, terrible rumors are circulating about the order, and some of its members are to blame for this, for it is intolerable that people, under the guise of holiness and piety, so despotically took possession of the king and the whole kingdom. They even prevented the king from marrying, which is contrary to the will of the Pope and all Christian sovereigns, contrary to the benefit of the state and the desire of the subjects. It is well known both at home and abroad, to the great scandal of the people, that the king, my grandson, my brother the cardinal, and I have confessors of the Jesuit order, who are quite and closely united among themselves. But we three, the king, I, and the cardinal, my brother, we could not unite. Everyone suspects that our confessors have come to an agreement among themselves through the intrigues of Gonzalez, and are deliberately maintaining disagreements between us. On the one hand, this monk inspired the king to adhere to his own arbitrary rule, both in relation to the administration of the state and to me. On the other, Father Torres, my confessor, forced me to bear everything patiently, so that Luis Gonzalez could calmly enjoy the despotic power he had acquired over the king and the state. In this way, he could force me to be treated as he wished, and no one dared to contradict him. The whole country complained of me, because they thought that I approved of the despotism of this monk. They saw that I went to confession to his best friend. From this they concluded that I approved of everything he did, although I was far from it. Finally, to calm my conscience, as well as that of others, I ordered Father Torres not to be my confessor. I think that he was grieved by the king's treatment of me. I confess that it was not easy for me to part with him, who had been my spiritual father for many years. But in spite of this, Luis Gonzalez is so attached to his views that he has not reformed in the least, but has only increased his despotism. The more he sees that I am thinking of leaving the kingdom, the more insolently he displays the power he has seized over the king and the state. He relies on the cardinal, assuring that he will make him head of the government. Does glory and service to the sovereign require that this monk and his brother should hold the king in slavery and be masters of this state? Is it not the spirit of the order that inspires this zeal for government and such great ambition? Is it necessary for the interests of the order to disturb the inhabitants of an entire kingdom and bring disorder into its administration? Should the very honor of the order, the good fruits which it could have produced in the hearts of the people, and the consolation which my years and my sorrows seem to deserve, be sacrificed to this ambition? Is it necessary for the good of the order that I leave the country where I reigned, risking by my departure the greatest misfortunes and even its destruction? Is it necessary for your order that I should withdraw from the tomb of the king, my sovereign and my children, and part from the king, my grandson, so dear to my heart? Consider also what Luis Gonzalez says of me in society. He assures me that it is harmful for the king to be with me, or even to have any warm feelings for me. Does not this give people reason to think that love for me can corrupt the king's mind and heart? This monk should not forget the great favors God has shown me, who has preserved me from everything that could harm my honor, and in his goodness has made me what I am, and also has implanted in me qualities that have aroused in my neighbors a certain respect and love for me. This will no longer happen, and the monk can boast that he has forced the order, in which there are so many servants of God, to declare that I am unworthy of any respect, which is why I am torn away from my only grandson, the only one left alive of all the children given to me by God, and driven out of the state, which I leave in tears, a victim to the greatest dangers and disasters, risking death from grief, leaving at my age the country that I considered my homeland. If you find that the influence and power of Luis Gonzalez and his followers are worthy of more attention than the glory of the king and the good of the state, I must remain silent and bow before the majesty of God's judgment. If, on the contrary, your character and your feelings are such as I think, if the good of the people is dear to you, if you wish to destroy temptation, then I earnestly beg you, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, to order, for you have the right to do so, this man to retire, to leave the king, under such a pretext as, in your opinion, will be most honorable for him, and will cause the least grief to the king and dishonor to your order. I equally earnestly beg you to remove from court the other monks of your order, blinded by ambition, who, having done so much harm to the king, the order, the country, and me, have given birth to so much sin, however good their intentions may be. In this matter, above all, speed and secrecy are necessary, so that no one will know that I am involved here. I lay this on your conscience. I have lightened mine by revealing to you how little trustworthy are the letters and memoranda you receive from here, in which everything appears to be going well, although in reality everything is going from bad to worse. May the Lord send us deliverance from troubles, for the common good and salvation. Hubregas, June 8, 1571. P.S. With the Queen's own hand. I am in such a sad situation that I have infinite need of your prayers. This country is perishing for the reasons I have stated. If your health would permit, it would be very useful to the service of God if you came here. You would convince yourself of the truth of my words, and you could help the trouble. May God help me, who knows how much I need his help in my great trials. Queen. The University of Padua treated the Jesuits in the same way as the University of Paris. In 1591, it addressed the following complaint to the Doge of Venice. There are people in Padua who have opened a college of their own free will to undermine your own, which they have completely ruined. What you do in a day for its prosperity, they do the same day for its destruction. You give it privileges, so that it can be expanded and the number of its students can be increased. They, with their inventions, distract them, drawing the youth to themselves. Contrary to your laws, they, of their own free will, secretly opened another college in Padua, which they named after themselves. These monks appeared at first as beggars and pretended to be humble. Little by little, having accumulated wealth, no one knows how, and having established themselves in place, they reached the point where they wanted to become kings of learning in Padua, if, however, they were satisfied with so little, and to triumph over the schools of the Signoria, destroying them. The Jesuits everywhere followed this course of action when opening their colleges. They announced the opening of free courses with great noise, secretly became rich, and illegally competed with the universities, which did not benefit the poor, science, or piety. Vasquez, Enriquez, and Mariana were not the only Jesuits who attacked the vices and shortcomings of their order. We have already mentioned a very serious censure by the third general of the order, Saint Francis Borgia. This was not to the taste of the Jesuits, for, having printed his opinion in the first edition of the annual letters of their generals, they softened its expressions in the second edition so much that it lost much of its severity. This forgery deserves attention. We give both texts in parallel. One is taken from the Ypres edition of 1611, the other from the Antwerp edition of 1635. Both editions belong to the Jesuits themselves. Ypres edition of 1611. Antwerp edition of 1635. Perfecto si nulla habita ration vocationis et spiritus, que quisque sensus venial, literas modo ad spectamus et opportunitates, habilitates corporis curamus, veniat tempus quo esse societas multis cadem occupatum literis, sed sine ullo virtutis studio intuebitur, in qua tunc vigebit ambitio, et cc effort salutis habinis superbia, enicia quo continuator et supermater habebit, quip si animum converterant ad opes et cognationes quas habent, intelligent iliae siquidem propinquis et opibus affluents, sed omnino virtutum copius destitutos. Itac hoc primum esto concilium, et incapite libri scriptum, any tandem aliquando experientia docet, quot mens demonstration concludit. Ac utinum jam non anni hoc totum experientia ipsa sepius testata docuissit. Sain si nulla habita ration vocationis et spiritus quo quisque impulsus excedit literas modo septimus, et alia talenta et dona, veniat tempus quo esse societas multis cadem hominibus abundantum, sed spirita et virtut destitutum morens intuebitur, unde existit ambitio, ed cc effort salutis habinis superbia, enicia quo quam continuator ed supermater habebit, quip si animum converterant ad opes et cognationes quos habent, intelligent illi siquidem propinquis et opibus abundantes, sed solidarum virtutum, ac spiritualium denorum copius egenos ac vacuos. Itac hoc primum esto concilium, et incapite libri scribitur, any tandem aliquando experientia docet, ac utinum nunquam docuissit, quot mens demonstration concludit. Here is a translation of the 1611 text. Francis Borgia, having said that in choosing persons to be admitted to the order, attention should be paid more to vocation than to secular advantages and to learning, motivates what he said thus. If we do otherwise, then the time will come when the order will become too busy with sciences and will lose all love for virtue. Then ambition will reign in it, pride will grow unchecked, and no one will be found who can restrain it or drive it out. Let this be my first advice to you, and let it be at the head of the book, lest experience teach us what reason suggests. God grant that experience will not teach us this too often. We will not dwell on unimportant fakes, and will only note a few of the most important ones. Saint Francis Borgia said that if the superiors were guided by human considerations and not by the Spirit of God, the time would come when the order, occupied with learned works, would forget virtue and would be overcome by ambition and pride, which no one would be able to curb or stop. The Jesuit superiors were well aware in their hearts that they had not followed the advice of Francis Borgia in choosing the members of the order, and so they were afraid that the predictions of the saint might be attributed to the order, which they always sought to represent as an abstract object, independent and separate from its members. This is what made them add the following words. The time will come when the order, having a considerable number of members, hominibus abundantum, will be saddened to see that from this excessive multitude ambition and pride have arisen in it. Referring to the large number of members of the order, the Jesuits reserved for themselves the opportunity to respond, in case anyone pointed to the testimony of Francis Borgia, that if among such a large number of brothers there were proud and ambitious people, the order would condemn them, since it approved only those who did not suffer from these vices. Thanks to this trick, they could apply the end of Borgia's letter only to these Jesuits, not recognized by the order, while Francis Borgia saw in the said abuse the beginning of pride and ambition, which would devastate the order itself, as a vice that undermined it at the root. The Jesuits not only distorted the general meaning of Francis Borgia's letter, but even omitted the very last lines. Would that experience had not taught us this too often? They did not want it to be said that mad pride and unbridled ambition had too often declared their existence in the order. Therefore, they combined the last two sentences into one, and replaced the above words with the following, utinam nunquam docuisset, which they pass over with a haste that cannot be overlooked. Thus, the Jesuits did not hesitate to commit a forgery in order to avoid criticism of Francis Borgia, one of the most celebrated generals of the order. Another Jesuit general, Claudius Aquaviva, reproaches his confreres for their love of worldly life and flattery with the same frankness as Francis Borgia reproached them for their ambition and pride. In his letter of 1587, he says to the highest ranks of the order, "The love of worldly affairs and the spirit of courtly flattery, which compels one to seek favor and to ingratiate oneself with strangers, is a serious illness of our order, which entails various dangers, both internal and external, for the members afflicted by it. Almost unnoticeably for ourselves, under the pretext of winning over rulers, prelates, dignitaries, and nobles to the order, this illness creeps into our souls. But, in essence, we are concerned about our own benefits, and this forces us to gradually enter secular life." The same Aquaviva reproaches the Jesuits for being too concerned with external affairs. In his Instructions to Superiors, Chapter 1, he expresses himself thus, "There is another source of evil in our order, all the more dangerous because it is not considered very harmful. I am speaking of the excessive readiness to engage in external affairs, which is done by the majority of those in authority under various pretexts. Under the pretext of acquiring friends for the order, they indulge in visits without number, without need, even without benefit, and spend so much time on this that they themselves become accustomed to the customs of secular people." Muzio Vitelleschi, Aquaviva's successor as general, reproaches his comrades for their bad morals. This is how he expresses himself in a letter dated January 4, 1617. "It is to be feared that the too free views of some of us, especially concerning morals, not only might destroy the order, but might cause great misfortunes to the whole Church of God. Therefore, the superiors must strictly watch that those who teach and write do not use such expressions when examining this or that opinion. This can be supported. This is probable. There will be defenders of this opinion, but let them adhere to the most precise rules taught by the most serious and famous scholars, and those most capable of strengthening the listeners in piety." He also wrote on March 7, 1619, "There is another circumstance that distresses me even more, concerning which I ask for the advice and help of your reverends, namely, there are many people among us who adhere to the most frivolous opinions and even preach them. If only the Lord would grant that these opinions do not diverge from the truth." He also says in a letter dated November 15, 1639, "Our leaders display an excessive greed which extends to everything. This gives rise to the indulgence with which they treat all who bring them gifts." He also writes in the first letter to Oration, "The most frequent complaint against us is that we are proud, that we strive to master everything and rule everything, that we boast much and pompously of our wisdom, despise everyone and regard no one as anything. This is the main reason for our disorder. The second is that we seek the comforts of life. The third is that we are greedy and passionately seek our own advantages. The fourth is that we try much more to be cautious and social people than intelligent and homely, living an internal life. Let us not deceive ourselves, my fathers and brothers. There are many among us who need to have their tongues rigorously curbed. They spare no one. They behave too freely and dissolutely, to the great detriment of mercy and justice. They exaggerate and maliciously condemn the words and actions of their neighbors, and spread their slander and calumny everywhere. They take everything in the wrong direction, and even allow themselves to judge feelings and internal impulses that are subject only to the judgment of God. Must I add that they invent and spread everywhere, to the detriment of others, things that never happened and which no one even thought of? Alas! I see with tears that this vice is much more widespread in our order than it should be. The continuation of the history of the order will show whether the Jesuits renounced their probabilism 46, and whether this false teaching had the consequences predicted by Vitelleschi, and also whether they corrected the vices with which they were reproached. Musio's opinion on the teaching of the casuists and the judgment of the Jesuits Henriquez and Mariana on Molinism prove that the incorrect teaching of the order, both in relation to dogma and morality, was severely condemned in the first century of its existence, even by the Jesuits who had any independent views. We have introduced the reader to the comments of the Jesuits Vasquez, Enriquez, Mariana, and Adorno on the abuses that had greatly increased in the order at that time. We will also cite the testimony of Fernand de Mendoza on this matter. Here is what this Jesuit wrote in a memorandum submitted to Pope Clement VIII in 1601. The generals of our order, being irremovable and accountable to no one, become impudent, complete, and indomitable tyrants. They commit thousands of injustices which no one can prevent. The auditors, appointed only by the general, conspire with him, as a result of which they bring more evil than good, and aggravate the disease instead of healing it. If order is not established, then our order will become increasingly less manageable and directable. For as people become more imperfect every day, greater and greater injustices and insults will be committed. Our trustees, going to Rome, do whatever pleases the general, either out of respect, or out of fear of him, or out of courtesy, or in the hope of receiving a good position from him. We think only of how to acquire more money by deception, or some other evil means, irritating and burdening the penitents with all sorts of tricks, just to extract more money, which degrades the sacraments that we trade in. Out of excessive vanity, insolence, and a greedy desire to spread throughout the world and get into everything, we daily accept into the order many more people than required by the charter. The majority of the Jesuits are not occupied with anything and never live in the monastery, so that there is no street, road, or place where they are not found, no matter in which they do not interfere. Most of those who are entrusted with the initial instruction are so ignorant that they should be put to the primer. As a result, the Latin language begins to be forgotten in Spain, and along with it, the sciences, and the same barbarity is established as in the time of the Goths. If it happens that a Jesuit falls into a mortal sin, he can in no way repent of it, since then all paths will be closed to him, for, having repented, he will destroy himself, of which there have been many examples, because in the order secrecy is not observed at all. Pope Clement VIII, to whom Mendoza appealed, had the most gloomy opinion of the order. The Duke of Sessa, who was his Spanish envoy, in an official report to the Spanish king in 1602, speaks as follows of the attitude of this holy pope towards the Jesuits. His Holiness also told the envoy that he was greatly distressed by the excessive danger arising daily from new views on theological questions, which the monks of the order were constantly spreading throughout the world. The Pope cited some of these views, including the most recent one, invented last month in Florence, where a Jesuit preached that it was possible to confess in writing, against which His Holiness ordered the Commissioner of the Inquisition to take the strictest measures. The Holy Father added that he was extremely grieved at the licentiousness of the Jesuits in the schools and pulpits, from which these monks, disregarding the teaching of the Holy Fathers and Doctors of the Church, and especially St. Augustine and St. Thomas, preach whatever comes into their heads, both orally and in writing, not only about predestination and grace, but also on various other questions. The Pope very often ordered that the instructions of St. Thomas as a schoolmaster be followed. They promised, but did just the opposite. In their commentaries on the writings of this holy scholar, they pursued only one goal: to contradict and distort some of his words, in order to confirm their fanatical views. His Holiness believes that all this comes from the pride of the Jesuits, which makes them place themselves above everyone, above even the doctors of the Church. He added that he personally reproached them for their pride, giving them a speech in his palace during the general chapter of their order in Rome. His Holiness demands that we limit ourselves to reading the works of St. Thomas, trying to understand the spirit of his teachings, and discarding the whole heap of commentaries published by members of the order and aimed solely at refuting and humiliating this saint. The Pope said that they were extremely blind, especially in the controversy about grace, which had been repeatedly demonstrated to them, and that only a few days ago they had presented a note in which they cited many references to St. Augustine in defense of Molina. But all these references were made crookedly and awry, and not one of them was relevant, not one supported their positions. It was all only a trick on their part to gain time, to tire and deceive. His Holiness expressed to me that he was offended by all the tricks to which the Jesuits never ceased to resort with such zeal, especially in Spain, where they are held in great esteem, and all for the attainment of their ends, so that His Holiness feared that a very great misfortune might come from this. For while they attain their ends by tricks and various stratagems, and gain the favor of men and their own advantages, they ruin their souls. In view, this he repeated twice, of their perverted views not only on speculative dogmas, but also on morality, which is what caused His Holiness's indignation. The Holy Father added that he had heard from reliable people that Spain had been in the greatest danger for several years. Lindinus assured Cardinal Baronius that the heresy of Pelagius was spreading unnoticed. Consequently, His Holiness ordered the Spanish inquisitors to treat all innovations with the utmost severity, and to restore that purity of faith which existed before the Jesuit innovations, about which the Holy Father wished to write to the king with all the love he had for him. The speech of Clement VIII, referred to in this report, was delivered in 1592. In it the Pope accused the Jesuits especially of pride, which, according to the prediction of St. Francis Borgia, was the fundamental vice of the order. Clement VIII pointed out to the Jesuits its 3 degrees. The first degree is curiosity, which prompts the Jesuits to pry everywhere, especially into the confessional, to find out from the penitent everything that is happening in his house, what happens between his children, servants, and other people living in the house or coming to it, even between the residents of the quarter. Curiosity, which can lead to the most deplorable consequences. If a Jesuit is a confessor to the sovereign, he seizes control of the entire house into his own hands. He strives to rule the entire state, assuring the ruler that he will not succeed in anything without the help of the Jesuits and their dexterity. The second degree of pride is a feigned, artificial originality. The Jesuits want to be original in everything. Even in matters of doctrine they declare that they do not adhere to the opinions of even recognized scholars, because they are not inclined to swear in verba magistri. As a result, they criticize St. Thomas and all other teachers. Each boasts that he has his own special teaching. By this love of originality, the Jesuits differ from all other monks. They consider themselves irreproachable in everything and allow themselves to reproach others for monasticism and superstition. The third degree of pride is strongly manifested in the Jesuits in that they refuse to acknowledge their faults, stubbornly defend their errors, and excuse all their vices. They want everything they do to be considered good, as if they were sinless and infallible. If anyone tries to correct their errors, they find 1,000 reasons to prove that what they do is good, and that there is no need to correct what has no faults. I should like to know, added the Pope, what you do every day for 3 or 4 hours in the confessional with those who confess daily, for these God-fearing souls, who so often approach the holy mysteries, can tell you nothing, or almost nothing, that requires absolution. This custom of yours convinces me of the truth of what you are reproached with, that is, that you, by means of confession, find out everything that happens in the world. Can one imagine a greater abuse than this use of the Holy Sacrament to collect such worldly information? As you see, I am well informed about everything that is happening in your order. Take the trouble to correct these shortcomings. Otherwise, we will resort to all our power to force you to do so. In 1602, Clement VIII addressed the Jesuits with a similarly stern speech on their heretical doctrine of grace. Here is an extract from it. These controversies which have arisen among you concerning grace, and which have long been publicized throughout the world, have excited so many minds in Europe and caused so much disorder in many universities, that they seem to threaten Christianity with the greatest calamities. You have so infected the minds of Catholics with your new views, or rather, with ancient errors condemned by the Church, buried 12 centuries ago, that you can rightfully be accused of disturbing the peace, dividing the robe of the Lord, and wanting to return the Church to the heresy of Pelagius. What else can be said of you, if you despise and reject the ancient and most holy teachers, such as Jerome, Ambrose, Augustine, Prosper, preferring to them some modern writers who enjoy the least, or rather, no authority at all, and refer to them as proof of the correctness of your judgments? Are not those right who reproach you for wanting to pollute the Church again with the teaching of Pelagius? What is the goal of your efforts and undertakings? Do you think that the defense of your Molina will again introduce the teaching of Pelagius into the Church of God? Consider, I tell you, the terrible danger to which you expose the whole Christian world by your wrangling. Do not prefer your personal views to the needs and good of the common people. Yield to the Fathers, submit to the truth. Cardinal Norris asserts that he saw the manuscript of the speech, an extract from which we have given, written entirely by the hand of Clement VIII. Therefore, the Pope spoke all this after mature deliberation, and having previously weighed his words. Jacob Fulgati cites the following fact regarding Clement VIII's decision to condemn the Molinism of the Jesuits. When Pope Clement VIII announced to Cardinal Baronius his decision to condemn the teaching of Louis Molina, Bellarmine answered him, "Your Holiness will not do so." When Cardinal François-Marie del Monte reported this papal decision to Bellarmine, the latter replied, "I know that he wants to do so. I confess that he can, but he will not do it. If he decides to carry out his intention, he will die before he succeeds. Vel scio, fate or posse, sed non faciat, etsi tentat exequi, primus diem obibit." The Jesuit Cello, who relates this fact, praises Bellarmine's insight as a true prophecy inspired by the Holy Spirit. He does not forget to add that it was actually fulfilled in 1605, at the time when Pope Clement VIII was preparing to suppress Molina's book. The author sees in this a miracle. One can see something quite different in this if one knows the Jesuits, and if one reflects carefully on the numerous crimes with which their history is full. We have already said why Paul V refused to publish the bull so carefully composed by Clement VIII against the Jesuit heresies. And yet he was very persistently asked to publish it. In 1612 the General Chapter of the Dominicans, headed by such men as Lanuda and Lemos, submitted to him a memorandum on this matter, from which we give the following interesting extracts. The Church has always condemned secular and impure innovations in language. It is all the more necessary now to resist innovations that are not only incorrectly expressed, but also shake the very foundations of our faith, and are supported by people like those about whom Pope Innocent I, in his letter to the Council of Carthage, regarding Pelagius, said, "They are trying to destroy the entire structure of dogma." We have already demonstrated at the conferences, Do Auxilius, that Molina's dogmas are worldly innovations. This has been admitted by the critics. Molina himself, the chief architect of these dogmas, confessed their novelty and boasted of it in his Concordia, question 14, art. 4 and 5. It is quite unfair to consider these points of our dispute with the Molinists as simple school disputes that do not concern faith. We have proven at conferences how much the new dogmas offend religion. The court decisions show that the court shares our opinion. If we delay the publication of this decision, it may come to such a point that it will no longer be possible to help this misfortune, which can now be stopped without difficulty. Innovations are daily sown. Doctrines contrary to the present doctrine are daily created. The liveliness of the mind daily draws people into bold conclusions. Each one erects a new building on a shaky foundation at will. New towers of Babel are erected. There is no agreement either in feelings or in speeches. Only a few years ago all theologians spoke with one language about the grace of God and about eternal predestination. But since these people appeared, thirsting for innovations and treating the Holy Fathers with the most impudent contempt, since they spread their bad books everywhere, they have seduced almost the whole world into their heresies. The method of teaching has been completely changed. All theology has assumed an entirely new appearance. Thanks to the incredible ingenuity of these innovators, their efforts, their dexterity, things have come to such a state that only the power of the apostolic throne can stop it. All these disasters have arisen from the love of empty glory, from the passionate desire to dominate, to rise above others, and to seem the creators of ideas more sublime than those of ordinary people. These people, born before our eyes only yesterday, try to please everyone, in order to spread their innovations the more easily. They move in directions directly opposed to one another, in order to attract people of opposite principles and inclinations. Some love news. In order to please them, they boast that their teaching is new, and that it was unknown to the defenders of Pelagism. Others revere antiquity, and attach importance only to that teaching which comes from the Fathers. In order to adapt themselves to the taste of these persons, they assure that their teaching is ancient and flows from the most remote tradition. This is the usual trick of all heretics. This is the character common to the minds of all innovators. These people are doing their utmost to prevent the decision from being made public, a clear sign that they know perfectly well that their case is lost. Nothing so exposes heresy as the desire to hide in the dark, the unwillingness to show oneself in the light, and the desire to avoid judgment on one's teaching. Everyone knows that the Fathers of the Church call heretics the fiends of darkness, owls, bats. The same applies to these new birds of the night. As soon as the sun of the papal sentence rises, they will immediately fly away, hide in their holes, in their lairs. It is all the more necessary to proclaim this papal sentence in all legal form, since these innovators are so impudent and bold that they proclaim their victory everywhere. It is difficult to imagine how many celebrations they have made, how many public declarations they have made in order to convince the foolish and ignorant that they have won the case. This is also the usual manner of heretics to trumpet victory at the very time when they are defeated and expelled by judicial procedure. Since they are not moved by zeal for the truth, but by love of worldly glory, they are so anxious about nothing as to conceal their condemnation. The same thing has already happened to them on another occasion. When Pope Clement VIII condemned their view of written confession, they proclaimed outside Rome, especially in Spain, in their schools and from the pulpit, that it was not they who were condemned, but others, against whom they themselves had denounced and complained. Is it possible, Holy Father, that we shall not live to see the day when we receive and kiss this oracle of truth? The delay in its publication brings new strength to the innovators every day. They spread their harmful inventions everywhere, and increase the number of their adherents everywhere. If the Pope's sentence does not appear soon, all hope of resisting innovation and strengthening true teaching will perish. In the further exposition of this history, we shall have occasion to point out other equally energetic and equally impartial accusations against the Jesuits. The above more than sufficiently proves that already in the first century of the existence of the order, it was convicted of the same vices and abuses with which it is always accused. Impartiality has prompted us to point out the laudatory report of a certain ecclesiastical assembly in France, blindly devoted to the court of Marie de Medici, and also to quote a few words of encouragement addressed to Charles Borromeo at the Council of Trent. The Jesuits loudly shouted these 2 words of the Council of Trent, but carefully kept silent about the fact that the order had only just appeared, that its statutes were unknown, that it was praised at the request of the papal nephew, to whom the council could refuse nothing, and who vouched for the Jesuits. Finally, that St. Charles Borromeo repented of having given them protection. As for the praises of the friends and adherents of the order, their historical value is no greater than that which we have extracted from the Imago Primi Soeculi, which gives a very satisfactory summary of them. From the impartial reviews cited, it is evident that the prophecy of St. Hildegard gives a true picture of the vices of which the Jesuits were accused in the first century of the order's existence. The Jesuits like to say that only the Jansenists have severely condemned them. Meanwhile, they themselves invented Jansenism after the appearance of Jansenius's book in the middle of the 17th century. This simple remark shows whether they are guided by the truth in their statements.